Chapter 181, Sea God 9 Trials Offering, Bibi Dong. Qian Xunji said, if you were not too reliant on the power of your spirit, focusing all your attention on it, after hearing the sound and identifying the position, stepping on the ghost shadow perplexing track, and bending your knees to deal with those low-level herbivorous animals, you could naturally pick up the blades of grass under your feet, infuse them with spirit power, and let them exert the effect of hidden weapons. In this way, do you think you could save a little more time and successfully complete this trial? Qian Renchuan recalled that after he heard the sound and identified the position, he stepped on the ghost shadow perplexing track to deal with the remaining low-level herbivorous animals. Indeed, there were several times when he just needed to reach his hand to the ground, absorb a bit of spirit power, and the fallen leaves under his feet could be in his hand. He didn't need to pick the leaves of the blue-silver grass one by one, which could save a little bit of time. Qian Renchuan nodded honestly, I understand, father. I accept the punishment. There were 3 that I didn't deal with within the specified range of the trial, 1 hour each. Considering that you noticed me and didn't act as if I would actively avoid your blue-silver grass hidden weapons for the sake of this small trial, this punishment is temporarily waived. Qian Xunji flipped his wrist, and a triangular object appeared in his hand. It was an extremely strange object, crystal clear blue throughout, in the shape of a 3-dimensional triangle. The whole thing seemed to be carved from sapphire, only the size of a palm. Within the crystalline blue light, treasure light swirled, and strange energy fluctuations continuously emanated from it. On this blue triangular body, ripples like water waves undulated. These patterns didn't look like they were carved on, they looked more like they were alive, with circles of blue light flashing, reflecting the surrounding forest in a faint treasure light. The soft blue light fluctuations were so dazzling that Qian Renchuan was dizzy with fascination, he had never seen such beautiful light. Qian Renchuan asked with a face full of curiosity, Father, what is this gem? It can actually emit such dazzling light. This is a treasure. It belongs to you. Use your mental force to observe this triangular object and give it a try. The blue triangular object in Qian Xunji's hand was naturally the vast sea cosmic shroud that he had taken from the treasury of the Heaven Do imperial family while passing by long ago. It was an essential key to opening the Sea God 9 trials and drawing out the Sea God's divine artifact, the Sea God Trident. Holding the vast sea cosmic shroud in both hands, Qian Renchuan couldn't help but feel a surge of doubt in his heart. What exactly was this thing for? But according to what Qian Xunji said, he released his mental force and probed into it. However, the moment Qian Renchuan's mental force injected a trace into the sea god's heart, suddenly, he felt an indescribable, immense force violently bounce his mental force back. The whole person fell backward while holding the sea god's heart. His mind went blank. The sea god's heart in his hand seemed to have a consciousness of its own. It flew up, wanting to use its sharp triangular corner to smash into Qian Renchuan's forehead, breaking it open to taste his blood and test whether he was qualified to become the master of the sea god's heart. Qian Xunji suddenly reached out, Asura divine power surging, grabbed the sea god's heart, and pressed it directly into Qian Renchuan's forehead. Blood-sucking. How could he sit by and watch the sea god's heart unscrupulously absorb his son's blood to test if he had the qualifications to bear the power of the vast sea and undergo the Sea God 9 trials? Didn't he already know whether his child had this qualification? A triangular mark, representing the sea god's heart appeared on Qian Renchuan's forehead. The triangular mark emitted a faint sea blue light, and the divine thought of the sea god within seemed dissatisfied with Qian Xunji's actions. Qian Xunji turned a blind eye and muttered, Bibi Dong, in this life, just be the offering to open the door to Shaochuan's Sea God 9 trials. Qian Xunji's current lifestyle was driving cars, raising kids, being leisurely, and from time to time watching Tang San, who was undercover at the Notting Junior Spirit Master Academy dressed as a woman, and finding amusement with his fellow transmigration countryman, Yu Tianzhao, sharing a bed. About half a year ago, Bibi Dong had gone to the Notting Junior Spirit Master Academy to meet Tang San, pretending to be a good mother, and took the initiative to obtain a second spirit ring for Tang San's Clear Sky Hammer spirit. The caution of the Clear Sky sect's Tang clan members naturally could not be easily deceived by Bibi Dong's few words. They sent experts to watch Bibi Dong closely throughout the process to prevent her from escaping. It was a pity that the Clear Sky sect was still not perfect. Under Bibi Dong's pitiful begging, combined with the lowered guard due to the thick maternal love, and Tang San's persuasion, perhaps thinking that a mere 1,000-year spirit ring was nothing, as Bibi Dong's level 70 quasi-spirit saint cultivation could fully absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring, yet she only chose a 1,000-year one, which was completely wasting her talent. There was even less possibility of taking revenge on the Clear Sky sect. The Clear Sky sect agreed to let Bibi Dong's soul-eating spider emperor spirit obtain a 1,000-year spirit ring. The 1,000-year spirit ring Bibi Dong chose was, of course, not chosen at random. This was based on her memories from her previous life, the same type of spirit ring produced by the spirit beast that provided her 8th spirit ring for the Death Spider Emperor. However, the one killed in the previous life was a 10,000-year spirit beast, while this one was a 1,000-year spirit beast. The spirit ability this spirit beast gave Bibi Dong was Clone, the Spider Emperor Clone spirit ability. The effect of the 1,000-year spirit ring Spider Emperor Clone spirit ability was naturally not as terrifying as that of the 10,000-year spirit beast. In her previous life, Bibi Dong's Death Spider Emperor 8th spirit ability was to replicate a clone with the same strength as herself, capable of using her first 6 spirit abilities, and it was difficult to distinguish the true from the false by appearance. In this life, the 1,000-year Spider Emperor Clone spirit ability only had 40% of Bibi Dong's strength, and it couldn't use any spirit abilities. However, there was one point: it was difficult to distinguish the true from the false by appearance. This characteristic had not changed. Similar to Zhu Zuqing's Nether Shadow clone, and Bai He's 8th spirit ability, the attributes, characteristics, and percentage increases brought by the spirit ring were, to some extent, extremely astonishing. Relying on the Spider Emperor clone spirit ability, Bibi Dong left behind a clone, specifically attracting attention on the day of the Clear Sky sect's ancestor worship, successfully escaping the 2 Spirit Emperor level Spirit Masters of the Speed clan who were monitoring her, and secretly left the Clear Sky sect. Nowadays, Bibi Dong is running towards Spirit Hall. The purpose is self-evident: she hopes to use the power of Spirit Hall to help her take revenge. Since a good disciple is preparing to show filial piety and contribute to making the faith of this continent return to the name Qian, how could Qian Xunji not help a little and guide Bibi Dong? A mischievous smile appeared on the corner of Qian Xunji's mouth. The original owner seemed to have been devoured by Bibi Dong, becoming the offering that opened the door to Bibi Dong's Rakshasa 9 trials in her previous life. In this life, he was making Bibi Dong follow in the same footsteps. Chapter 182, Sea God's Heart Acknowledges Master. Inside the forest, Qian Renchuan closed his eyes. He felt as if something in his world of consciousness was pulling at his body and soul, a massive suction force that made it impossible for him to control his own body. Gradually, that suction force made him weaker and weaker, as if everything around him was fading away. Just at this moment, a special power injected itself into his heart, then slowly flowed into his brain, transforming into a coolness that merged with his mind. Although the feeling of weakness remained, his brain became exceptionally clear. He could not sense the outside world, but he could clearly feel the flow of blood within his meridians, and could even sense every subtle change in his internal organs. Qian Renchuan slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying in the forest. The sky had already begun to darken; it seemed 3 hours had passed. The sunset glow, like a fiery veil, covered the sky. His father, Qian Xunji, stood beside him, like an eternal mountain, protecting him. "Dad." Qian Renchuan sat up. Qian Xunji said, "Now that you are awake, feel the effect of the triangular object I gave you." Qian Renchuan quickly recalled what had happened before he lost consciousness. Feeling his cool brain, under this cool aura, his thoughts became more transparent than ever before, his mental force was extremely full and comfortable, and this cool aura was continuously pouring out from the center of his brow. There was now a mysterious object in the center of his brow. Qian Renchuan pressed his finger against the center of his brow, and a pure sea blue light shone through his fingertip. He felt his whole body tremble as a massive amount of information was instantly transmitted through his mental force and rushed into his brain. The scenery before his eyes changed. Qian Renchuan's soul and consciousness were immersed in a wondrous world. It was an endless expanse of blue sea and sky. Beneath his feet was the surging, turbulent ocean, and overhead was a cloudless blue sky. That feeling of clarity in body and mind filled him with endless longing. The feeling of weakness in his body had vanished at this moment. Strands of clear information flowed into his mind. Every piece of information was very distinct. The triangular vast sea cosmic shroud constantly transformed within this information, displaying its various miraculous uses. The methods of using it were effortlessly imprinted into Qian Renchuan's mind. There was no need to memorize them, and they would forever exist with his soul. Qian Renchuan said with great excitement, "Dad, the triangular object you gave me has bestowed upon me 4 spirit abilities. I estimate that each of these 4 spirit abilities is no less than a 100,000-year spirit ring. The universe protective shield. Once the vast sea cosmic shroud forms this shield, it is like a room that can protect the spirit master inside. At the same time, the protective shield is in an invisible state. It doesn't even have a physical form. It not only hides the spirit master's body but can also completely hide the spirit master's aura. With the universe protective shield, as long as it is released in any dangerous place, it can provide protection to the spirit master. This spirit ability has an even greater miraculous use for Qian Renchuan, approaching an opponent and suddenly launching a hidden weapon strike, leaving the opponent with no time to take any precautions. The vast sea protective shield does not consume much spirit power. With Qian Renchuan's spirit elder level cultivation, 10% of his spirit power can maintain it for 6 hours. Unless an enemy can find it and break through its defense, they cannot harm the person inside the shield. The universe mind-fixing shield is calculated based on the opponent's mental force. It can immobilize anyone whose mental force is less than 3 times that of Qian Renchuan. However, it cannot harm the opponent. But one can take the opportunity to leave, and even from 1,000 miles away, the vast sea cosmic shroud can return to Qian Renchuan's side. As for the 2 attack skills, one is called Universe Demon Breaking, and the other is called Vast Sea Raging Waves. They are single-target attacks and area of effect attacks respectively. Either attack requires Qian Renchuan to exhaust all his spirit power. But strangely, no matter how much spirit power Qian Renchuan has, he can unleash its attack, and it will drain all his spirit power. The power of the attack simply changes accordingly. Do you like it? Qian Renchuan nodded vigorously. His sister, Qian Runshui, had 2 100,000-year spirit rings. He had an estimate of the power of 100,000-year spirit rings, and in a certain sense, the spirit abilities given to him by this blue triangular object even surpassed those bestowed by 100,000-year spirit rings. At one time, Qian Renchuan learned that Qian Runshui's second spirit, which was sealed and had yet to be unsealed, possessed 2 peerless spirit rings of vicious beast level, surpassing 100,000-year spirit rings. Those 2 vicious beast-level spirit rings were from 2 vicious beasts that Qian Xunji had specifically found to sacrifice their souls to Qian Runshui. Deep down, he really felt that his father was a bit biased. His sister had such a great opportunity, her spirit had just awakened, and the spirit rings were delivered to her door, while he had none. Today, he finally felt the great gift his father had given him, a deep, thick fatherly love. Let's go back. We've stayed in this forest for a bit too long. After dinner, the sky had completely darkened, and Bo Saishi specifically sought out Qian Xunji alone. With the keen eyesight of a limit Douluo, Bo Saishi naturally saw the triangular pattern on Qian Renchuan's forehead at a glance. As someone who had experienced rebirth, she quickly recognized it. Wasn't this the sacred object of Sea God Island, the Sea God's heart? The national treasure of the Heaven Do Empire that had been lost for who knows how many years, searched for without success, the vast sea cosmic shroud, had actually been taken away by Qian Xunji. Qian Xunji, you should know the use of the sea god's heart. This is an essential key object for conducting the sea god's divine trials and inheriting the sea god's god position. Why did you give it to Xiao Chuan instead of Xiao Shui? Bo Saishi questioned him. She had always been grooming Qian Runshui as the successor to the sea god. Although she didn't know where the sea god's heart was until now, in her previous life, Tang San had successfully inherited the sea god's god position even after the sea god's heart was shattered. Lord Sea God had personally stated that his daughter was the successor to the sea god's god position, so even without the sea god's heart, she reckoned that, like Tang San, she would have a way to participate in the sea god's divine trials and inherit the god position. As it turned out, the sea god's heart had been with Qian Xunji all along, and Qian Xunji had actually given it to Qian Renchuan. Did this not mean that Qian Xunji was preparing for Qian Renchuan to inherit the sea god's god position in the future? Bo Saishi naturally could not sit idly by. With the faith of the sea god deeply branded in her heart, she had to do everything in her power to fulfill every word and every command of Lord Sea God with the most perfect answer she could provide. Qian Xunji asked indifferently, Bo Saishi, have you ever thought about why, even though both the angel god and the sea god are divinities who achieved godhood by collecting faith, there are currently few people on the continent who know the name of the angel god, yet after so many years, the sea god's incense remains uninterrupted. Chapter 183, Learning from the Sea God. Isn't it true that for your Spirit Hall's angel legacy, only members of the Qian family possessing the six-winged angel martial soul can participate in the trials, and those without the six-winged angel martial soul are forbidden from participating? On our Sea God Island, any spirit master can accept the Sea God's trials. Bo Saishi blinked and spoke. To her, this question was very simple. The divine thought of the angel god, which remained within the angel statue, had been exhausted due to the Qian family's ancestors activating it too many times, and the angel god trial would not grant any opportunity for trials to outsiders other than the Qian family. The angel god did not manifest, and benefits were only given to the angel god's descendants, unlike the sea god on Sea God Island, who granted corresponding rewards to any spirit master who came to participate in the sea god trials and passed them. Consequently, as time passed, it was only natural that the angel god was gradually forgotten. Among the sea clans, those who once followed the sea god to conquer the ocean and saw the sea god with their own eyes, the ancestors of many spirit beasts who witnessed the sea god achieve divinity, are still alive in this world. Human lifespans are far inferior to those of spirit beasts. Those humans who once saw the angel god have long since passed away. This is likely why there are not many people on the continent who are clear about your angel god. What you say makes some sense. Qian Xunji nodded gently. If it were just Douluo, this explanation would indeed be very reasonable. However, during the period of the unrivaled Tang sect, clearly the sea god Little San, just like the angel god, had not manifested for who knows how long. When the Tang sect, which Tang San had established single-handedly, declined and was almost slaughtered by a third-rate small family, he had never descended with a divine thought to appear either. Yet, compared to the angel god whom no one knew, the name of Tang San was known throughout the entire continent. Even the Sun-Moon continent was clear about the name of the sea god Tang San. For 10,000 years, the incense had remained uninterrupted, and the faith had been sufficient. By gathering the power of faith from the ocean and the Douluo continent, he had successfully allowed the sea god's god position, a first-level god, to ascend to a supreme god. Bo Saishi, have you ever heard this saying, yin and yang must be balanced? In this world, if there were no demon gods, no misfortune, and no disasters, how would people go to burn incense, and how would they go to believe in a divinity? The more miserable people are, living in areas where war occurs frequently, unable to fill their stomachs, barely clothed, and with their lives constantly under threat, the more they hope to receive salvation and pray for a savior to descend. If that's too profound for you to understand, then I will narrow it down a bit. A playful smile appeared on the corner of Qian Xunji's mouth. He propped up his head and asked, during the months and years just after Tang Chen was crippled by me, Spirit Hall blockaded the coastline of Vast Sea City, forbidding Sea God Island and the citizens of Vast Sea City from trading goods. You were forced to come to Spirit Hall to negotiate with me, and as a result, you were imprisoned by me in Spirit Hall. During those 6 years, was it not the case that, compared to the past, the sea god appeared in your mind more frequently? You prayed often, hoping that the sea god would descend to save you and destroy Spirit Hall. Hearing this, Bo Saishi recalled those 6 years of unbearable secret room life. Her stunning face immediately became incomparably unsightly, and a flush of crimson appeared on her cheeks. The anger in her heart surged up rapidly. Those 6 years of secret room life were the memories she was least willing to recall, yet Qian Xunji was actually making her reminisce about them in a joking tone. The smile on Qian Xunji's face faded, and he said seriously, "Answer me. Afterwards, you will understand why I handed the sea god's heart to Xiao Chuan." Bo Saishi found it hard to speak and responded by nodding. During the years of succeeding as the high priest of the sea god, she did not need to assist in the black level trials, but after the sea god trials were completed, she would fish out the black level trial participants who were washed away by waves and fell into the sea, exhausted and powerless, as if in the desperate situation of an angry sea. Also, when a black level trial participant's cultivation reached a bottleneck, she would bestow a god-bestowed spirit ring. She usually sat cross-legged in the Sea God Hall, like a statue, occasionally covering Sea God Island with her mental force. Generally, when her mental force observed the Sea God sacred pillars and the Sea God statue, she would pray to the Sea God in her heart. During those years in the secret room, she regarded Qian Xunji as a devil. Especially during those 3 hours, before seeing Qian Xunji come to find her, and for 3 hours afterward when she lay paralyzed on the bed, she would constantly pray to the sea god, hoping the sea god would manifest to save her and destroy Spirit Hall. Qian Xunji said, "That's exactly right. When encountering disaster, even someone with your heart nature as a titled Douluo will constantly pray when you cannot see hope, let alone the ordinary commoners." Bo Saishi already vaguely understood Qian Xunji's meaning, and she retorted with some anger, "The sea god pacified the ocean, dealt with all the disasters in the ocean, and conquered all the sea clans in the ocean." Qian Xunji smiled and asked again, "Is that so? Then what about the demon orca clan and the deep-sea demon whale king? These two, which you on Sea God Island call the scum of the ocean, evil spirit beasts that endanger the ocean environment, destroy ocean peace, and are the disasters of the ocean. Why didn't the sea god deal with them? With his strength, solving the demon orca clan and the deep-sea demon whale king should be very simple, a matter of waving his hand, right? The demon orca clan is the mortal enemy of the devil spirit great white shark clan. In the holy war that happens once every 20 years, 2,000 years have passed. How many devil spirit great white sharks have died? This is the clan of the sea god's mount. It seems that the sea god does not care much about the lives of the devil spirit great white shark clan, the clan of his mount that has worked tirelessly to guard the waters near Sea God Island for 10,000 years. Bo Saishi was stunned. As someone who had undergone rebirth, she could better guess how great the sea god's power truly was. With Tang San's level 96 cultivation, he was completely no match when facing the angel god's pursuit. It was only by relying on the protection of the sea god's final bit of power within the sea god's heart that he was able to be saved. Yet, Tang San had managed to kill the deep-sea demon whale king and absorb the deep-sea demon whale king's spirit ring and spirit bone. The power of one divine thought from the sea god exceeded that of Tang San, who was able to kill the deep-sea demon whale king. That meant that as long as the sea god himself was willing, he didn't need to exert any effort to deal with the deep-sea demon whale king. He could wipe out the deep-sea demon whale king with just a few random moves. If the deep-sea demon whale king was like this, then the demon orca clan, whose strength was far inferior to the deep-sea demon whale king and could only be considered a small snack for the deep-sea demon whale king, would require even less effort to solve, not even needing the power to blow away dust, but could be resolved with a single thought, right? But since the sea god possessed such powerful, heaven-shaking might, why didn't he solve the problem of the demon orca clan and the deep-sea demon whale king, those two evil spirit beasts that endangered the ocean and endangered those who believed in the sea god? A deep sense of confusion appeared in Bo Saixi's eyes. In the past, she did not have this concept. In her solidified thinking, everything the sea god did was bright, righteous, great, and far-sighted. Today, with Qian Xunji pointing it out, the doubts in her heart surged forth. Chapter 184, Spirit City, Bibi Dong. I've said it before, yin and yang are balanced, everything in the world is relative. Without demon gods, without misfortune, without disaster, how would people burn incense? How would they believe in divinities? Gods and immortals allow demons in the lower realm to wreak havoc upon the human world, then put on the facade of saviors to receive generations of offerings from mortals. The sea god can subdue hundreds of sea races in the vast ocean, so his meticulousness and insight are beyond your imagination. The sea god became a god later than the angel god. I believe he must have visited the Douluo continent after becoming a god, observed the angel god's faith and the actions of the angel church, learned from the angel god's lessons, and thus left behind spirit beasts like the deep-sea demon whale king and the evil orca clan. Bo Saxi's faith seemed to shatter, the perfect image of the sea god in her mind cracking. She muttered almost deliriously, "No, no, no, Lord Sea God, how could he do such a thing? What nonsense are you spouting? I'm just a powerful spirit master. Spirit masters are powerful people, and gods are also people. People have their own selfish desires and schemes, so is it strange for gods to have selfish desires and schemes?" Qian Xunji glanced at Bo Saishi with disdain. 20,000 years ago, the sea was in chaos, with major ocean races constantly warring, including the evil orca clan and the deep-sea demon whale king. If the sea god hadn't pacified the ocean, it would still be in chaos, with major ocean races constantly fighting. Even now, the ocean hasn't truly found peace. Every minute, every second, sea spirit beasts are dying in their struggle for dominance. So from this perspective, the sea god's contribution to the ocean far outweighs his faults. If the ocean were to forget the sea god, just as the Douluo continent forgot the angel god, then the ocean would likely return to the age of constant warfare and struggles for dominance among the major ocean races 20,000 years ago. Therefore, the sea god's method of leaving behind the deep-sea demon whale king and the evil orca clan, these so-called evil spirit beasts in your sea god island's words, is quite effective. It can continuously provide the faith needed by divinities, and also ensure the long-term stability of the ocean, preventing it from entering another cycle of warfare. Hearing Qian Xunji's words, Bo Saishi calmed down a little, but she still couldn't accept that the sea god had selfish motives or flaws. In her eyes, the divinity she worshipped should be selfless, benevolent, caring for the world and its people, and utterly perfect. Qian Xunji continued, "The angel god's name is no longer heard on the Douluo continent, while the sea god's name has been passed down for tens of thousands of years in the ocean. Facts have proven that selflessness is not always effective, the sea god's actions are the most realistic. Now, do you think it's better for Xiao Chuan to inherit the sea god position, or for Xiao Shui?" Bo Saishi didn't answer. Although Qian Renchuan was raised by her and was like her own son, Qian Renchuan was ultimately not her biological child. In her heart, her biological daughter Qian Renshui held a higher position than Qian Renchuan. She ultimately didn't want her daughter to be involved with a divinity that required dark methods to maintain faith. She wished Qian Renshui would always remain in warm sunlight. Bo Saishi quickly asked, "Qian Xunji, does Xiao Shui not need faith to inherit the angel god position?" Qian Xunji said, "Not really. Xiao Shui possesses the six-winged angel martial soul, which perfectly matches the angel god position, and she is a descendant of the angel god. As long as Xiao Shui can cultivate her six-winged angel martial soul to be even more powerful, after ascending to the god realm in the future, absorbing the immortal spiritual qi of the god realm and focusing on cultivation, the angel god position can be enhanced and become even stronger." Bo Saishi pressed, "Then why not cultivate Xiao Shui's six-winged angel martial soul as a second twin spirit? I've already made arrangements, you don't need to worry about it." Qian Xunji waved his hand, no longer in the mood to continue chatting with Bo Saishi, and turned to leave. A few days later, Spirit City. A beautiful woman in simple, travel-stained clothes, appearing to be in her 40s, entered the city after a spirit master inspection, attracting the attention of many spirit masters in Spirit City. This attention was due to the beauty of this charming woman, as well as her talent. Spirit masters entering Spirit City, if not from Spirit Hall, had to have their cultivation and bone age checked. This beautiful woman, not yet 50, at 47 years old, had already reached the realm of a level 70 quasi-spirit saint. She would certainly be able to cultivate to the Spirit Douluo realm in the future. Even within Spirit Hall, Spirit Douluo were extremely rare. A future beautiful spirit Douluo naturally garnered considerable attention. Hearing the whispers of the surrounding spirit masters, the beautiful woman's eyes showed not surprise at their recognition of her talent, but rather humiliation. Her fists clenched, veins bulging. This beautiful woman was Bibi Dong, who had used Tang San to obtain a 1,000-year spirit ring, and then used her spirit ability, Death Spider Emperor Clone, to confuse the Speed Clan spirit master guarding her, escaping from the Clear Sky sect. To avoid being tracked by the Clear Sky sect Speed Clan spirit masters and captured, she took secluded mountain paths, crossed countless rivers, and spent 3 times the usual amount of time to finally arrive at Spirit City. Bibi Dong listened to the whispers around her, feeling the envious gazes cast upon her, people who believed she could cultivate to Spirit Douluo in the future. How could she not feel angry and humiliated? Spirit Douluo was indeed a distant realm for over 90% of spirit masters on the Douluo continent, but for her, Bibi Dong, it was nothing. In her previous life, she had surpassed Tang Hao, becoming the youngest titled Douluo on the Douluo continent at just over 30 years old. By 47, she had already entered the peak Douluo realm, becoming one of the continent's supreme powerhouses. But in this life, her current cultivation was only level 70. To put it nicely, she was a quasi-spirit saint, but in reality, she was merely a spirit emperor. Her proud twin spirits, the Death Spider Emperor Martial Soul, had been crippled by the Clear Sky sect, and more than half of her unparalleled talent on the Douluo continent had been wasted. Bibi Dong's heart was filled with bitterness. She lifted her tired, weathered eyes, gazing up at the Supreme Pontiff Palace above the clouds ahead. The magnificent, enormous, and luxurious palace, bathed in warm sunlight, complemented the architecture of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, appearing uniquely beautiful and grand, like a fairyland on earth. In her previous life, it was a place that sickened her, a place she spent the latter half of her life trying to destroy. In this life, it still disgusted her immensely, but if she hadn't been desperate, forced, and left with no choice, she wouldn't have returned here again. Bibi Dong wanted revenge. She needed strength. She wanted to destroy the Clear Sky sect. She wanted to destroy the 7 treasure glazed tile school. She wanted to bathe the Heaven Do Empire in blood. In the current Douluo continent, the only one who could help her, and had the ability to help her obtain spirit rings, was probably only Qian Xunji of Spirit Hall. Chapter 185, Am I, Qian Xunji, the kind of person who kills the innocent indiscriminately? Without a moment's pause, not even stopping to catch her breath, Bibi Dong went straight to the highest governing body of the Spirit Hall, the Supreme Pontiff Palace. In front of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Halt! 2 palace guard knights clad in silver armor blocked Bibi Dong's path, and 100 palace guard knights simultaneously raised their knightly longswords. This is a forbidden land, take one more step forward, and you will be killed without mercy. Facing over 100 spirit kings and 2 spirit saints, the somewhat familiar palace guard knights of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Bibi Dong said, I want to see the Supreme Pontiff. The silver-armored palace guard knight spoke coldly, His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff is extremely busy, he is not someone you can see just because you want to. Leave at once, or don't blame me for being impolite. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth. As the Supreme Pontiff of the Spirit Hall in her past life, she knew very well that to see the Supreme Pontiff, one had to be an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall or a high-ranking guest from the upper 3 sects with important matters to discuss. However, her cultivation was only at level 70, she was clearly not an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall, nor could she possibly be a high-ranking member of the upper 3 sects. My name is Bibi Dong. Tell the Supreme Pontiff my name, and he will definitely see me. Bibi Dong clenched her fists and said loudly. This was her last hope to gain the strength for revenge, she did not want to give up. Bibi Dong. The palace guard knight frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said, You are that Bibi Dong who angered the previous Clear Sky sect master, the Zhenshin Douluo, to death, and turned Tang Hao, the once-in-a-century genius of the Clear Sky sect, into a decadent wreck. One woman killing 2 hammers, causing the death of 1 titled Douluo, and ruining the prospects of a future titled Douluo. Tang Hao's disastrous wedding was simply too famous. It served as a warning to countless single spirit masters in the spirit masters world to keep their eyes open when looking for a partner in the future. The Clear Sky sect had a deep foundation and could withstand this trauma. If it had been any other ordinary family, it would likely have weakened completely, perhaps even faced destruction. Get out of here immediately. You've already wreaked havoc on the Clear Sky sect. Do you intend to wreak havoc on the spirit hall now? Bibi Dong almost ground her teeth to dust, her eyes bloodshot and filled with immense hatred. She spoke coldly. Soul-eating spider emperor, possess. 1,000-year spirit ring appeared at Bibi Dong's feet. A layer of ink-green spiderweb patterns emerged on her forehead, and within the web, 8 green eyes grew. A layer of crystalline, ink-green light spread from her body. 3 pairs of ink-green spider legs appeared on her back, her arms transformed into similar ink-green spears, and her lower body was completely enveloped in a layer of ink-green light. Seeking death. The 2 silver-armored palace guard knights had 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black spirit rings light up at their feet, while the other palace guard knights had 5 spirit rings rise beneath them. All of them were optimal spirit ring configurations. Those who could be selected for the position of palace guard knight were loyal to the spirit hall. Having graduated from the Spirit Hall Academy and with the help of powerful masters to obtain spirit rings, their spirit ring configurations were naturally not inferior. Bibi Dong continuously spat out green poisonous mist, which spread to the surroundings. She was prepared for a desperate fight. She knew these palace guard knights would never report her presence to Qian Xunji to let her in. Since that was the case, she could only cause a commotion to attract Qian Xunji's attention. If Qian Xunji was ultimately unwilling to see her, she would have no hope of revenge, so she might as well die here and end her tragic, hopeless life. Just as the palace guard knights were besieging Bibi Dong and about to kill her, the tightly closed gates of the Supreme Pontiff Palace opened. A surge of powerful spirit power poured out. This powerful spirit power did not attack any of the palace guard knights, nor did it attack Bibi Dong. Instead, it blew away the green, environmentally polluting poisonous mist that Bibi Dong had spat out. A gentle yet majestic voice sounded, "Let her in." "As you command, Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff." The 100 palace guard knights simultaneously retracted their spirits and spirit rings, turned in unison, and knelt on one knee toward the magnificent, mysterious, and dim Supreme Pontiff Palace with a thud, performing the same action. Set against their backdrop, the magnificent, mysterious, and dim Supreme Pontiff Palace added an indescribable sense of sanctity and majesty. Half an hour later, inside the council hall of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Bibi Dong waited quietly. She had no appetite for the fine tea placed before her. In the vast council hall of over 1,000 square meters, she was the only person present at this moment. The 3-meter-high arched door opened, and a gentle voice sounded from outside, "You may wait outside." "Yes." Bibi Dong looked toward the entrance of the council hall with anxious and excited eyes. The door opened, and a tall, handsome man walked in from outside, her teacher from her past life, Qian Xunji. 6 years had passed since they parted at the Heaven Do auction house, but Qian Xunji's appearance had not changed at all. He was still as young as ever, appearing to be 27 or 28 years old. He was dressed in a simple and elegant black and gold robe, with no decorations on his head, unlike in her past life when he always wore golden armor and the 9-curved Supreme Pontiff crown. "Teacher, you are finally willing to see me." Bibi Dong stood up, her pupils trembling, and tears nearly fell. She bent her knees and knelt before Qian Xunji. Qian Xunji shook his head, his expression flat as he said, "We are no longer master and disciple, and I am no longer your teacher. Seeing you today is already an exception. Get up." Bibi Dong shook her head like a rattle, her nose sniffling as she sobbed slightly. "Teacher, I want revenge, I want revenge. I beg you, for the sake of our master-disciple relationship in our past life, help Donger one more time. Although my talent has been greatly consumed, I can still cultivate to become a titled Douluo. You don't understand. More than a decade later in my past life, during the great battle at Jialing Pass, Dugu used the jade phosphor serpent poison to kill all the spirit masters below the spirit Douluo level in the spirit empire that I had established. Although my Death Spider Emperor spirit was crippled by the Clear Sky sect, I still have the soul-eating Spider Emperor spirit. My soul-eating spider emperor spirit only has 1,000-year spirit ring attached. As long as there is a strong person to help me hunt spirit beasts, I can absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring of at least 20,000 years for my second ring. With the help of the 10,000-year spirit ring's power, my cultivation can quickly break through to the spirit Douluo level. In terms of using poison, Douluo and Si Shui are simply no match for me. Old man, I know you hate the Clear Sky sect. I can poison them all to death, leaving not a single one. Old man, if you want to rule the continent, I can use the deadly poison of the soul-eating spider emperor to kill all the million soldiers of the two empires at once. Qian Xunji said in a deep voice, enough. Am I, Qian Xunji, the kind of person who kills the innocent indiscriminately? Besides the spirit masters of the Clear Sky sect, how many maids are there? How many ordinary people are there just trying to earn a meal? Living two lives, your vision and perspective are always so shallow. The one who wants to unify the continent and become the so-called Supreme Empress is you, not me. Chapter 186, Bibi Dong's Red Level 7 Trials. With a flick of Qian Xunji's hand, the cup filled with fragrant tea flew into his palm, and then drifted before Bibi Dong. In consideration of our past master-disciple relationship, you may take this cup made of fine white jade. Find a decent pawnshop to pawn it, and it should fetch several thousand gold coins. These thousands of gold coins will be enough to keep you fed and clothed for the rest of your life. Listening to Qian Xunji's words, Bibi Dong's eyes widened in shock. She did not reach out to take the cup, and after only a moment, the cup, having lost the support of spirit power, fell, splashing a small amount of fragrant tea onto her dress. Show the guest out. A moment later, Bibi Dong walked out of the Supreme Pontiff Palace holding the white jade cup still filled with fragrant tea. She walked along the streets of Spirit City with vacant eyes, like a puppet, harboring thoughts of death. Suddenly, Bibi Dong noticed the fragrant tea in her hand, which seemed to reflect the sunlight, flashing with light. For some unknown reason, an image appeared in her mind, the Battle of Jiaoling Pass, with Tang San holding the Sea God Trident, along with his companions. Sea God Island, and Sea God Island. Bibi Dong's eyes grew brighter. She remembered that Tang San, whom she had deemed of little threat, and the Shrek Six Devils, had gone to Sea God Island. In just 4 short years, their cultivation levels had skyrocketed, and their strength had surged. Not to mention that Tang San's first spirit ring configuration exceeded her second spirit ring configuration, the blue-silver grass spirit. Even that little support, Ning Rongrong, had a spirit ring configuration that reached 2 purples, 5 blacks, and 1 red, possessing a 100,000-year spirit ring. Her first spirit had been crippled, and the superior talent that had been unrivaled on the continent had been more than half wasted. She likely had no hope of becoming a god. Since there was no hope of becoming a god, it would not matter if she went to Sea God Island, underwent the Sea God's trials, and bore the brand of the Sea God. Sea God Island. Bibi Dong had found, besides Spirit Hall, the final hope to increase her strength and take revenge. She regained the will to live, and her stiff face became expressive once again. Having regained her spirits, Bibi Dong suddenly felt parched. She had felt extremely thirsty before arriving at Spirit City, but the physical and mental exhaustion, along with her anxiety over whether Qian Xunji would help her out of their past master-disciple relationship, had greatly distracted her and reduced her brain's perception of thirst. After feeling the thirst, Bibi Dong took large gulps of the 2/3 of the now cold fragrant tea remaining in the cup, a look of satisfaction appearing on her face. Since the wedding fiasco, Bibi Dong did not know how many years it had been since she had drunk such high-quality fragrant tea. What she had been drinking was plain water, the nutritious but bitter medicinal soups provided by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the water from rivers and streams during the 6 months she traveled from the Clear Sky sect to Spirit City. After finishing the fragrant tea, feeling like she could go on again, Bibi Dong silently put away the white jade cup. She turned to look at the Supreme Pontiff Palace in the distance, recalling Qian Xunji's heartless face and his back as he gave her alms, and said coldly, "Qian Xunji, you will regret this." Half a year later. On Sea God Island, at the Sea God Hall, on the stairs filled with Sea God's light, a stunning figure in a purple dress, looking to be around 30 years old, was walking with difficulty. On the woman's forehead was a black six-pointed star mark, the symbol of the Black Level 6 trial. This woman was Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong had pawned the white jade teacup she had received from Qian Xunji, obtaining 2,000 gold coins, traveled all the way to Vast Sea City, took a boat to Sea God Island, and relying on the soul-eating Spider Emperor's ability to walk on the sea, she avoided the Devil Spirit Great White Shark clan and arrived at Sea God Island once again. After passing the Sea God Sacred Pillar trial, Bibi Dong received the Black Level 6 trial, and was now undergoing the first Black Level trial, climbing the Sea God staircase. With the help of a God-bestowed spirit ring granted by Sea Dragon Douluo for Black Level examinees who had reached a bottleneck, Bibi Dong, relying on her astonishing will for revenge and resentment, fought for a 50,000-year God-bestowed spirit ring. Bibi Dong's appearance recovered somewhat, from 37 or 38 years old back to around 30. On the Sea God staircase, Bibi Dong was under the pressure of the Sea God's light. She was approaching her limit. The massive consumption of spirit power made her meridians and bones emit strained sounds that only she could hear. Watermarks had already begun to appear on the ground, formed by her sweat. A layer of golden mist permeated around Bibi Dong. It was her sweat constantly evaporating under the pressure of the Sea God's light. Within this golden mist, one could faintly glimpse wisps of blood-red color. That was the pressure exceeding her limits, causing blood to ooze from the pores of Bibi Dong's skin, the blood-red mist formed by the evaporating blood. Despite reaching her limit and being in extreme pain all over her body under the pressure of the Sea God's light, Bibi Dong still had no thoughts of giving up. Her nearly perfect face, now restored to around 30 years old, was ferocious and twisted. In her mind were the painful, unbearable memories of the Clear Sky sect, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and the Heaven Do auction house, as well as her determination and hatred for revenge on the Douluo continent. With a ferocious roar, she walked toward the next higher step. Again, what has happened over these years? How did Bibi Dong become like this, filled with hatred in her heart? Inside the Sea God Hall, Sea Dragon Douluo, who had reached level 99 under the infusion of Qian Xunji's divine force and had succeeded Bo Seixi's work to become the new high priest of Sea God Island, frowned as he observed Bibi Dong. Tang Hao had once come to Sea God Island with Bibi Dong for a period of time. Back then, Bo Seixi had specifically asked him and Sea Spear Douluo to escort Bibi Dong and Tang Hao to Sea God Island. Bibi Dong was absolutely not like this back then. Boom! Suddenly, a blood-red pillar of light shot up into the sky from Sea God Island. That light, like fresh blood, pierced straight into the high sky, causing a flash of blood-red light to streak across the clear blue sky, attracting everyone's attention. A look of confusion appeared in Sea Dragon Douluo's eyes. That shouldn't be right. There were no young people under 18 on Sea God Island. Even if there were young spirit masters of the Sea God Island generation, it would be impossible for them to receive the top-tier trials this time. Under his mental force monitoring, there were no outside genius spirit masters on Sea God Island either. Who exactly had received the top-tier trials? The blood-red light descended from the sky, not landing in front of the sacred pillar, but upon Bibi Dong, who was on the Sea God staircase. The black 6-pointed star mark on Bibi Dong's forehead transformed into a blood-red 7-pointed star mark. This sudden turn of events caused Bibi Dong, whose spirit and energy had momentarily relaxed, to be blasted several hundred meters away by the powerful pressure of the Sea God's light, falling into the Ring Sea. When Bibi Dong climbed back from the Ring Sea to the foot of Sea God Mountain, Sea Dragon Douluo, dressed in black, appeared before her at some unknown moment. Although Sea Dragon Douluo succeeded Bo Seixi's position, he still wore black, not red, because the trial the Sea God gave him was a black level trial, and he was a loyal believer of the Sea God. Sea Dragon Douluo said, "Congratulations, Bibi Dong. Your willpower has successfully made Lord Sea God look at you with newfound respect. The difficulty of the black level 6 trial no longer fits your talent. Lord Sea God has upgraded your trial to the top tier 7 trials. Keep working hard, and cherish the trial difficulty Lord Sea God has granted you." After speaking, sea dragon Douluo turned into a black cloud and returned to the sea god hall. Bibi Dong's face was filled with wild joy. This was her talent. Even though her talent had been largely wasted and her first spirit had been crippled, she could still make a god look at her with newfound respect. Ha ha ha, Qian Xunji, do you regret it? Chapter 187, Qian Renchuan, Tianyu, heading to Shrek Academy. 2.5 years later. At the entrance of Spirit City, early in the morning, a man and a woman walked out. The man was dressed lavishly, appearing 13 or 14 years old, over 1.8 meters tall, wearing a simple training outfit. His figure was well proportioned, tall and slender, with long white hair cascading behind him, neatly combed. He exuded handsomeness, freedom, and elegance. The girl was also extraordinary. She looked slightly younger than the boy, but in reality, she was a few years older than him. The girl was nearly 1.7 meters tall, with skin as white as snow and a well-proportioned figure, neither overly plump nor too petite. Her golden hair fell casually behind her, and she also wore a training outfit, though hers was more ornate with many decorative patterns. What was most striking was the girl's face. It truly looked a bit too tender, like a 6-year-old girl who had just undergone spirit awakening. Such girls are given an alternative name by spirit masters, wealthy merchants, and nobles with higher cognitive awareness, lowly. These two were Qian Renchuan and Tianyu. Qian Renchuan's cultivation had reached level 50, and Tianyu's cultivation had also reached the peak of level 49. She should be able to break through to level 50 soon. Qian Xunji asked Qian Renchuan and Tianyu to go to Sunset Forest, to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well, for the second awakening of their blue-silver grass, transforming their spirit into Blue-Silver Emperor, and obtaining the Blue-Silver Emperor's innate spirit ring. This was considered a small trial. Uncle Qian is really something. Why do we have to go to that Balak Kingdom, Soto City, first? Tianyu was slightly displeased. Detouring from Spirit City to Balak Kingdom's Soto City would significantly increase the journey to Sunset Forest. Qian Renchuan smiled. Uaa, Dad must have his reasons. Perhaps there's something we need to handle in Soto City. Tianyu's face hardened, and she narrowed her eyes slightly at Qian Renchuan, saying in an unkind tone, Xiaochuan, what did you just call me? Sister Yu, Sister Yu. Qian Renchuan chuckled apologetically. As his strength had completely surpassed Tianyu's, his rebellious spirit was gradually becoming uncontrollable. He often pretended to slip up, calling Tianyu, Xiao Yu, or Uaa. Furthermore, since the age of 6, when Tianyu followed Gold Crocodile Douluo for body refining, 6 years had passed, and their relationship had long surpassed friendship, nearing that of lovers. During their time body refining with Gold Crocodile Douluo, some indescribable zero-distance encounters also occurred. Even though their relationship was an open secret, Qian Renchuan didn't know why Tianyu always maintained the image of a dignified elder sister in public. Only when they were alone would she reveal her true self. Perhaps this was the so-called Tsunere nature of an honorary older sister. Balak Kingdom, Soto City, Shrek Academy. Boss Dai, are you going to look for that pair of sisters again? Shrek Academy is about to start, and Zuching will be coming to Shrek Academy soon. If Zuching is a rebirth, and she finds out you're messing around in Soto City again, wouldn't she explode? The speaker was Oscar, who had returned from rebirth. Oscar complained as he watched Dai Mubai, looking somewhat impatient, walk towards the Shrek Academy entrance. Dai Mubai recalled Zhu Zuching's cold face, a hint of fear appearing on his own. He chuckled dryly, I'll settle down after this one. Besides, compared to last time, I've been extremely virtuous, okay. In my previous life, I had 3 dates a day, this life, at most 2. Little Ao, you really have to keep this a secret for me, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Dai Mubai was already 15 years old. Like in his previous life, he fled Star Luo City and the Star Luo royal family overnight, rushing to Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai knew very well that he and Dai Wisi were several years apart in age. Even with his rebirth and previous cultivation experience, and a more excellent innate talent than Dai Wisi, he could only close the age gap in cultivation by diligently cultivating. However, the struggle for the crown prince position in the Star Luo royal family was brutal. In the Star Luo imperial palace, he simply didn't have enough time to cultivate and catch up to Dai Wuxi. Once Dai Wuxi felt threatened, he would do everything possible to have him killed. In his previous life, he managed to overtake others after returning to the Star Luo Imperial Palace from the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament, relying on the extraordinary cultivation speed brought by consuming the immortal herb, ethereal chrysanthemum. In the tournament, his and Zhu Zuqing's hell-white tiger broke out of its cocoon and grew wings, fearless against Dai Wuxi and Zhu Zuyan's hell-white tiger. In this life, these things hadn't been gathered yet, so how could he dare to stay in the Star Luo Imperial Palace to develop? Thus, just like in his previous life, at the same time, in the dead of night, he secretly ran away from the Star Luo Imperial Palace. A year later, he met Oscar, who was 12 years old and had come to Shrek Academy to enroll, and the two recognized each other. Compared to his previous life, Dai Mubai had indeed improved a lot and cultivated more diligently. In his previous life, over 3 years, he had 3 dates a day, achieving the accomplishment of Thousand-Man Slayer in just 3 short years. In this life, before leaving the Star Luo Imperial Palace, Dai Mubai left a letter for Zhu Zuqing. After arriving in Soto City, he remained virtuous for a period, but as his body gradually developed and he was consumed by desire, with Zhu Zuqing not by his side, his precious little tadpoles were wasted every night. Dai Mubai's initial motto was not to let the little tadpoles go to waste, so he embarked on a journey of seduction. As a result, he slowly began to lose control again, though not as wildly as in his previous life. One reason was his love for Zhu Zuqing. One day in the God realm was a year on Earth, and they had been married for over 40 years, sharing marital affection. The second reason was that Dai Mubai had already explored Soto City in his previous life. In this life, he excluded women who looked good on the outside but were already riddled with flaws on the inside, similar to Golan Kun Kun. Having been with a top-tier beauty like Zhu Zuqing for decades, and having explored every inch of her, Dai Mubai's tastes had greatly improved. Therefore, in his previous life, Dai Mubai was level 37 at this time, but in this life, he was level 38. Oscar, on the other hand, had been diligently cultivating, focused only on Ningrongrong, no longer flitting through flowers without a single petal sticking. However, the problem of slow food system cultivation speed could not be solved without consuming immortal herbs. No matter how hard he cultivated, he only broke through to level 30 a year ago. For Tang San's 8 spider lances, he still hadn't obtained a spirit ring and broke through to spirit elder. Oscar saw Dai Mubai's dangerous smile and quickly said, "Got it, got it." Oscar's smile froze, and he muttered, "Boss Dai, by my calculations, Fatty is also 12 years old and has reached the age to enroll in Shrek Academy. I don't know what happened in this world, but in this life, Fatty wasn't taken in as a disciple by Dean Flender. I just don't know if Fatty has undergone rebirth, or if he will come to Shrek Academy." Chapter 188, Tang San's Retreat Danger. I don't know, I hope Fatty has rebirth, but because of some things, he missed Dean Flender. Dai Mubai's voice first sank, then he joked, "If Fatty hadn't undergone rebirth and hadn't come to our Shrek Academy, which academy do you think could tolerate such a grass chicken like him? All right, enough talk, time is almost up, I'm leaving first." Dai Mubai left Shrek Academy and arrived at the Rose Hotel, in that familiar room. As soon as he opened the door, the twin sisters enthusiastically rushed into Dai Mubai's arms, moving up and down, quickly getting to the point. "You two, here are 2,000 gold coins. From today onwards, we have no more relationship." A few hours later, Dai Mubai calmly looked at the exhausted twin sisters in front of him and took out a gold coin card. "Young Master Dai, don't you want us anymore?" "Young Master Dai, I only want to serve you for all my lives." The exhausted twin sisters immediately got up and threw themselves into Dai Mubai's arms, one on each side, saying. In reality, they weren't reluctant to leave Dai Mubai, young Master Dai of Soto City. His reputation as a playboy had long spread, and the number of women he had been with was countless. They simply felt that the benefits they received were not enough. A man like Dai Mubai, rich, wealthy, and extremely fierce, would be hard for them to find another. As an old hand in romance, Dai Mubai saw through their thoughts at a glance and snorted, "What are you pretending for? I'm willing to give you gold coins because you're good in bed. If you haggle any more, you won't get a single cent." Upon hearing this, the two sisters obediently took the gold coin card. Although they had some looks, they knew that a genius spirit master and playboy like Dai Mubai would not be interested in ordinary women like them, who weren't even spirit masters. He was just playing around. However, they were also willing in their hearts. They laughed at poverty, not prostitution. Sleeping with a handsome, wealthy, strong, and noble spirit master like Dai Mubai was something many people dreamed of. They could both gain substantial wealth and enjoy themselves. If there was even a shred of hope, they would rather be Dai Mubai's 100th concubine in the future than marry a poor man. Also, spray these things evenly throughout the hotel room, don't miss any spot. Then we'll be completely unrelated. The twin sisters looked at the item in Dai Mubai's hand. As old hands in romance themselves, they recognized it at a glance. It was an aphrodisiac, volatile in nature. "Little San, thank Big Brother for his gift. It's too wasteful not to enjoy a place like the Rose Hotel." A mischievous smile appeared on Dai Mubai's lips. If Tang San and Xiaowu hadn't undergone rebirth, then he would help his brother, Tang San, this big block of wood, to get laid early. Anyway, Xiaowu had already fallen for Tang San by this time, but because Tang San was a big block of wood, he just didn't realize it. He would add a huge spark to their relationship. If Tang San returned after rebirth, then this would just be Big Brother adding a little fun and passion to his married life. Soto City. It was just past noon, and the scorching sun was like fire. 3 young people walked through the west gate of Soto City. They all looked to be only in their teens, carrying no luggage, and appeared to be 1 male and 2 females. The boy looked the oldest, with a slender build, dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit. His appearance was very ordinary, his facial expression was minimal, and his facial muscles seemed a bit stiff. If the boy looked ordinary and common, then the 2 girls beside him did not look so ordinary. The one on the left had silky smooth black long hair neatly styled into a scorpion braid, which still reached past her calves even in a braid. She wore a pink top that tightly wrapped her developing figure, and her slender, impossibly tiny waist made countless women envious. Her curved eyebrows were naturally shaped, and a pair of watery big eyes, paired with a slightly round, rosy little face, not only made her beautiful but also gave her a delicate and charming feeling. The word, cute, seemed tailor-made for her. The other girl's face looked very moving, with a pair of clear and bright purple eyes, delicate features, fair skin, and purple-brown hair tied into a simple ponytail behind her back. Just looking at this girl's face, she was definitely an unforgettable beauty, but her figure made people feel a bit strange. Her broad shoulders, like a man's, paired with a waist as wide as her shoulders, did not look like a woman's figure no matter how one looked at it, forming a stark contrast with the scorpion-tailed girl beside her. The girl's chest development appeared much better than the scorpion-tailed girl's, but because of her broad shoulders, it wasn't as obvious. Her perky buttocks, hidden by her wide waist, also lost much of their appeal. These 3 were Yu Tianzhao, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, disguised as a woman. Feeling the strange gazes around him, Tang San's fists beneath his sleeves unconsciously clenched. He muttered to himself, 2 more years, and my undercover plan will be completely over. Then I will let mother know what kind of useless trash Yu Xiaoging truly is. More than 3 years ago, Bibi Dong suddenly visited Nuoding Elementary Academy to help Tang San obtain the 2nd spirit ring for his clear sky hammer, personally taking him to the soul-hunting forest. On the carriage to the soul-hunting forest, Bibi Dong's gaze towards Tang San was indeed much gentler. It was unclear if this was due to Tang San being disguised as a woman, or because Tang San had acknowledged Yu Xiaoging as his teacher, benefiting from Yu Xiaoging's influence and favoritism. Tang San believed it must be Yu Xiaoging's influence and favoritism. After all, Bibi Dong loved Yu Xiaoging so much. In his previous life, Bibi Dong had given him and Shrek Academy a lot of leeway out of consideration for Yu Xiaoging's face. Besides helping him acquire the second spirit ring for his clear sky hammer spirit, Bibi Dong also taught him numerous cultivation and usage techniques for the Death Spider Emperor spirit. This made Tang San feel a deep motherly love, the greatness of maternal love, and he resolved to continue disguising himself as a woman, going undercover by Yu Shaoging's side. During the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament, he would expose Yu Shaoging's utterly ridiculous theoretical knowledge to the world. Although Tang San already knew about Bibi Dong secretly escaping from the Clear Sky sect, his resolve to go undercover remained unchanged, even growing stronger. He knew Bibi Dong must be somewhere on the continent. The Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament was a grand event in the Spirit Master's world. Only at such a grand event, by exposing Yu Shaoging's ridiculous theories to the world, could the message reach Bibi Dong's ears. Rose Hotel, Tianzhou, Little San, let's stay here. Xiao Wu pointed. Tang San looked up at the familiar three-story hotel, feeling a surge of apprehension. If he met Dai Mubai at the hotel, and Dai Mubai saw him disguised as a woman, how would Dai Mubai mock him after they recognized each other? Chapter 189, Dai Mubai pits Tang San into a miserable situation. Tang San's cultivation had reached level 32 years ago, but he had not gone to obtain a spirit ring. He wanted to wait until he arrived at Shrek Academy, go to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt that man-faced demon spider, and obtain his 8 spider lances. The 8 spider lances later evolved all the way into the Sea God 8 wings, greatly enhancing his aerial combat capabilities. In the sky, he could beat Qian Runshui, and the Sea God 8 wings deserved a lot of the credit. Later, the Sea God 8 wings even evolved into a super divine artifact. Every super divine artifact is in existence at the level of a pillar of the God realm. Regarding the delay in obtaining a spirit ring to break through, Tang San's explanation to Yu Shaoging was that he wanted to verify the 6th of the 10 core competencies of martial spirits, the spirit ring bottleneck. When a spirit master's cultivation reaches a bottleneck, even if they have not obtained a spirit ring, it will not affect the increase in spirit power, it just means they cannot advance to the next level to gain new improvements. Once a spirit ring is obtained, the results of the cultivation can be manifested very quickly. As a rebirth person, Yu Shaoging, like Yu Tianzhou, had guessed that Tang Dong was highly likely to be a gender-swapped Tang San, given the unique techniques displayed when Tang Dong sparred with Yu Tianzhou and Xiao Wu, as well as the ghost shadow perplexing track footwork. With the added weight of his teacher-disciple bond with Tang San from his past life, and the high probability that the gender-swapped Tang San was another daughter-in-law of his besides Xiao Wu, he was quite concerned about the gender-swapped Tang San. Yu Shaoging stated that his theory was absolutely correct. The disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had already proven it, so there was no need for Tang San to corroborate it, just obtaining a spirit ring would suffice. As for that external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, Yu Shaoging mainly wanted Yu Tianzhou to absorb it. An external spirit bone could be stripped off before it completely fused with the body. As long as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect arranged for a spirit ancestor to kill the 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider and then strip off the obtained 8 spider lances, it could be given to Yu Tianzhou. Dog eat dog in the Spirit Master's world is a common occurrence. There is no need to feel any guilt, otherwise, 10,000-year spirit bones would not have another nickname, Blood River Treasure. However, due to Tang San's repeated persuasion and Yu Tianzhou's persuasion, the Nodding Academy principal only had the strength of a spirit ancestor, so while hunting 100-year spirit beasts was fine, hunting 1,000-year spirit beasts was truly difficult. Tang San's 3rd spirit ring was finally delayed. Yu Tianzhou's cultivation had reached level 39 Spirit Elder, while Xiao Wu's cultivation had reached level 34 Spirit Elder, and this was even with Xiao Wu being a bit playful and slack. A 100,000-year transformed spirit beast has the assistance of a spirit beast inner core. When cultivating at full speed, for the first 70 levels, the cultivation speed is enough to be on par with, or even surpass, a genius with innate full spirit power of level 20. In the original story, Xiao Wu went to Shrek Academy at level 29 peak. She was following Tang San's cultivation speed. Tang San would break through one level, and she would immediately follow suit. This time, she was following Yu Tianzhao, demonstrating more of the excellent cultivation speed of a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast, reaching level 34. Tang San was inwardly annoyed at being left behind by Xiao Wu, but he had no choice. He could not just give up the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, right? The man-faced demon spider's spirit ring was also a high-quality item, and its age was even higher than the 3rd spirit ring a normal spirit master would absorb. Walking into the Rose Hotel, the first impression was a pungent scent of roses. The heart-refreshing fragrance carried a hint of ambiguity, making one feel physically and mentally comfortable. The hotel's interior decoration only had 3 colors: white, silver, and rose red. The warm, unique, and elegant environment easily gave people a good impression. Yu Tianzhao walked to the front desk. "Please open 2 rooms for us." The waiter behind the counter hurriedly stood up, looked at Yu Tianzhao, then at Xiao Wu, and then at Tang San, with a hint of envy in his eyes. A threesome at the Rose Hotel was the most common thing. "Sir, are you really sure you want to open 2 rooms?" "Yes, one for me, one for my 2 younger sisters." "Is there something wrong with that?" A hint of ambiguity appeared in the waiter's eyes. "I'm sorry, we only have 1 room left here." 1 room. Yu Tianzhao's heart rippled slightly, but he still feigned seriousness and frowned. Since Tang San and Xiao Wu had grown up, it had been a long time since he had slept in the same bed with them. The waiter emphasized, "Yes, there is only 1. But don't worry, our rooms are all very large, with complete facilities, more than enough for 3 people." As he spoke, the waiter also gave Yu Tianzhao a look that could only be understood and not spoken of. Tang San's face was cold. Looking at the waiter, his eyes narrowed slightly, marking this waiter with the way of death. Having returned from rebirth, he would never not understand the meaning in this waiter's eyes. Xiao Wu said bluntly, "Then 1 room will do. When we were in Notting, didn't we always stay in the same dormitory? What's the problem with this? We can even save some money to buy pretty clothes." Tang San wanted to change to another hotel, but he could not resist Xiao Wu, so there was no way but to agree. He could not just watch Yu Tianzhao and Xiao Wu sleep in the same bed. Xiao Wu might be taken advantage of. As a generation of God King and a rebirth person, he had long realized that this guy, Yu Tianzhao, although pretending to be a gentleman, actually had ulterior motives towards Xiao Wu, and even towards him. Truly, he had the way of death. At this moment, Tang San just wanted Dai Mubai to appear quickly. He hoped that Dai Mubai was a rebirth person, so he could recognize him. Being discovered by Dai Mubai while cross-dressing as a woman and being ridiculed would be a grievance, but it would be nothing. Anyway, his undercover plan still had 2 years left. Arriving at Shrek Academy, he would have been known by Dai Mubai long ago, but unfortunately, Dai Mubai did not appear. Arriving at the top floor of the Rose Hotel, the familiar room reserved by Dai Mubai. The room was very large. The living room alone had an area of over 50 square meters. In the hall, all the furniture was silver, carved with exquisite patterns. On the bright red carpet, it was covered with embossed red rose patterns. In the center of the hall, a huge red peach heart was piled up with a large number of roses. The entire heart had an area of nearly 2 square meters, which would require at least thousands of roses to complete. A delicate ribbon was hung on it, with a line of words written on it: 1001, you are my only one. Elegant vases were placed everywhere in the room, with bright red roses inserted in them. The rich rose fragrance filled every corner of the room, and the charming atmosphere was dizzying. The rose fragrance also contained a strange perfume smell. This perfume was arranged by Dai Mubai, letting the twin sisters spray the aphrodisiac on the walls. The twin sisters naturally dared not disobey Dai Mubai. They took the money and did nothing. After all, Dai Mubai was a genius spirit master and a playboy young master. How could socialites like them, who ate by their youth and still needed to stay in Soto City, disobey such a young master who was famous throughout Soto City? Tang San, who was proficient in toxins, did not smell that the fragrance was poisonous, because the aphrodisiac was non-toxic. Chapter 190, Entering Xiao Wu's Husband, See God Twitching. Shrek Academy. Wrong. After arriving in Soto City, Ning Rongrong went to Shrek Academy immediately, preparing to reunite with her brothers and sisters. Seeing her wearing an elegant blue dress, her long chestnut hair draped behind her, her skin so delicate it seemed breakable, like a flawless gemstone, and her stunningly beautiful face, just like a princess from a fairy tale, Oscar, who had missed his wife and lover every moment of every day, immediately shouted, "Little Ao, boss Dai." Hearing the call and confirming that Oscar and Dai Mubai had also experienced rebirth, Ning Rongrong ran over excitedly and threw herself into Oscar's arms. The two embraced tightly, as if they wanted to knead each other into their own bodies. A moment later, the two separated, and Oscar said, "Rongrong, I didn't expect you to have experienced rebirth too. I wonder how little San and Zuching are doing." Ning Rongrong smiled and said, "Third brother has also experienced rebirth. When the Clear Sky sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had a gathering, I met with third brother. I think third brother and Xiao Wu will be coming to Shrek Academy before long." The Clear Sky sect had not retreated from the world, and Qian Xunji was still alive. Oscar had received information from Dai Mubai, and they unanimously agreed that the dungeon of this lifetime was as simple as it could possibly be. Since that despicable and wretched rapist Qian Xunji was still alive, didn't that mean Bibi Dong wouldn't be able to grow up? With Spirit Hall left with only one god, and relying on that mere Qian Runshui who was completely no match for Tang San, Spirit Hall was nothing. The 3 battles at Jolling Pass could be easily steamrolled. Dai Mubai smiled and said, "Little San won't be able to come to Shrek Academy for a while." Ning Rongrong asked, "Ah, Boss Dai, why?" A lewd smile appeared at the corner of Dai Mubai's mouth, "Because Little San is currently enjoying himself, engaging in the great physiological problem of reproducing life and continuing life with Xiao Wu. Boss Dai, you are too bad." Upon learning of Dai Mubai's arrangements, Ning Rongrong teased him, then looked at Oscar with her charming, beautiful eyes. She also wanted to enjoy the happiness of being full again. Oscar rubbed Ning Rongrong's head and said softly, "Rongrong, I know the rules of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. We can't do it yet. Wait until I obtain my 6th spirit ring like in my past life. I am still just a food system spirit master right now. If Uncle Ning, Grandpa Sword, and Grandpa Bone found out I did that kind of thing to you, they would peel my skin off." Ning Rongrong said, "It's okay, little Ao. Dad has also returned from rebirth. He knows about our situation, and he was the one who urged me to come to Shrek Academy." Howl. Hearing this, Oscar immediately let out a wolf howl, picked up Ning Rongrong, left Shrek Academy, and headed towards Soto City, preparing to find a hotel. Tonight, there would be no sleep. Rose Hotel. As the aphrodisiac water was continuously inhaled into their noses, the bodies of Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Yu Tianzhao kept heating up. Tang San noticed something was wrong and frowned slightly, while both Xiao Wu and Yu Tianzhao became infatuated and confused. Xiao Wu was the first to lose control, and in the eyes of the furious Tang San, she threw herself into Yu Tianzhao's arms, saying, "Brother Zhao, I like you. I have liked you for a long time." Yu Tianzhao felt Xiao Wu's warm, fragrant, and jade-like delicate body, and looked at her naturally rosy face, flushed with red, like a fresh and juicy red apple that made one unable to resist wanting to take a bite. The dragon nature is inherently lustful, and under the influence of the aphrodisiac perfume, his body, already boiling with bestial blood, felt like it was about to explode, and he hugged Xiao Wu tightly. "Brother Zhao, you are pressing against me. Help me comb my hair, okay?" Xiao Wu had not yet been completely dominated by lust, but she was close. She still remembered what Ru had said, to find a trusted person, the first step is to let them comb your hair. Xiao Wu. Tang San's eyes were bloodshot, he was panting like an ox, and in a fit of rage, he let out a masculine voice, pulling Xiao Wu out of Yu Tianzhao's arms, saying, "This is a trap, Xiao Wu. There is an aphrodisiac in this fragrance, let's leave this room immediately." An aphrodisiac. Xiao Wu blinked her eyes, her expression like she was drunk, and she shook off Tang San's arm, saying, "So what if it's an aphrodisiac? I like Brother Zhao. I want to be with Brother Zhao today. If you want to go out, little San, go out yourself." Having said that, Xiaowu threw herself into Yu Tianzhao's arms again, like an octopus, wrapping her arms around Yu Tianzhao's neck, raising her head, the last bit of reason gradually slipping away, and she didn't even mention combing her hair anymore. Seeing this scene, with the excellent vision brought by the microscopic realm of the purple demon eye, observing the head-raised Xiaowu and her dark pink safety pants, Tang San's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, his face was hideous and twisted, and monstrous murderous intent rose in his heart. When Yu Tianzhao heard Tang San mention the aphrodisiac, he, who was originally infatuated, had been a bit vigilant, wondering who was plotting against him. But under Xiao Wu's kiss, his vigilance was completely let go. How was this a plot? This was clearly a reward for himself. If this is a plot, then let the plot continue. Ah! Seeing the affectionate Xiao Wu and Yu Tianzhao, Tang San let out a wail, wanting to pull out his clear sky hammer and smash Yu Tianzhao to death with one blow, but he was worried about hurting Xiao Wu. He stepped forward to pull at Xiao Wu, but Xiao Wu kicked him away, telling him to get out immediately and not to disturb her and Yu Tianzhao. Seeing his wife, the person he loved most in both his lifetimes, being intimate with another man and throwing herself into another man's arms, Tang San was going crazy. With no other choice, Tang San reached out and struck Xiao Wu on the back of the neck, knocking her unconscious. He held Xiao Wu, separated her from Yu Tianzhao, and kicked Yu Tianzhao away. Tang San held Xiao Wu, wanting to take her and escape from this room, but he suddenly remembered that in this state, if he really took Xiao Wu away from the Rose Hotel, it might be even more dangerous. Who knows how many beasts there were in Soto City, and there were also existences like Bi Yula, Tianya, Lao Yi, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun, who were gluttonous ghosts of lust. If Xiao Wu fell into their hands, not only would she seek death after waking up, but he would also never be able to forgive himself. Thinking of this, Tang San placed Xiao Wu under the large bed in the top-floor suite of the Rose Hotel, which could sleep 5 people. Just after placing Xiao Wu under the large bed, the now mindless Yu Tianzhao, with red eyes and panting like an ox, lunged at Tang San from behind. Tang San was also severely affected by the aphrodisiac perfume and didn't have much reason left. If he were still in a clear-headed state, he could rely on the Tang sect's unique skills and his rich combat experience to contend with Yu Tianzhao, but severely affected by the aphrodisiac, he couldn't display any of these things. His tight outfit was destroyed, revealing the bandages wrapped around his chest, and under the bandages were 2 apples. Not long after, a heart-wrenching roar from Tang San echoed in the room. Xiao Wu slept under the bed, listening to Tang San's roar. Chapter 191, Qian Renchuan, Tian Yu, Dai Mubai. The east gate of Soto City. Qian Renchuan and Tian Yu arrived. As soon as they entered Soto City, they discovered a notice on the bulletin board at the gate, with quite a few boys and girls around 12 or 13 years old standing nearby. Qian Renchuan and Tian Yu had relatively high cultivation. Tian Yu had cultivated the purple demon eye to the peak of the entry micro-realm, while Qian Renchuan, through the use of the immortal herb Wangchuan Chushui Du, had already achieved a breakthrough of the purple demon eye to the Jiezi realm. Both of them had excellent eyesight and could clearly see what was written on the notice from a long distance away. Shrek Academy is recruiting, accepting spirit masters aged 12. Upon graduation, one is guaranteed to obtain the title of Viscount of the Empire, certified by Spirit Hall. Address: walk straight from the south gate of Soto City. Tian Yu said with some confusion, Shrek Academy, what a strange name. Does this academy actually have certification from our Spirit Hall? It seems Father had us come to Soto City just to check out this Shrek Academy. Under the tutelage of Qian Xunji, Qian Renchuan knew that for Spirit Hall to personally provide certification, it meant that this Shrek Academy should be an academy supported by Spirit Hall. Just like the Thunder Academy affiliated with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, graduates from this academy would enter the workforce within Spirit Hall. Qian Xunji had specifically made him and Tian Yu take a detour to the Sunset Forest before heading to Soto City, likely for the sake of this Shrek Academy recommended by Spirit Hall. A further piece of evidence was that he had already turned 12, which was the minimum age to enter a high-level Spirit Master Academy. This academy starts enrollment tomorrow. It's getting a bit dark, let's find a place to eat first. Tianyu nodded. Despite her slim figure, she possessed a top-tier golden-type spirit, the Golden Crocodile King, and her appetite was enormous. She could easily eat the equivalent of 10 grown men. Qian Renchuan and Tianyu wandered around Soto City for a while and soon found a decent hotel. Just as they stepped inside, they heard a sudden, playful voice, "Little sister, you look quite pretty. I've been in Soto City for a few years and have never seen you before. You must have just arrived in Soto City, right?" Qian Renchuan frowned, and Tianyu's brows also furrowed in a way that was hard to detect. A man wearing an expensive white suit walked over. The man was about 1.8 meters tall and didn't look very old. His shoulders were broad, and his handsome features carried a hint of fortitude. A head of long, golden hair hung down his back, reaching nearly to his waist. His hair was not curly but hung straight down. The most eye-catching feature was his eyes. They were eerie, with double pupils in both. Within his deep blue eyes, the gaze was cold, a coldness that originated from the depths of his heart. As his eyes half closed, an evil glint flickered. Being looked at by him felt as if one's body were being sliced by sharp blades. Extremely handsome features paired with such eyes, a man like this would become the focus of attention wherever he went. This was none other than Dai Mubai, who couldn't restrain himself and had snuck out of Shrek Academy. Seeing Oscar and Ning Rongrong preparing to get intimate, Dai Mubai couldn't bear to stay alone in Shrek Academy. So, he decided to have one last fling in this life. After finishing this time, once he met Zhu Zuqing tomorrow, he would completely clean up his act and remain pure. Anyway, in his past life, when he defeated Yu Tianqin, Zhu Zuqing had said that a man being romantic wasn't a mistake. As long as he wasn't lewd, it wasn't a big problem. In this life, he could just spend a bit more effort to sweet-talk her and win her over, right? The result was something Dai Mubai never expected. He actually ran into Tianyu, a loli who was top-tier beyond compare. With his rich experience with women, having played with all sorts of lawless, young maidens, mature women, and married women in Soto City, he could be certain that in terms of lawless, Tianyu's beauty was enough to rival Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. If it weren't for the fact that Zhu Zuqing would be arriving at Shrek Academy tomorrow, he would have played with such a top-tier lowly beauty for at least a year before switching to someone else. Dai Mubai stepped out, not putting Qian Renchuan in his eyes at all. His cold expression suddenly turned gentle. "I'm very familiar with Soto City. Little sister, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me, okay?" Dai Mubai brought out his usual flirting experience. First, displaying his cold, aloof male god persona, then transitioning into a warm guy, followed by showing off his wealth and strong physique, and finally, having them completely dominated by his little Mubai. In the 3 years in Soto City, no woman had ever escaped this routine of his. If it weren't for the fact that Tang San in the original story was exceptionally skilled, he would have wanted to use his old tricks at the Rose Hotel to take down the little lowly Xiao Wu. Tianyu wasn't angry, nor did she slap Dai Mubai away. Instead, she revealed a gentle smile, feigning an innocent appearance. "Big brother, my brother and I just arrived in Soto City. We are hungry now and want to find a small restaurant to eat. Do you know which restaurant has good food and affordable prices? Could you take us there?" Seeing Tianyu's attitude, Qian Renchuan immediately understood that she was preparing to mess with Dai Mubai, so he temporarily restrained his anger. Dai Mubai caught a glimpse of Qian Renchuan's cold expression out of the corner of his eye, but he still didn't pay him any mind. In his view, Qian Renchuan was either this little loli's biological brother or her sworn brother. He, Dai Mubai, the third prince of the Star Luo Empire and future war god of the god realm, playing with your biological sister was your sister's honor. Playing with your sworn sister, you should just wear that green hat well. Being able to receive a green hat from him, Dai Mubai, was also the other party's honor. What need is there for an affordable restaurant? This young master will take you to the most high-end hotel to eat right now. I'll cover all the food and drinks. Dai Mubai patted his chest and reached out to put his arm around Tianyu's shoulder, but Tianyu quietly dodged it. Dai Mubai didn't mind. According to the knowledge he had gained from years of reading women, women were just resources. Resources could not be independent and needed to rely on men. Tianyu hadn't attached herself to him yet simply because the capital he had displayed wasn't strong enough. The most high-end hotel in Soto City. Waiter, order. Dai Mubai slammed the table, appearing magnanimous, and handed the menu to Tianyu, smiling, "Don't be polite, order whatever you want." Tianyu picked up the menu, a faint, imperceptible, playful smile appearing at the corner of her lips. She said, "Egg drop seaweed soup, plain boiled tofu, and scallion stir-fried noodles." Upon hearing these 3 dishes, Dai Mubai's lecherous desires surged. He secretly thought that she was indeed a little girl who hadn't seen much of the world and was likely still a virgin. He would have a great time tonight. "I already said don't be polite with me. Why order such cheap, economical snacks?" "Wrong." Tianyu put away the menu and tossed it aside dashingly, fully displaying the domineering aura of the second sister of Spirit Hall. "Except for those I don't want, serve everything else. The faster, the better." Chapter 192, Dai Mubai becomes half a man. Ah! Dai Mubai's pupils dilated. He was not currently in the Star Luo Imperial Palace, and the allowance his family gave him was limited. Even in a third-tier small city like Soto City, ordering so many dishes at a top-tier restaurant was a massive financial hemorrhage for him. Not long ago, he had cut off all relations with the women in Soto City, spending quite a few gold coins, so he was currently a bit strapped for cash. Ordering so many dishes, can you even finish them? Tianyu smiled playfully, "Didn't you say to order whatever I wanted and not to be polite with you?" Dai Mubai's face sank slightly. Seeing that Tianyu no longer looked like the naive little girl she had appeared to be earlier, how could he not know that he had been played by her? However, he wasn't worried. He was a level 38 spirit elder, a monster from Shrek Academy. These 2 people weren't very old, so how could they be his opponents? Did they really think everyone was Tang San? In his previous life, he hadn't seen these 2 people during the Shrek Academy enrollment or the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament. He figured they were just slightly talented, got weeded out by the initial trials of Shrek Academy, and were just 2 conceited trash spirit grandmasters. Golden lobster, bird's nest stewed with ginseng and snow pigeon, pork belly, and so on, all the best dishes made from wild beast-type animals were brought out. At the next level up of top-tier restaurants, they would likely be able to provide spirit beast meat. Qian Renchuan's appetite wasn't as large as Tianyu's, but after practicing body refining with gold crocodile Douluo for a long time, his appetite was far beyond that of an ordinary person. The 2 of them swept through the food like a storm. Their teeth were excellent, they swallowed the food they ate without needing to chew much, and they wouldn't choke at all. Dai Mubai and everyone in the restaurant, including the waiters, watched blankly as the empty plates kept piling up. Not long after, the lavish meal that had filled the table was gone. "Waiter, bill, he's paying." "Thank you, esteemed guest. That comes to 17,500 gold coins and 35 silver coins. We've waived the 35 silver coins for you. Please pay 17,500 gold coins." 17,500. Dai Mubai jumped up from his chair in shock. This price made him feel like vomiting blood. It was enough to cover his expenses for playing with women in Soto City for a year. Some people's one meal is another person's lifetime. This really wasn't just talk. "Xiaochuan, let's go." Tianyu stretched and prepared to find a place to rest. Dai Mubai said coldly, returning to that expression where his gaze seemed capable of tearing people apart, "Stop right there. You ate so many of my gold coins, and you're just going to walk away. That doesn't seem quite right, does it? What do you want?" Qian Renchuan said indifferently. Since the meal was finished, there was no need to keep acting with this blonde idiot. Dai Mubai said in an unquestionable tone, "Let your sister accompany me for the night, otherwise don't think about walking out of here unscathed. I've always disliked using force." Qian Renchuan's tone carried killing intent. "I'll give you a piece of advice, kneel down and apologize honestly now. For the sake of this meal, I can let the past be the past. You're courting death." Dai Mubai unleashed a tiger claw strike containing a white fluctuation of spirit power. He was certain that, apart from Tang San who possessed a unique self-created spirit ability, No spirit grandmaster in Soto City could block this move of his. Facing this claw, Qian Renchuan just calmly reached out and caught it firmly. He kicked the table in front of him, which was piled with many empty plates. With a loud bang, the wooden table slammed into Dai Mubai, sending him stumbling back 4 or 5 meters. The wooden table shattered, and the plates on it flew everywhere. The greasy plates landed on Dai Mubai's white suit, instantly smearing it with various patterns of oil stains, making it look extremely disgusting. A waiter brought out a middle-aged man. "Let's talk this over, let's talk it over. Please don't fight." A sharp light flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. "Less nonsense. I'll cover all the losses. You have completely angered me." Although Dai Mubai was arrogant, he wasn't brainless. Furthermore, as someone who had experienced rebirth, after feeling the power behind Qian Renchuan's claw and kick, he became serious. White Tiger, possess. A layer of intense pale white light suddenly erupted from his body, and 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings appeared beneath his feet. Dai Mubai quickly completed the White Tiger spirit possession. The clothes on his upper body, that suit, were directly burst open by his expanding muscles due to the spirit possession. Normally, after having a certain level of control over one's spirit, such clothing bursting incidents wouldn't happen. However, the suit was just too dirty, and Dai Mubai didn't want it anymore, so he let his expanding muscles burst the clothes. Just as Qian Renchuan was about to make a move, Tianyu said, "Shaochuan, let me handle this. Consider it some post-meal exercise." Regarding this external provocation, Qian Renchuan had no intention of disobeying his sister. Giving Tianyu face, his palm, which had been using mysterious jade hand, returned to its natural flesh color. Tianyu stepped forward, her entire body exuding a threatening aura. She looked at Dai Mubai and said indifferently, "A spirit elder, with the optimal spirit ring configuration. No wonder you dare to be arrogant in this small place. The only thing you can play with is your tongue." Dai Mubai sneered twice. Although he felt immense pressure from Tianyu, because he was someone who had experienced rebirth, he still didn't believe that Tianyu could have any real strength. The next second, Dai Mubai's eyes were about to pop out. 3 purple and 1 black spirit rings appeared beneath Tianyu's feet, and a ferocious, majestic crocodile radiating golden light drilled into Tianyu's body. Fine scales wrapped around Tianyu's entire body, her pupils turned into vertical slits, and a 2-meter-long crocodile tail grew out of thin air from her tailbone. On the crocodile tail, there were many barbs and small bamboo shoot-like protrusions. This spirit ring configuration, what is this spirit? Dai Mubai's eyes trembled continuously. His previous arrogant aura vanished without a trace. The oppressive power of a spirit ancestor with a spirit ring configuration far exceeding the standard, along with Tianyu's spirit, seemed to be of a higher quality than his White Tiger spirit. In the Battle of Jialing Pass, Dai Mubai had only seen Gold Crocodile Douluo's Golden Crocodile King spirit twice. The first time, it was hammered by Tang Hao. The second time, it was beaten into uselessness by the Hell White Tiger. It had no decent achievements to speak of and had become a stepping stone for the younger generation. How could Dai Mubai have any deep impression of this spirit? If it were the Seraphim or the Coiling Dragon Rod, he might have recognized them. One was the legacy spirit of Spirit Hall, and the other belonged to a top-tier family with the Coiling Dragon Rod spirit 20,000 years in the future. As for the Golden Crocodile King spirit, it had long since gone extinct on the continent. Tianyu walked slowly toward Dai Mubai, saying with some playfulness, "What's wrong? Didn't you want to make sure I couldn't walk out of here unscathed?" "It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. This meal is on me, no need to pay." Dai Mubai fully displayed his nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, waving his hands repeatedly. "I don't think this is a misunderstanding. Do you think I'm short on this little bit of money?" Tianyu charged out. With every step she took, the entire floor seemed to tremble, and an unparalleled sense of oppression surged toward Dai Mubai. White Tiger Vajra transformation, White Tiger barrier. Dai Mubai immediately used his 2 major augmentation spirit abilities. A pale white spirit power barrier appeared in front of him. His pupils surged with blood-colored light, his muscles bulged exaggeratedly, and black horizontal stripes appeared on his skin. If not for the lack of fur, it would be no different from a tiger's hide. Against Dai Mubai, who was augmented by 2 major spirit abilities, Tianyu didn't use any spirit ability. She simply concentrated her spirit power into her right claw, gathering the golden spirit power within it, and slashed down fiercely from above. Wherever the crocodile claw passed, one could hear the sound of the air tearing. Swish! The white tiger barrier was torn open as if it were made of paper. The crocodile claw landed on Dai Mubai's body, tearing his flesh and sending blood splattering everywhere. Chapter 193, A Humiliating Disgrace, Tang San Must Swallow It. Ah! Dai Mubai let out a miserable, agonizing shriek. The spectators and waiters who had retreated to the back of the arena, especially the more timid ones, covered their eyes with their hands, not daring to look at this horrifying and bloody scene. Tianyu slashed down with her claw. The crocodile tail behind her moved, lashing out and striking Dai Mubai squarely in the chest. Dai Mubai spat out a mouthful of blood, a crisp sound of cracking bones echoed from his chest, and his entire body was sent flying, slamming into the restaurant wall and leaving a Dai Mubai-shaped imprint. Severely injured, Dai Mubai's spirit possession was dispelled. He collapsed limply against the wall, sliding to the ground. From his bare upper body, one could clearly see his sunken chest, as well as 3 gruesome claw marks that ran from his hairline, across the center of his brow, all the way down to his crotch. Fresh blood flowed continuously from the 3 gruesome claw marks, staining Dai Mubai's exposed body and dress pants red. The bleeding was especially alarming at the crotch, quickly soaking a large patch of the fabric. Retracting her spirit, Tianyu clapped her hands and said, "Renchuan, let's go." Qian Renchuan glanced at Dai Mubai's crotch. With the purple demon eye at the Jiezi realm, which possessed X-ray vision, he could see the injury Tianyu had inflicted on Dai Mubai. Little Mubai had been sliced in 2. It wasn't a clean, straight cut into 2 cylinders, but rather a vertical cut that split it in half, with those 2 pieces of flesh still hanging from Dai Mubai's body. With an injury like this, even if his mother, with her healing abilities, could sew the 2 pieces of flesh back together, there was no way to reconnect the nerves. This blonde, dissolute young master, even if his handsome face remained unmarred, was completely ruined from this day forward. Rose Hotel. After an entire afternoon of indulgence, Tang San remained kneeling on the bed, his head pressed against the mattress, his buttocks raised high in a posture that he tried to conceal with a white cloth, covering up the eyesore of a position. A patch in the center of the white cloth was stained red with blood. Tang San's back was a complete mess of torn flesh and swelling. A large patch of the bedsheet behind him was soaked with blood, while the high-quality bedsheet in front of him had been shredded by his own hands. Tang San's expression was ghastly, twisted, and filled with extreme humiliation. He felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. He didn't dare move a muscle, only able to circulate his mysterious heaven-skill internal energy to slowly heal his injuries. There were tear stains on Tang San's face. As a reborn god king, he had endured all sorts of hardships in his past life, absorbing spirit rings beyond his level until his pores bled and his whole body felt like it was going to explode, the 8 spider lances frequently shattering, which was equivalent to his ribs constantly breaking, the excruciating pain of the Sea God 9 trials, having his skin peeled and bones removed, tendons split and bones dislocated, and so on. Tang San had endured them all without shedding a single tear. Yet this time, Tang San shed tears. This showed just how much pain and humiliation Tang San felt he had suffered. Yu Tianzhao, now fully sober, had an incredibly expressive look on his face. His expression shifted constantly, impossible to describe with words. He didn't quite understand. Tang San clearly wasn't gender-swapped, he was clearly still a man, so why did he dress as a woman? No wonder his figure looked so much like a man's. Was he trying to imitate Wang Donger? But honestly speaking, Tang San's flavor was really quite good. Xiao Wu had already regained consciousness. Faced with this extremely shocking scene, even she, with her extensive physiological knowledge, was stunned, her mind going completely blank. When Xiao Wu came to her senses, she first felt a bit of gratitude toward Tang San. If not for Tang San's help in knocking her out and hiding her under the bed, the person lying on the bed now, weak and in excruciating pain, would have been her. Although she liked Yu Tianzhao, she hadn't considered giving herself to him so quickly, and besides, Yu Tianzhao hadn't even combed her hair yet. Following that, Xiao Wu became angry. Because Tang San had been cross-dressing for the past 6 years, they had slept together. The two of them had truly shared a bed, and intimate physical contact was a frequent occurrence. She liked Yu Tianzhao, but she had spent 6 years sleeping and having intimate contact with another man. Her body was no longer clean, her purity was compromised. What if Yu Tianzhao didn't want her in the future? Apart from the person she loved, Xiao Wu, who always held grudges and rarely remembered favors, immediately questioned Tang San angrily. Tang Dong, why did you cross-dress and sleep with me, taking advantage of me? Speak. Xiao Wu. Seeing Xiao Wu angrily questioning him, the person he loved most in both lives, his wife from his past life, instead of caring about his injuries or the humiliation he had suffered, Tang San felt heartbroken to the extreme. His eyes reddened, and he didn't know how to answer Xiao Wu's question. To carry out his undercover plan, he had already endured so much humiliation. He wanted to give up, of course he did, but could he afford to now? He had to go to Shrek Academy to meet his friends and reform the Shrek 7 Devils. Yu Tianzhao was also going to join Shrek Academy, and Xiao Wu hadn't been reborn, she had already fallen in love with Yu Tianzhao. He couldn't let Yu Tianzhao succeed. So no matter what, Tang San could only swallow the humiliation and pain of today. He would wait until the undercover plan was over to take revenge on Yu Shaogang and Yu Tianzhao, and pay back the humiliation of today. The only silver lining for now was that he no longer needed to cross-dress and disguise himself. Xiao Wu, maybe Xiao Dong cross-dressed because his parents wanted to protect him, so they did it for that reason. Yu Tianzhao began to defend Tang San. He didn't think about the possibility of Tang San being a reincarnated person. Up until now, he only knew about the transmigrator qian xunji and wasn't aware that there were reincarnated people on this continent. Xiaodong's large iron hammer spirit, its true name is the Clear Sky Hammer, and it is the legacy spirit of the Clear Sky sect, the third-ranked sect in the world today. The Clear Sky sect was originally the #1 sect in the world, but they had a mortal enemy called Spirit Hall. It was because Spirit Hall continuously suppressed the Clear Sky sect that caused the Clear Sky sect to fall from the #1 sect to the third. I think Xiaodong's parents did this to protect him. They hoped that if Spirit Hall's people discovered Xiaodong's Clear Sky Hammer spirit and his astonishing innate full spirit power talent, they might reduce their killing intent toward him because Xiaodong was a girl, so they wouldn't kill him on the spot. They wanted him to grow up and be noticed by the Clear Sky sect so he could return and acknowledge his ancestors. Isn't that right, Xiaodong? To Yu Tianzhao's explanation, Tang San didn't answer, pretending to be unconscious. Then he couldn't have slept in a separate bed. Why did he have to sleep with me? I think he's just a shameless, lecherous pervert. He did it on purpose to take advantage of me. Xiao Wu fiercely berated Tang San, then looked at Yu Tianzhao nervously. Brother Zhao, you won't think I'm dirty because I slept with Tang San, will you? Chapter 194, The Unique Affection from a Tsunere Sister. Of course not. Those who do not know are not guilty. Yu Tianzhao smiled and rubbed Xiao Wu's head. If it were before, he might have had some misgivings, but after tasting Tang San, this bit of misgiving dissipated. Xiao Wu's kiss and her most important things were still there, though the kiss had been taken by him not long ago. Brother Zhao, you are too kind. Xiao Wu threw herself into Yu Tianzhao's arms. She didn't have many misgivings about Yu Tianzhao losing his innocence, because Yu Tianzhao had been plotted against. It wasn't intentional. It was Tang Dong, not a woman, but a cross-dressing trap. At another very nice hotel, this hotel was not the Rose Hotel. The popularity of the Rose Hotel was such that even at high noon, only one room was left, and that room was specifically reserved by the hotel for that evil-eyed lecherous tiger, Dai Mubai. So, at night, it was even less likely for the Rose Hotel to have any rooms available. Qian Renchuan and Tian Yu had booked 2 single rooms at this hotel. The single rooms were quite nice, covering several dozen square meters, with furniture and bathrooms all provided. The bed was large enough to sleep 3 people. Qian Renchuan was sitting in his room, cultivating the mysterious heaven skill. Not long after, a knock sounded at the door. Opening it, he saw Tianyu. More importantly, Tianyu was wearing a pale yellow nightgown. The pale yellow dress was somewhat thin, the fabric clinging to her skin, revealing the snow-white skin beneath the nightgown and undergarments. Her golden hair was draped behind her, still somewhat damp. "Sister Yu, what are you doing?" Seeing Tianyu come to his room just after showering, Qian Renchuan's breathing became slightly rapid. Tianyu revealed a slightly coquettish expression and said, "Xiaochuan, I might have eaten a bit too much in the restaurant, and after teaching that overestimating, spoiled sick tiger a lesson, my shoulders have become a bit sore. Could you help your sister massage her shoulders?" "Okay." Qian Renchuan secretly swallowed. Knowing Tianyu very well, he guessed that she was trying to pull some tricks to tease him again. Tianyu entered Qian Renchuan's room and sat on a chair, elegantly crossing one leg over the other. She crossed her arms over her chest, covering 3/5 of her well-developed bosom. With her back to Qian Renchuan, her soft, charming voice rang out, "Xiaochuan, hurry up." Qian Renchuan came up behind Tianyu, his heart rate steadily climbing. He reached out and placed his hands on Tianyu's shoulders, applying force with his fingers to knead. The muscles beneath Tianyu's skin, having been modified by the golden crocodile king spirit and through body refining with gold crocodile Douluo, were exceptionally well-toned, requiring some strength to massage. A few minutes later, Tianyu's beautiful eyes closed, and she began to breathe evenly, as if she had fallen asleep because Qian Renchuan's massage was too comfortable. However, Qian Renchuan was certain that Tianyu definitely wasn't asleep. Who could sleep in this position? Even a spirit master, crossing her legs, hugging her knees, and keeping her chin parallel to the ground. Qian Renchuan continued to massage Tianyu, but his fingers began to get a little restless, moving downward at a snail's pace. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. After a minute and a half, Qian Renchuan reached the edge of his destination. The tips of his 5 fingers began to press down slowly, followed by his knuckles and palms, all pressing onto Tianyu's arms, slowly massaging. A minute later, Qian Renchuan's breathing became slightly rapid, and his heart grew even hotter. His fingers prepared to launch an attack beneath Tianyu's arm, slowly sliding into the gap between her arm and her skin. Just as his fingertips were about to reach the halfway point of the peaks, Tianyu's shoulder suddenly trembled violently. The younger brother ultimately couldn't fully rebel against his older sister. Qian Renchuan's fingers, like a frightened rabbit, suddenly withdrew from the gap in Tianyu's arm. Immediately after, Tianyu stood up, stretched, and opened her beautiful eyes, acting as if nothing had happened. She glanced at the time on the side and smiled, saying, "You've been massaging for quite a while. Xiaochuan, we've traveled a long way to get here, and you must be tired too. Let your sister massage you. Come on, lie down." Qian Renchuan obediently lay on the bed. Tianyu took off her shoes, revealing her pink, tender little feet. The 5 toes on her small feet were very round, and the tips were white with a rosy flush, showing that her qi and blood were very vigorous. Tianyu stepped onto Qian Renchuan's back, beginning to tread from the bottom up, calves, thighs, spine, back, stepping and kneading with her feet to help Qian Renchuan relax his muscles. Qian Renchuan lay on the bed, enjoying Tianyu's service, secretly annoyed in his heart. He should have just extended his fingers earlier. Why did he get scared and retreat at the last moment? This was clearly Tianyu teasing him. What else could she do? Another quarter of an hour passed, and Qian Renchuan suddenly noticed that the pressing on his back had stopped. It was replaced by an extremely soft body lying on his back, emitting even breathing sounds. He checked with his mental force. It was Tianyu using his body as a bed, lying on his back to rest. What a tsundere sister. If she wants to do something, she just won't say it, insisting on teasing him instead. Asking for 2 single rooms in front of the hotel receptionist was like this, the massage just now was like this, and now sleeping is also like this. Qian Renchuan felt somewhat helpless, but also felt an itch in his heart. 4 pitch-black 10,000-year spirit rings appeared, and his blue-silver grass spirit was released. Blue-silver grass vines grew from around the large bed, carefully and slowly lifting Tianyu's body without causing her any discomfort. Under Yin's guidance, Qian Renchuan's mastery over every bit of the blue-silver grass's power could be said to be incredibly refined. He didn't need to use his hands, as he could easily use the blue-silver grass vines to hold a cup for tea. He placed Tianyu on the bed and covered her with a quilt. Having been teased like this, Qian Renchuan didn't have much enthusiasm for cultivating. He went into the bathroom, took a shower, changed into pajamas, and then got into bed to share the bed with Tianyu. Just as Qian Renchuan closed his eyes, he suddenly recalled the scene of the massage. The very moment he was about to succeed, it was interrupted by Tianyu. The younger brother ultimately retreated in the face of his older sister's pressure. An inexplicable fire suddenly surged in Qian Renchuan's heart. He opened his eyes. Relying on the purple demon eye at the Jiezi realm, the darkness had absolutely no impact on his vision. He stared at Tianyu's slender back, the fire of rebellion burning fiercely. Suddenly, a good idea arose in Qian Renchuan's mind. He suddenly raised his hands, as if performing an act of sleepwalking, and then pretended that his body was restless while sleeping. He turned over, placed his leg over Tianyu's body, wrapped one arm around her body, and placed his palm precisely where it needed to be. Tianyu opened her eyes abruptly, a trace of shyness and anger appearing in them. Her body gave a jolt, telling Qian Renchuan to behave, but Qian Renchuan didn't make any moves, omitting even breathing sounds, pretending to be asleep. The shyness in Tianyu's eyes completely turned into anger at this moment. This younger brother was trying to revolt. Chapter 195, Teacher Li Yusong, Ma Hongjun is not qualified to join Shrek Academy. Early the next morning, on the rural path leading to Shrek Academy from the south gate of Soto City, Oscar and Ning Rongrong walked along the road hand in hand. Oscar looked refreshed, though there were faint dark circles under his eyes, indicating that after meeting Ning Rongrong yesterday, they had discussed quite a few multi-million-dollar projects. Ning Rongrong's complexion was also radiant with vitality. As a young girl and a young miss of a major family, her aura and demeanor were even more refined than yesterday. Along the way, Ning Rongrong gestured with her thumb and middle finger at Oscar, a look of dissatisfaction appearing on her face. Oscar scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Rongrong, I will definitely redouble my efforts to cultivate and raise my cultivation level as soon as possible. I'll absorb a spirit ring and accelerate my physical development, and then we can have a proper fight." At the entrance of Shrek Academy, just like during every enrollment period, quite a few people had gathered at the village entrance. Most of them were youth similar in age to Ning Rongrong, and the majority were accompanied by their parents. Graduating from Shrek Academy guaranteed a Viscount title from the Empire, and the enrollment notice even had the certification of Spirit Hall, so its credibility was extremely high. A table was placed at the village entrance, and an old man in his 60s sat behind it. Hanging above the wooden arch at the village entrance was a somewhat tattered plaque with 5 simple characters engraved on it, Shrek Academy. In front of these 5 characters was a green icon that looked like the head of a humanoid monster. It was green and rather cute. The old man behind the table also wore a similar green circular badge on his chest. It was the Shrek Academy emblem. Oscar led Ning Rongrong through the crowd and arrived at the table, saying in unison, "Teacher Li Yusong." As Teacher Li Yusong looked up and saw that Oscar was holding hands with a girl who clearly looked like a young miss from a wealthy family, his eyes widened. He secretly thought that Oscar was capable. He didn't make a move often, but when he did, he found such a beautiful one. "Teacher Li Yusong, this is my girlfriend, Ning Rongrong. She comes from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and she is here to join our Shrek Academy." Upon hearing this, Teacher Li Yusong's eyes widened even further, and he asked Ning Rongrong, "Do your family members know that you have come here?" Ning Rongrong nodded and smiled, "My family knows. I want to join Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy welcomes you to join." Teacher Li Yusong did not check Ning Rongrong's pulse. If a direct disciple of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School joined, even if she were just a spirit master, Flender would probably die laughing once he found out. Teacher Li Yusong's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Little Ao, go check on Mubai quickly." "Boss Dai, what happened to him?" "Mubai was beaten and seriously injured by someone. He is currently lying in his room." Flender is out looking for the person who injured Mubai. You should go check on him quickly. Teacher Li Yusong said, suppressing his anger. In this Soto city, it had always been their Shrek Academy bullying others. When had it ever been someone else's turn to bully Shrek? Everyone knew that Shrek was the most protective of its own. Not long after, Yu Tianzhao, Tang San, and Xiao Wu also arrived at the Shrek Academy entrance. Tang San was no longer cross-dressing. With their cultivation levels, there was naturally no issue with them entering Shrek Academy. 6 years ago, when Yu Tianzhao was brought to Shrek Academy by Yu Shaogang, he became acquainted with teacher Li Yusong. Teacher Li Yusong had let Yu Tianzhao stand at the Shrek Academy entrance to take over Dai Mubai's position. Subsequently, Qian Renchuan and Tian Yu also arrived at the Shrek Academy entrance. Both of them looked at the Shrek Academy, which looked like a small village no matter how they looked at it, with disbelief. They couldn't understand why Spirit Hall would help recommend such an academy. Logically speaking, an academy recommended by Spirit Hall should at least be a high-level Spirit Master Academy with complete facilities capable of participating in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament. Most of those high-level Spirit Master Academies were indeed built outside of cities. Being built outside the city was mainly because there was no human destruction outside the city. The heaven and earth spiritual chi was more concentrated, and cultivating by absorbing the external heaven and earth spiritual chi was more efficient. There were also mimetic cultivation grounds built there. The so-called mimetic cultivation grounds referred to places that allowed spirit masters to cultivate their spirit in an environment most suitable for themselves. Although one couldn't say it yielded twice the result with half the effort, it could provide a very good auxiliary effect. For example, forests or places with many plants were suitable for plant system spirits to cultivate, while the atmosphere of a restaurant kitchen was suitable for food system spirits. As for beast spirit masters, depending on their own spirit, being with similar animals would also assist in their cultivation. The specific auxiliary effect was closely related to the spirit master's own spirit. Generally speaking, the stronger the spirit itself and the greater its potential, the more benefits one would receive from cultivating in a mimetic environment. No matter how Qian Renchuan and Tian Yu looked at it, they couldn't see how this academy in a small village, where the heaven and earth spiritual chi couldn't even compare to some small woods in Soto City, and where it was even more impossible to build several mimetic cultivation grounds, could receive a recommendation from Spirit Hall. Whoosh! A burst of scorching spirit power suddenly rose from the front. The person releasing the spirit power was a fatty. He wasn't tall, and although he was chubby, he gave people a feeling of being very sturdy. With short hair, small eyes, and chubby, bulging cheeks, he actually looked quite cute. The funniest thing was the 2 small mustaches on his lips, which seemed to have just grown out after puberty. No matter how one looked at them, they looked like 2 rat whiskers. A purplish-red light surged out from the fatty's body. His short hair suddenly grew longer and gathered toward the center, turning into a mohawk hairstyle. As soon as the purplish-red light penetrated out of his body, it immediately released intense heat. 1 white and 1 yellow spirit ring rose from his feet simultaneously, and long feathers extended from his exposed, sturdy arms. His hands also turned into claws. This little fatty was Ma Hongjun, who had graduated from the Junior Spirit Master Academy and come to Shrek Academy. Not qualified. You can leave. Teacher Li Yusong saw that Ma Hongjun's first spirit ring was white, a 10-year spirit ring, and his cultivation level was only level 24, so he immediately spoke up to refuse Ma Hongjun from joining Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy recruited monsters, and they trained monsters too. A first spirit ring of 10 years, and a second spirit ring that looked to be around 400 or 500 years old. Such a spirit ring configuration was far behind the standard spirit ring configuration for a spirit master. How could he join Shrek Academy? Teacher Li Yusong, please let me join Shrek Academy. It's me, Hongjun. Do you not recognize me anymore? Ma Hongjun fell to his knees with a thud and hugged Teacher Li Yusong's thigh. Being refused entry to Shrek Academy made him feel as if the sky was collapsing. Yu Tianzhao's pupils constricted slightly. Hongjun, Ma Hongjun, what was going on? Shouldn't Ma Hongjun be Flender's disciple and already a student of Shrek Academy? Moreover, why did it seem like Ma Hongjun knew teacher Li Yusong, but teacher Li Yusong didn't recognize him? And why was his first spirit ring white? Chapter 196, Fraudulent Academy. Teacher Li Yusong said, "When did I ever know you? Don't call me so affectionately. Hurry up and leave, don't pester me." Teacher Li Yusong, "If I join Shrek Academy, I will definitely cultivate very hard and become a monster of Shrek Academy. Please, just let me join." Ma Hongjun was on the verge of tears. If he didn't join Shrek Academy, his life would truly be over. He wouldn't be able to cultivate to godhood, much less be with Shangshang. If that were the case, what would be the point of his rebirth? He might as well just die now. Seeing Ma Hongjun so sincere, teacher Li Yusong said with some regret, "Your talent is not bad, but it's a pity that your first spirit ring is only a 10-year spirit ring. Judging by the color, your second spirit is only an ordinary 100-year spirit ring. It is impossible to become a monster. Go to another Spirit Master Academy." Ma Hongjun felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He really couldn't join Shrek Academy and began to sob on the side. Yu Tianzhao's voice rang out, "May I ask, is your name Ma Hongjun?" Ma Hongjun turned his head to see Yu Tianzhao walking up to him, a Shrek Academy student he had never seen in his past life, and asked in confusion, "You know me?" At this moment, a youth with a single 100-year spirit ring was rejected by teacher Li Yusong. The youth's mother couldn't help but ask, "Why? My son was a top student at his elementary academy. Didn't you see that his spirit ring is a 100-year one? Spirit masters with 100-year spirit rings are rare." Teacher Li Yusong said indifferently, "A first spirit ring being 100-year is naturally not bad, but he is just an ordinary person, not even as good as the little fatty from just now." The youth's father frowned and said, "I don't understand what you mean." Teacher Li Yusong stood up from behind the table, somewhat impatiently. He spoke not only to the youth's parents but also to the people queuing up behind too. "Register. When coming to register for our Shrek Academy, you should first understand the rules. Coming here without figuring things out just means wasting your registration fee. It's not too late to regret it now. Do you know the meaning of Shrek in the name Shrek Academy? A Shrek is a type of monster, an extremely strange existence even among spirit beasts. The meaning of our Shrek Academy is Monster Academy. In other words, we only accept monsters here, not ordinary people. If you are over 13 years old, or if your spirit power has not reached level 21 or higher, there is no need to waste your time here." As he spoke, teacher Li Yusong suddenly released an incomparably powerful aura. A long staff with countless fine patterns appeared in his right hand. A total of 6 spirit rings rose from beneath his feet, 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. "That's right." Ma Hongjun immediately echoed loudly. In order to join Shrek Academy, he tried hard to curry favor with teacher Li Yusong and boasted to the villagers behind him, "Shrek Academy only accepts monsters. Do you know who exactly has graduated from Shrek Academy? Since Shrek Academy was founded, in these 20 years, the Academy has admitted a total of 62 students, but only 14 have truly graduated. After leaving the Academy, every one of these 14 people has become a world-renowned figure. The most outstanding one is now the youngest elder in Spirit Hall, with authority second only to the Supreme Pontiff." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire crowd was shocked. Teacher Li Yusong looked at the little fatty, Ma Hongjun, in a daze. He hadn't expected this little fatty to know so much about Shrek Academy. He thought about it and decided to give this little fatty a chance, let him enter Shrek Academy to participate in the assessment. If he passed, he would become a member of Shrek Academy, and if he didn't, then there was nothing to be done. The disdain and contempt in the eyes of the parents and applicants vanished in an instant. A teacher responsible for registration had power above level 60, how strong must the teaching staff of this Shrek Academy be? It was truly worthy of being an academy that could produce an elder of Spirit Hall. However, soon after, most of the parents' faces showed expressions of regret, and they quietly took their children and left. At this moment, a calm voice rang out, "May I ask, who is that youngest elder of Spirit Hall who graduated from Shrek Academy, the one with authority second only to the Supreme Pontiff?" The one who spoke was Qian Renchuan. He finally understood that this fraudulent academy was using Spirit Hall's name to swindle people. His father had sent him here specifically to purge this academy. The parents at the scene who were preparing to leave with their children also stopped in their tracks. The fire of gossip burned fiercely, just like ordinary people chasing celebrities. They wanted to know the name of that titled Douluo. Teacher Li Yusong noticed Qian Renchuan and Tianyu behind the crowd, and anger suddenly surged in his heart. He immediately recognized that it must be these two people who had severely injured Dai Mubai. From the people who had brought Dai Mubai back from the restaurant, he had learned the characteristics of the person who had injured Dai Mubai. One had white hair, and the other had golden-colored hair. These two hair colors were not common at all. If they were inside Soto City, teacher Li Yusong would likely have acted immediately to vent his anger for Dai Mubai. However, seeing Qian Renchuan and Tianyu arrive at the main gate of Shrek Academy, they were likely here to register for Shrek Academy, future members of Shrek Academy. Seeing Tianyu's appearance, and knowing about Dai Mubai's philandering, he suppressed his anger slightly and said, "The name of a titled Douluo, even if I told you, you wouldn't know it, right?" It wasn't that. Teacher Li Yusong didn't want to brag, it was because this information was completely fabricated by Flender to deceive people. If Shrek Academy had truly produced a genius who became a titled Douluo of Spirit Hall, with Spirit Hall's funding, how could Shrek Academy be this destitute? Qian Renchuan sneered, "Shrek Academy's admission age limit is no more than 13. Just now, this fatty said that it has a history of 20 years since its founding. Even if that senior joined Shrek Academy as a student the moment it was founded, their current age would be no more than 33. A 33-year-old titled Douluo, with such extraordinary talent, would have completely rewritten the record for the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. Why is the current record for the youngest titled Douluo on the continent still 46? Could you please explain this, Shrek Academy?" Yu Tianzhao said loudly, "Are you joining Shrek or not? If you aren't, hurry up and leave. How Shrek advertises itself as Shrek Academy's business. Did it force you to join?" Hearing these words from Yu Tianzhao, some of the parents who were ignorant but quick-witted could not help but realize that Shrek Academy was engaging in fraudulent advertising. Very well, you Shrek Academy are actually committing fraud, deceiving us common folk. Fraudulent Academy, return our money. Yu Tianzhao snorted coldly, and 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose from beneath his feet. Surging spirit power created an invisible pressure in the air, and invisible lightning surged. If you didn't do your research and came here specifically to give away money, you can only blame your own stupidity, you can't blame anyone else. Yu Tianzhao said coldly, feeling very disdainful toward these commoners. He didn't think there was anything wrong with Shrek Academy's behavior at all. Can you get a refund for college entrance exam registration? Do schools give refunds if you drop out halfway through your studies? If your scores only allow you to go to a third-rate diploma mill, costing over 100,000 over 4 years, and you are unemployed upon graduation, who can you blame? You can only blame yourself for being useless and not working hard enough. How can you blame the school? Although Shrek Academy is a diploma mill right now, before long, it will take off completely and become the #1 academy and the #1 power on the Douluo continent for the next tens of thousands of years. Chapter 197, Leveling Shrek Academy. Want to leave? You too injured a student of my Shrek Academy, tarnished the reputation of my Shrek Academy, and still want to leave. Teacher Li Yusong's 6 spirit rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, rose beneath his feet. He summoned his dragon-patterned staff spirit again, gripping it in his hand, his lazy gaze becoming extremely sharp as he stared at Qian Renchuan and Tianyu. Knowing the age of the youngest titled Douluo on the continent through these two, Teacher Li Yusong understood that they must have come from some spirit master family. Unlike Dai Mubai and Oscar, who were inexperienced, they likely wouldn't join Shrek Academy once they knew about its fraudulent advertising. Since that was the case, he naturally couldn't let Qian Renchuan and Tianyu, who not only dared to injure a prized student of Shrek Academy but also slandered its reputation, leave so easily. He had to make the Spirit Master family behind them pay compensation to Shrek Academy. They had to apologize to Shrek Academy. If it were in the past, teacher Li Yusong definitely wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. He would have had to investigate the family backgrounds of Qian Renchuan and Tianyu first. But now, Ning Rongrong, the young sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and a direct disciple, as well as Tang Dong, a talented direct disciple of the Clear Sky sect who was wandering outside, were both at Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy had gathered disciples from the upper three sects and had the backing of the upper three sects, so who on the entire continent did Shrek have to fear? Fraudulent advertising, maliciously causing the deaths of young spirit masters in the spirit masters world, and tarnishing the reputation of Spirit Hall. You Shrek Academy are guilty, and you have already brought destruction upon yourselves. 4 pitch-black 10,000-year spirit rings rose beneath Qian Renchuan's feet. He released his blue-silver grass spirit, and several blue-silver grass vines grew around his body. His hands turned jade-colored, radiating a cold aura, and he silently swept them across the blue-silver grass vines. Chi, 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 chi. Dozens of cold rays burst forth from between Qian Renchuan's fingers as he lightly flicked them, shooting toward teacher Li Yusong's shoulders, knees, lower abdomen, eyes, groin, throat, shoulders, knees, and lower abdomen, respectively. None of the locations targeted by these cold rays were the same. Teacher Li Yusong was horrified by Qian Renchuan's spirit ring configuration, 4 pitch-black 10,000-year spirit rings. Seeing the cold rays flying toward him, he immediately released his 4th spirit ability, and the fine patterns on the dragon patterned staff in his hand lit up with an earthy yellow light. Teacher Li Yusong gripped his dragon patterned staff and thrust it straight into the ground, a large amount of earthy yellow spirit power spewing out from the patterns on the staff to form an earthy yellow barrier. Puff, 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 puff. Sounds of blood bursting erupted, and the solemnity on teacher Li Yusong's face turned to dullness. His vision went pitch black as blood sprayed from his eyes, and over a dozen holes appeared on his body. The small blue-silver grass leaves pierced through the entire earthy yellow barrier. Teacher Li Yusong's 1000-year 4th spirit ability didn't block a single blue-silver grass leaf, except for the ones Qian Renchuan aimed at his throat and groin, because the path of those 2 leaves happened to be blocked by teacher Li Yusong's dragon-patterned staff. With the enhancement of 4 10,000-year spirit rings, and especially a top-tier plant-type spirit nourished by Asura divine power, the 99,999-year Blue-Silver King, combined with the technique of Tang's sect hidden weapons, the power of each leaf was comparable to the Tang's sect hidden weapon, Phoenix leads 9 chicks. How could teacher Li Yusong's 1000-year 4th spirit ability spirit power barrier possibly withstand the piercing power of the blue-silver grass leaves? Teacher Li Yusong let go of his dragon-patterned staff, covered his eyes with both hands, and began to scream in pain. Teacher Li Yusong, seeing several blue-silver grass vines stretch out and attack teacher Li Yusong, Yu Tianzhao, having completed his blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul possession with his right arm transformed into a dragon claw, along with Ma Hongjun, prepared to block them. Just as Yu Tianzhao took a few steps, Tian Yu, with 3 purple and 1 black spirit rings circling beneath her feet and the golden crocodile king spirit possessed, blocked his path. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul. To think a disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would believe the propaganda of this lousy academy and join it. It seems the number 1 sect is nothing more than this. Tian Yu looked disdainful, her crocodile claws surging with golden light as she swiped at Yu Tianzhao, while Yu Tianzhao's 1st spirit ring lit up and he retaliated with his thunder dragon claw. The crocodile claws and dragon claws collided, the blue-purple thunder was blasted away, and Yu Tianzhao stepped heavily on the ground and retreated several steps. His shoulders trembled slightly, and a massive sense of numbness surged into his upper body, making him feel as if he couldn't lift his right hand. You are from Spirit Hall. Is your spirit the Golden Crocodile King? Yu Tianzhao guessed that they came from Spirit Hall based on Tian Yu's disdainful tone toward the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Tian Yu's golden crocodile spirit was very likely the spirit of Gold Crocodile Douluo, the 2nd elder of Spirit Hall during the Battle of Jialing Pass. In that case, was his fellow transmigration traveler xunji preparing to make a move on Shrek Academy? Or more likely, had he sent these 2 over to see if there were any Changes in the Shrek Academy of this life. This unreasonable spirit ring configuration and the descendant of gold crocodile Douluo, who had no mention in the original work, were also likely created by Qian Xunji. Tianyu raised an eyebrow and said, "You have some insight, don't you? You are indeed a disciple from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. As a disciple of a renowned righteous sect like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, you are following this lousy academy to defraud ordinary people. Your crime is 1 degree worse." Feeling Tianyu's astonishing pressure, Yu Tianzhao urged his spirit origin, and the blue-purple lightning all over his body slowly turned golden. A more powerful dragon aura emerged from his body. His right arm, which had turned into a dragon claw, reverted to a human arm, and the blue inverted triangle on his forehead also dissipated. A majestic and domineering golden dragon-shaped phantom appeared behind him, and the aura he released instantly doubled. Could this be the golden sacred dragon? Hit him anyway. If the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul was a notch lower than the golden crocodile king, then the golden sacred dragon spirit was comparable to the golden crocodile king, and perhaps even of higher quality. However, Yu Tianzhao was only forcibly urging his golden sacred dragon origin power, and the power of the golden sacred dragon spirit was not fully utilized. Coupled with the gap in spirit rings and cultivation, Yu Tianzhao was beaten up by Tianyu again. Tianyu put her hands together and smashed a dunk onto the top of Yu Tianzhao's head. Yu Tianzhao's eyes bulged, nosebleed sprayed out, and his brains were almost beaten out. "For the sake of your family, I will spare your life." Tianyu slapped Yu Tianzhao's chest again. Yu Tianzhao spat out a large mouthful of blood, his chest caved in, and he flew over 10 meters, slamming heavily onto the ground. On the other side, teacher Li Yusong was entangled by the blue-silver grass vines, swung around a few times in the air by Qian Renchuan, and thrown forcefully toward the main gate of Shrek Academy. Bang! The wooden gate of Shrek Academy was smashed by teacher Li Yusong's body, and the monster sign of Shrek Academy on the gate also fell to the ground. Chapter 198, Shrek 4 Monsters. Tang San's mother in this life is Bibi Dong. The crowd watching the spectacle from behind had originally been stunned and pale at the bloody scene of teacher Li Yusong, whose eyes had been destroyed and who had over a dozen bleeding holes in his body. Upon hearing the loud crash of teacher Li Yusong smashing into the Shrek Academy gate, they came to their senses, and some immediately began to cheer. "Well done, well done. Tear down this scam academy. This scammer cheated us out of our gold coins, they deserve it." Qian Renchuan turned around and took a diamond-shaped token from his spirit tool. The token was made of gold, with an angel pattern on the back and a single character written on the front, Saint. This token was the exclusive token for the Saint and Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall. "Everyone, please calm down. This is my token. I ask that you take it immediately to the Spirit Hall in Soto City. This academy has been using Spirit Hall's name to engage in false advertising, harming young, inexperienced spirit masters in the spirit masters world, and swindling you commoners out of your money. Their crimes are heinous. Spirit Hall will immediately dispatch spirit masters to seal this academy and bring justice to all of you." I'll go. Those parents who had been swindled out of their registration fees by Shrek Academy eagerly raised their hands, hoping Spirit Hall would uphold justice and help them get their fees back. Although Qian Renchuan had defeated teacher Li Yusong, no one knew if there were other teachers at Shrek Academy, so they did not dare to demand their registration fees back, fearing retaliation from Shrek Academy. "I'll go. I run fast and have good endurance." "Then you go." Qian Renchuan handed his token to the commoner who said he ran fast, and after receiving the token, the commoner immediately ran off in the direction of Soto City. Qian Renchuan and Tianyu walked into Shrek Academy. As for Ma Hongjun, he had already been whipped by the blue-silver grass vines until his skin was torn and flesh mangled. He was barely breathing and lay limp on the grass nearby. Qian Renchuan glanced at teacher Li Yusong, who was also barely breathing, and felt very puzzled. He did not quite understand why Spirit Hall would send such heinous people to Slaughter City, giving them a chance to survive, instead of executing them on the spot. Shrek Academy engaged in fraudulent advertising. Looking at their recruitment rules, 12 years old, spirit power at level 21 or higher, and a standard 2 yellow spirit ring configuration, This meant that students entering Shrek Academy needed at least an innate spirit power of level 6. Yet, in 20 years, only 14 had graduated. They had ruined the talent of dozens of spirit masters and swindled many spirit masters and commoners out of their gold coins. These crimes were enough to make all the teachers, the dean, and the vice-dean of Shrek Academy heinous criminals. According to Spirit Hall regulations, they should all be sent to Slaughter City. 20 minutes earlier, inside Shrek Academy, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zuqing gathered in front of Boss Day's dormitory door. Oscar and Ning Rongrong stood in front of the dormitory door, while Zhu Zuqing was inside the dormitory. The injuries Boss Dai had sustained were in the most severe areas, and it was truly inappropriate for the two of them to examine him. Brother San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong had seen the 3-year-old Tang San. Seeing the man with long purple-brown hair, very handsome features, but a slightly strange gait, and the cute young girl with a scorpion braid and rabbit ears walking some distance in front of him, she immediately called out and walked up to them with a smile. Seeing how much Tang San had changed in this life, Oscar was stunned for a moment, then walked up with a smile as well. Seeing Ning Rongrong enthusiastically calling her name, Xiao Wu frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "May I ask who you are? Do we know each other?" Xiao Wu, "It's me, Rongrong, your good sister. Have you forgotten me so quickly after being rebirth?" Ning Rongrong's tone was somewhat dissatisfied. Because she had confirmed that Oscar, Boss Dai, Zhu Zuqing, and Tang San were all those who had experienced rebirth, she naturally assumed that Xiao Wu had also experienced it. Rebirth. Xiao Wu was still completely bewildered. Tang San took the initiative to step forward, placed his hands on the shoulders of Ning Rongrong and Oscar, and whispered in their ears, "Rongrong, little Ao, Xiao Wu is different from us, she has not experienced rebirth." Ning Rongrong asked in confusion, "That's strange. I, little Ao, Brother San, Boss Dai, and Zuqing have all experienced rebirth, so why hasn't Xiao Wu? What are you talking about? And you, little girl, you should be careful. I advise you to stay away from this lecherous, disgusting man." Xiao Wu pointed at Tang San, her face undisguisedly expressing her hostility and disgust toward Tang San. When these words were spoken, Tang San felt extremely bitter inside. Oscar was shocked, and Ning Rongrong said angrily, "Xiao Wu, how can you talk about Brother San like that?" Xiao Wu shouted, "I'm telling you the true face of this lecherous man. This lecherous man cross-dressed as a girl and slept with me to take advantage of me. I only discovered this lecherous man's true colors yesterday." Ning Rongrong and Oscar both stared wide-eyed at Tang San as if they had discovered a new continent. They hadn't expected Tang San to have a cross-dressing fetish. No wonder in his previous life in the God Realm, Tang San kept such long hair, like Bo Saishi, with hair falling to his heels. "Little San, don't worry, I will help you keep your cross-dressing fetish a secret. I won't tell Boss Dai and Zuqing, but if Xiao Wu leaks it herself, then that's none of my or Rongrong's business." Oscar nudged Tang San with his elbow, leaned over, and whispered with a lecherous expression. He hadn't seen Yu Tianzhao and was unaware of the love triangle between Yu Tianzhao, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, nor did he know about Tang San's undercover plan. He only thought that because Xiao Wu had not experienced rebirth, Tang San missed her too much and wanted to get intimate with her, so he cross-dressed to lie with her. "Little Ao, Rongrong, where are Boss Dai and Zuqing?" Tang San smiled bitterly inside again. He needed to discuss with these 4 companions about hiding the news that they had experienced rebirth, as he still had to continue his 2-year undercover plan. Boss Dai got into a fight over jealousy and was severely injured. He's currently lying in the dormitory, and Zuqing is taking care of him. I lied to Zuqing and told her Boss Dai was injured in the fighting arena. Don't let Zuqing know, or Boss Dai will be in big trouble. Tang San shook his head and walked into Dai Mubai's dormitory with Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu did not go in, instead, she prepared to wait for Yu Tianzhao. She was truly disgusted with Tang San to the extreme, and she wasn't familiar with Ning Rongrong and Oscar either. Inside the dormitory, Dai Mubai lay limp on the bed, his face pale and extremely haggard. On a plate on the nearby cabinet lay some sugar beans and Oscar's sausage. Zhu Zuqing sat to the side with a cold expression, constantly chiding Dai Mubai for being a dignified war god who had experienced rebirth, yet with his level 38 spirit elder cultivation, he had been beaten into a severe injury at the fighting arena. It was truly shameful. But everyone could see that Zhu Zuqing had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. The tenderness in her beautiful eyes, which reflected Dai Mubai, could not be hidden at all. In order to maintain his dignity as a man in front of Zhu Zuqing, Dai Mubai not only had Oscar lie to Zhu Zuqing, claiming he was severely injured during fighting in the fighting arena, but he also didn't tell Zhu Zuqing that he was already half a man. Otherwise, if Zhu Zuqing found out that he had been beaten into this state because he was fighting over jealousy, and also learned that he was no longer a real man and could not bring Zhu Zuqing happiness until he became a god and could reshape his body, then Zhu Zuqing would surely use her pair of cat claws to take half his life. After some initial recognition and a brief inquiry about how Dai Mubai's injuries were, Tang San's expression became incomparably serious, and he said, "Boss Dai, little Ao, Rongrong, Zuqing, my mother in this life is Bibi Dong." Chapter 199 Shrek 4 Monsters. Little San, there is no need to pay attention to Bibi Dong. Inside Dai Mubai's dormitory, it was deathly silent. The four people, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuqing, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong, had their eyes widened in shock, their brains buzzing as if they were wondering if they were dreaming. Tang San said, "I am not lying to you. This matter is very complicated. My biological mother in this life is indeed Bibi Dong, which is why my appearance has changed so much." "Little San, what exactly is going on?" Ning Rongrong asked. 9 years ago, at the Upper Three Sects gathering of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Tang San had once asked her who his biological mother was. Later, she had asked Tang San to ask Ning Fengji, and the matter was left at that. She didn't expect him to drop such a super bombshell now. According to my deduction, besides the 6 of us, the older generation who have undergone rebirth in the current Douluo continent includes Qian Xunji, Senior Bo Saishi, a certain elder of Spirit Hall, my mother in this life Bibi Dong, Uncle Ning, Senior Bone Douluo, Yu Shaogang. I am not sure if there are any other people who have undergone rebirth. The Shrek 4 monsters were stunned. Ning Rongrong was slightly better off, but Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuqing, and Oscar were deeply shaken. They had originally thought that since they had returned through rebirth, they would be able to sweep through everything easily, like characters with the Dragon Overlord script. They hadn't expected so many people from the older generation of the Douluo continent to also have undergone rebirth. This meant their lives would now be filled with many uncertainties, and the difficulty of the dungeon was an unknown. In any case, it was certain that it couldn't be the simple version. They didn't want to play a difficult dungeon. For those of them who had achieved ascension and attained eternal life in the God realm, the script was naturally better the simpler. And more exhilarating it was. Bibi Dong initially went to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, wanting to rekindle her old relationship with Yu Shaogang, but Yu Shaogang chose teacher Lu Erlong. Regarding Yu Shaogang, Tang San no longer had any respect in his heart, it was full of reasons to die. But for Lu Erlong, he still felt some respect. Afterwards, Bibi Dong was likely heartbroken and chose to leave the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and came to the Clear Sky sect. It was only after some events that I was born. Of course, Tang San could not detail the process of his birth, because what the Clear Sky sect did to Bibi Dong was 100 times more vicious than the cruelty of that beast Qian Xunji from Spirit Hall. Although Bibi Dong deserved some of it, could he say that? Bibi Dong was his biological mother in this life, while the Clear Sky sect was the sect that gave birth to him, raised him, and gave him infinite love. In this life, he was the young sect master of the Clear Sky sect. Little San, why are you calling Grand Master by his full name now? The meticulous Zhu Zuqing keenly captured that Tang San was actually calling Yu Shaogang by his full name. When mentioning Bibi Dong's name, Tang San's tone still carried respect, but towards Yu Shaogang, there was not a shred of respect, and it even seemed to carry killing intent. Yu Shaogang is unworthy. Tang San spat out these 5 words decisively. Recalling his 6-year undercover life disguised as a woman, and his innocence being lost not long ago at the Rose Hotel, he said with killing intent, Yu Shaogang and Luo Erlong got together and gave birth to a child named Yu Tianzhao. Yu Shaogang actually brought his son to Notting Academy to be a working student, wanting to snatch away my Xiao Wu. Grandmaster is too much. How could Grandmaster do such a thing? The Shrek 4 monsters all angrily denounced Yu Shaogang's actions. They had been with Tang San for nearly 100 years and knew just how deeply Tang San and Xiao Wu loved each other. Xiao Wu had fallen ill from lovesickness and passed away, and Tang San, a dignified God King Supreme, had immediately chosen to commit suicide and scatter his divine sense to find Xiao Wu. The love between the two could not be described in words, and no one could intervene or destroy it. Yu Shaogang is not worthy of being called a theoretical grandmaster at all. He is just a swindler, a person who misleads his students, and a hypocrite who seeks fame. When the time comes, you can just flip through his theoretical books and you will know. In my previous life, because I was ignorant, I was deceived by him. The Shrek 4 monsters had absolute trust in Tang San. Coupled with the fact that Yu Shaogang wanted to use his own son to intercept Xiao Wu and destroy the destined couple of Tang San and Xiao Wu, their impression of Yu Shaogang plummeted. Regarding Tang San's claim that Yu Shaogang was a swindler who misled students, they immediately chose to believe him. Brothers and sisters, I already know what kind of person Yu Shaogang is, but Bibi Dong does not. Bibi Dong still loves Yu Shaogang, so I pretended that I had not undergone rebirth and became Yu Shaogang's disciple again, going undercover by his side. The moment the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament arrives, I will reveal to the world just how ridiculous Yu Shaogang's theories are and shatter the filter of Yu Shaogang in Bibi Dong's heart. Tang San said in a deep voice, "There are still 2 years until the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament. I, Tang San, beg you all, during these 2 years, you must also pretend that you have not undergone rebirth and fool Yu Shaogang." The dormitory was silent for a while. Dai Mubai was the first to speak. "Little San, listen to your big brother. You are wronging yourself so much, surely it is all for Bibi Dong. You are also a person who has undergone rebirth, I think. There is no need for you to acknowledge Bibi Dong as a woman. Bibi Dong is just a crazy woman. She has undergone rebirth, and I reckon she is still a lunatic. Is there any need for you to pay attention to that woman? We are all gods. You also know that after a person dies, they will enter the netherworld, cleanse their soul, and then undergo reincarnation. This means that none of us know how many times our souls have undergone reincarnation. Every time we undergo reincarnation, we have new parents. Are you going to acknowledge them all? We should just acknowledge the parents from our original memories." Oscar also echoed, "That's right, little San. You really don't need to wrong yourself so much for Bibi Dong. Mother Yin is countless times more gentle and kind than Bibi Dong. If it were me, I don't know if I would acknowledge Bibi Dong, but I would definitely not wrong myself so much for her sake." "Stop talking," Tang San interrupted in a deep voice. "My twin spirits in this life are the Clear Sky Hammer and the Death Spider Emperor. The blood of Bibi Dong flows in my body, I cannot do such unfilial things. Bibi Dong is a pitiful person. She was originally an innocent, carefree girl as pure and flawless as Xiao Wu. It was only after being deceived by this hypocritical, shameless, and brazen person Yu Shaogang, and then insulted by that beastly scum Qian Xunji, that she became what she is now. In the final battle at Jialing Pass, I think you all saw how Bibi Dong treated Qian Runshui, using her life to save Qian Runshui. She is just like Yin, the most qualified mother in the world. As long as my undercover plan succeeds, everything will get better." Chapter 200, Qian Renchuan and Tang San, meeting again. "I beg you, just for these 2 years. Once the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament ends, the plan will be completely over." Dai Mubai sighed, "Since little San has decided, as a brother, I must help. Besides, I also miss the days of my youth, that beautiful and frustrating journey of pursuing Zuqing and making her forgive me." When Dai Mubai said this, apart from thinking of Tang San, he also had a bit of selfishness. He wanted to delay letting Zhu Zuqing know that he was no longer a complete man. Oscar also revealed a lewd smile, "Then I'll experience it too, the difficult and tortuous journey of winning Rongrong back." Disgusting. Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong said in unison. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zuqing began to discuss the next plan, when suddenly a crisp and loud sound reached their ears. It was the sound of teacher Li Yusong smashing the Shrek Academy gate. What happened? Let's go take a look. Hearing the loud noise, the Shrek 4 monsters were all confused and walked out of the dormitory. Dai Mubai ate a few of Oscar's sausages and also walked out with a pale face. Who are you two, daring to attack my Shrek Academy? The young teacher in charge of the first 4 rounds of assessments at Shrek Academy looked at the destroyed Shrek Academy gate and the severely injured teacher Li Yusong, and immediately shouted angrily at Qian Renchuan and Tianyu. Bystanders, leave Shrek Academy immediately. I will not be responsible if you are injured by the aftermath of the battle. Qian Renchuan's sharp gaze turned to that young teacher from Shrek Academy. All the teachers of this fraudulent academy, which harmed young spirit masters in the spirit masters world, were equally guilty. Shrek Academy had a total of 5 teachers, including a vice dean and a dean, teacher Li Yusong, Lu Qifu, teacher Xiao Xin, Zhao Wuji, and Flender. Among them, Zhao Wuji and Flender were middle-aged men, teacher Li Yusong and Lu Qifu were old men, and this slightly younger teacher was teacher Xiao Xin, a level 71 food system spirit saint. Teacher Xiao Xin's 7 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 2 black, appeared at his feet. He angrily questioned Qian Renchuan and Tianyu without making a move or releasing his spirit. He was only a food system spirit master. In terms of combat power, he was not even as good as the spirit emperor teacher Li Yusong. He could only release his spirit rings to intimidate them. Seeing a spirit saint, a hint of solemnity appeared in Qian Renchuan's eyes. 4 pitch-black 10,000-year spirit rings appeared at his feet. Several extremely thick blue-silver grass vines attacked teacher Xiao Xin. The blue-silver grass vines completely obscured Qian Renchuan's figure. Qian Renchuan prepared to activate his third 10,000-year spirit ability to solve teacher Xiao Xin with full force. Seeing the configuration of 4 10,000-year spirit rings, and that Qian Renchuan, a mere spirit ancestor, was not afraid of him, a spirit saint, teacher Xiao Xin immediately released dense blue-silver grass vines to surge toward him. He immediately shouted, "Teacher Zhao Wuji! Who dares to act presumptuously at Shrek Academy?" A bare roar, like a thunderclap, rang out. An earthy yellow figure descended from the sky and landed in front of teacher Xiao Xin. The ground made a loud noise, and the massive spirit power fluctuation tore all the blue-silver grass vines to shreds. That was a man 2.5 meters tall, his whole body bulging with terrifying muscles. The outer layer of his terrifying muscles was covered with a thick layer of bare fur. 7 gorgeous spirit rings circled at his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, the best spirit ring configuration. Teacher Xiao Xin said in a deep voice, "Teacher Zhao Wuji, these 2 people beat teacher Li Yusong into severe injury and also tore down the gate of our Shrek Academy. These 2 people also seem to be the ones who beat little Dai into severe injury." Zhao Wuji's gaze fell on Qian Renchuan and Tianyu. Seeing that these 2 were so young, and that Qian Renchuan had 4 10,000-year spirit rings circling at his feet, he asked, "Where do you come from?" "Our Shrek has always been dedicated to running the academy and has never offended any power on the continent. Why did you attack our Shrek Academy for no reason?" Qian Renchuan looked at Zhao Wuji for a few moments and said, "Zhao Wuji, bear spirit. Are you the Zhao Wuji known as the immovable bright king in the spirit master's world?" "That's right. Which family are you from?" It wasn't that Zhao Wuji didn't want to fight, but he was wary of the family behind Qian Renchuan. What kind of family could allow a spirit master to have a 10,000-year spirit ring as their first spirit ring? Could this be twin spirits? When he was young, he was notoriously bad. It was normal for him to beat people until they were half dead and wheelchair-bound for life, or even kill them outright if there was a disagreement. Now, hiding in this small village was because he had offended too many people and had to hide here. It really is you. It seems that this Shrek Academy is indeed a place that harbors filth and corruption. Today, Shrek Academy will be destroyed, and all of you must be sent to Slaughter City. Qian Renchuan finally understood the reason his father, Qian Xunji, let him come to Shrek Academy. It was to destroy such a sinful place as Shrek Academy, to fulfill the duties of Spirit Hall, and also to train his combat experience. Court death. Zhao Wuji was furious. He hadn't heard of any slaughter city. Even a clay figurine has 3 parts of anger. Back then, when he provoked Spirit Hall sent 16 spirit masters of the same realm, the Spirit Emperor level, to besiege him, and he didn't bow down, let alone these 2 young people. Teacher. Zhao. Teacher Xiao Xin. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar arrived upon hearing the commotion. When Dai Mubai saw Qian Renchuan and Tian Yu, he realized he had been crippled by these 2 people. His most important thing, little Mubai, had changed from a complete man to half a man. His eyes were red, he was panting like an ox, and he roared, "It is these 2 people, it is they who beat me into severe injury." Qian Renchuan caught a glimpse of Dai Mubai, who was extremely lecherous, obscene, and a playboy who was only 1 step away from sexual assault, actually being at Shrek Academy. His perception of Shrek Academy dropped further and further. He assumed this place was a place that harbored filth and corruption, was inexcusable, and was extremely evil. He released his killing intent without concealment. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, anger surged in Zhu Zuqing's eyes. 2 bright yellow spirit rings immediately appeared at her feet, and the Hell Civet spirit possessed her. The other Shrek 4 monsters heard Dai Mubai's words, and the spirit rings at their feet also lit up one after another. Tang San stared closely at Qian Renchuan. Qian Renchuan had 4 pitch-black 10,000-year spirit rings at his feet, the same spirit ring configuration as Qian Runshui, and that blue-silver grass spirit. He had some guesses in his heart. Could this person be his brother from a different father and mother? The little blonde boy he met at the 7 treasure glazed tile school who threw him into the river. Tang San recognized Qian Renchuan, but Qian Renchuan did not recognize Tang San. Qian Renchuan said in a deep voice, "Little you, I will deal with Zhao Wuji. You take care of them. You must be careful, little Chuan." Tian Yu warned. She liked to be brave, but she wasn't without self-awareness. A spirit saint possessed a martial soul avatar, and their strength far exceeded that of a spirit emperor. Even if she possessed the top-tier golden crocodile king. A spirit elder fighting a spirit emperor was fine, but a spirit ancestor fighting a spirit saint was simply impossible. Chapter 201, Qian Renchuan suppresses Zhao Wuji. Qian Renchuan's sharp eyes fixed on Zhao Wuji. The mysterious heaven skill's internal energy surged through the meridians throughout his body. His hands transformed into mysterious jade hands, and the muscles in his calves tightened as his spirit, energy, and essence reached their absolute peak in an instant. It wasn't as if he hadn't defeated spirit saints before, but he truly had never fought a spirit saint as powerful as Zhao Wuji within Spirit Hall. During his time as a spirit emperor, Zhao Wuji had been able to escape from an encirclement of 16 bishops of the same realm from Spirit Hall, which showed that Zhao Wuji's strength was among the stronger batch within the same realm. Let's first test Zhao Wuji's speed. Binding. Qian Renchuan pressed his palm to the ground, and several blue-silver grass vines attacked Zhao Wuji at top speed. Each blue-silver grass was not soft. The blue-silver grass vines were not soft at all, but instead appeared very hard. The leaves looked long, hard, and sharp, similar to yucca and sisal. Second spirit ability, Vajra Palm. An earthy yellow light swirled around Zhao Wuji's right palm, and the size of his palm swelled by 2-fold. He blasted out a palm strike. Just as he thought he could shatter all the blue-silver grass vines with his tyrannical spirit saint-level spirit power, something unexpected happened. He had only managed to shatter 2/3 of the blue-silver grass vines. The remaining blue-silver grass vines invaded his body and bound his 4 limbs. This blue-silver grass vine is actually this tough. The quality of the spirit rings this kid absorbed must be quite extraordinary. Qian Renchuan's first 4 spirit rings. The first spirit ring absorbed a god-bestowed spirit ring. The second spirit ring came from a 10,000-year sword bamboo. The 10,000-year sword bamboo caused the leaves of the blue-silver grass vines to proliferate and transformed the soft, limp leaves of the blue-silver grass vines into sharp bamboo shards. The third spirit ring came from a 40,000-year immortal plant-type spirit beast, the ink jade divine bamboo, cultivated by Qian Xunji. After absorbing this top-tier spirit ring, the hardness of the blue-silver grass vine leaves was in no way inferior to real metal. For the fourth spirit ring, he absorbed another god-bestowed spirit ring and gambled for a 10,000-year spirit ring of over 60,000 years. Nourished by one high-quality 10,000-year spirit ring and 3 top-tier 10,000-year spirit rings, the vines released by the blue-silver grass spirit were incomparably tough. Qian Renchuan's 99,999-year blue-silver king spirit, which could only be considered at the bottom of top-tier spirits, relied on these 4 10,000-year spirit rings, plus the nourishment of Asura divine power, to possess power sufficient to suppress super spirits like the radiant sacred dragon and the golden crocodile king. Once Qian Renchuan traveled to the ice and fire yin-yang well, his blue-silver grass spirit would undergo a second evolution, awakening into the blue-silver emperor. Its power would definitely not be weaker than divine-ranked spirits like the radiant goddess butterfly, which were at the level of a second-tier god. Sounds of breaking air rang out around Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji looked over to see Qian Renchuan's body like an afterimage, his speed extremely fast, actually only a hair weaker than his own. Relying on those strange footsteps, he had no confidence that he could break free from the blue-silver grass vines without releasing a spirit ability to catch Qian Renchuan. Cold lights lit up from all directions, they were blue-silver grass leaves thrown by Qian Renchuan as he ran. Every single blue-silver grass leaf was aimed at Zhao Wuji's vital points: eyes, groin, throat, shoulders, knees, lower abdomen, back of the head, and other important acupoints all over his body. Vajra body. Zhao Wuji immediately released his first spirit ability. A layer of earthy yellow shielding covered his entire skin, and a layer like a golden body appeared on the surface of his body. When the blue-silver grass leaves collided with it, they emitted metallic clanging sounds of ding, 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 and sparks flew. The blue-silver grass leaves landed on every part of Zhao Wuji's skin. Their sharpness and impact force made Zhao Wuji feel as if that part of his skin had been pricked by a nail. To think it has such power. No wonder teacher Li Yusong was no match for you, kid. Zhao Wuji maintained a defensive stance, using his mental force to constantly observe Qian Renchuan's movements, looking for an opportunity to launch an attack. Your defense is truly watertight, you are indeed worthy of the name Immovable Bright King. However, there is one place where you have a huge vulnerability. Qian Renchuan held 8 blue-silver grass leaves between his fingers. With a flick of his fingers, the 8 blue-silver grass leaves flew at full speed toward a spot on Zhao Wuji's body. That spot was Zhao Wuji's posterior. Under normal circumstances, Qian Renchuan would not aim at such a vulgar attack point. It was just that the impression Shrek Academy had left on him was as terrible as it could possibly be. The people in this academy were just a bunch of animals. Why should he care about morality when dealing with a bunch of animals? Moreover, he was worried that Shrek Academy might have other powerhouses besides Zhao Wuji. One Zhao Wuji already required him to go all out. If another one came, it would be quite troublesome. The 8 blue-silver grass leaves pierced through Zhao Wuji's Vajra body and all lodged into Zhao Wuji's rear. Zhao Wuji, who had been in a defensive stance, suddenly straightened up, tilted his head back, and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Teacher Xiao Xin, who was in the rear, clearly saw a few drops of blood spray from Zhao Wuji's rear. He subconsciously clenched his buttocks like a conditioned reflex. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuqing, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong had all released their spirits. Except for Dai Mubai, they all had 2 yellow rings under their feet. Dai Mubai, Spirit White Tiger, Level 38 Spirit Elder. Oscar, Spirit Sausage, Level 30 Spirit Grandmaster. Cultivated to Level 30 a year ago. Tang San, Spirit Clear Sky Hammer, Level 30 Spirit Grandmaster. Cultivated to Level 30 2 years ago. Ning Rongrong, Spirit 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, Level 29 Spirit Grandmaster. Zhu Zuqing, Spirit Hell Civet, Level 27 Spirit Grandmaster. Except for Zhu Zuqing, the cultivation of the Shrek 4 monsters had all increased to some extent compared to their previous lives. Dai Mubai's cultivation had increased by 1 level, Oscar and Tang San had reached their bottleneck earlier, and Ning Rongrong's cultivation had increased by 3 levels. The Shrek 5 monsters watched the fight between Qian Renchuan and Zhao Wuji, all revealing expressions of extreme shock. Except for Tang San, the other Shrek 4 monsters couldn't see Qian Renchuan's movements at all, they could only slightly glimpse Qian Renchuan's pausing afterimages. Relying on the mental force and vision bonus brought by his purple demon eye, Tang San could barely see Qian Renchuan's movements. A monstrous rage and killing intent rose from his heart. He discovered that Qian Renchuan's footwork seemed to be the ghost shadow perplexing track, and the technique he used to throw the blue-silver grass leaves was the technique for Tang sect hidden weapons. How could his Tang sect ultimate arts be in the hands of Spirit Hall? Had a Tang sect disciple from the future of Douluo continent been rebirthed and joined Spirit Hall? At the same time, a portion of Tang San's rage and killing intent was also directed at Yu Shaogang. Yu Shaogang was truly a super useless piece of trash, he had completely ruined his blue-silver grass spirit. His blue-silver grass spirit could have also been like the son of Qian Xunji, outputting from a distance, and could also have used healing-type spirit abilities to recover himself. Even if he couldn't develop long-range output, he could have used the blue-silver grass leaves like hidden weapons, or gone entirely for healing and control, just like his mother from his previous life, Qian. That way, his blue-silver grass spirit wouldn't have completely gathered dust inside him, and he could have taken it out at any time to heal himself. Chapter 202, Tianyu beats up the Shrek 5 monsters. Where are you 5 looking? You were deceived by this academy. You just joined this trash academy that colludes with the upper 3 sects to deceive civilian spirit masters and ruin the talent of civilian spirit masters. If you withdraw now, I can let you leave and recommend you to the Spirit Hall Academy. Tianyu naturally recognized the legacy spirits of the upper 3 sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, and the Clear Sky Hammer. Seeing that such a trash academy could gather the direct disciples of the upper 3 sects, Tianyu immediately thought that this trash academy must have been jointly established by the upper 3 sects to scam those ignorant civilian genius spirit masters, ensuring that as few civilian powerhouses emerged on the continent as possible, so that these civilian spirit masters wouldn't grow up, establish families to compete for the cake, and threaten their status. Hearing this, Oscar, knowing that Tianyu was from the Spirit Hall, spat and said with great disdain, "The Spirit Hall Academy is worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as our Shrek Academy." Tianyu looked at Oscar, who had a look of disdain, and the cold-faced Zuqing, and shook her head. Heaven's sins might be survivable, one's own sins are unforgivable. You ignorant fools are hopeless. After speaking, 3 purple and 1 black spirit rings lit up under Tianyu's feet. Her golden crocodile king spirit possessed her, and she charged toward the Shrek 5 monsters. Golden crocodile king spirit. Tang San immediately recognized Tianyu's spirit. If his father hadn't saved him back then, he would have been killed by gold crocodile Douluo. As for hatred, especially life and death hatred, Tang San's impression was naturally deep. Facing spirit ancestor Tianyu's crocodile claws, Tang San, the backbone of Shrek, immediately raised the Clear Sky Hammer to meet her. Unleashing the Guan tactic of the Clear Sky 9 absolutes, preparing to use a single point to break her defense and smash through Tianyu's hard crocodile scales. 2 7-colored lights fell upon Tang San. It was the support ability of Ningrongrong's 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda Spirit, increasing Tang San's strength and speed by 30%. On the left, the second spirit ring under Dai Mubai's feet lit up. His body wasn't fully recovered, so he wasn't suited for close-quarters combat, especially since he was worried his lower body wound would burst open, causing heavy bleeding, and if Zuqing discovered he was no longer a complete man, it would be a disaster. Zuqing's first spirit ring lit up, and she also rushed out from the left, flanking to perform a thrust, her cat claws striking toward the vital point at the back of Tianyu's neck. Oscar, as a food system spirit master, chewed 2 sausages and also rushed toward Tianyu from the right, looking like he was prepared for a frontal assault. As a person who had experienced rebirth, Oscar had returned from training in the frozen forest in his previous life, and his frontal combat ability was on par with Ma Hongjun, who possessed the top-tier Phoenix spirit. The reborn Oscar had been cultivating diligently at Shrek Academy. If his cultivation level was the same as his previous life, with the amplification of the spirit rings on his body, his frontal combat ability would be no weaker than the moment he walked out of the frozen forest. Ning Rongrong's mental force was insufficient. The realm of her heart separation control and 7 apertures exquisite heart could only use the 4 apertures scattered heart. However, the 4 apertures scattered heart was sufficient. A strength buff was applied to Dai Mubai, and Tang San, Oscar, and Zuqing were all given double-layered buffs of strength and speed. Tian Yu's purple demon eye took in the actions of the Shrek 4 monsters. Her first spirit ring lit up, and with one claw, she swatted Tang San away. The remaining power of the crocodile claw didn't diminish, batting away the golden yellow energy bomb sprayed by Dai Mubai's white tiger light wave, and with a horizontal sweep of her crocodile tail, she swatted both Zuqing and Oscar away. Tang San stomped his feet heavily on the ground, retreating several meters. His arms were numb, and his mysterious jade hand cracked. Zuqing rolled backward for over 10 meters, landing on one knee. Her left arm hung limply, blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, and her cold face was completely replaced by a look of pain. Oscar, like a tire, rolled dozens of times on the ground, his arms twisted in an unnatural shape, and he passed out after retching up some blood. Zuqing, little ow. A look of disbelief appeared on Ning Rongrong's face, her pupils trembling uncontrollably. She didn't understand how her friends could be defeated like this in just one move. One had to know that in the previous life, it was a common occurrence for them, the Shrek 7 devils, to fight opponents of higher levels. In the Battle of Jawling Pass, all of them were at the Spirit Douluo realm, and with her support, they could contend against Spirit Hall's titled Douluo. Why were they so fragile in this life? Even if Tian Yu's spirit rings exceeded some basic configurations and there was a gap in cultivation, was the gap as big as the gap between a Spirit Douluo and a titled Douluo? Ning Rongrong had returned in this life, and in the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she was still treated like a little princess by Ning Fengji, pampered even more than in the previous life. This led to her immediately seeking out Oscar upon arriving at Shrek Academy to satisfy her needs with a joystick, and she had paid for the hotel room herself. Of course, she wouldn't understand that although the Shrek 5 monsters' combat experience far exceeded their previous life, their physical hardware configuration could not keep up at all. They hadn't consumed immortal herbs to cleanse their physical body and improve their spirit quality, nor had they gone to Sea God Island to train, tempering their physical body under the pressure of the sea god's light and the waves of the raging sea, or receiving the baptism of a god-bestowed spirit ring. How could their physical fitness and spirit quality compare to the physical fitness and spirit quality of those who had returned from Sea God Island? Faced with absolute numerical superiority, so-called combat experience was of no use at all, especially when facing a spirit master like Tian Yu who relied on brute force and had an open and unrestrained fighting style. Tang San shouted, "Mubai, Zuqing, help me buy some time." Since the power of a single hammer was far inferior to Tian Yu, he would stack more hammers. Tang San prepared to unleash the disorder-splitting wind hammer method, one of the Clear Sky Sect's supreme techniques, which he had used in his previous life to be invincible, turn defeat into victory, absolutely suppress opponents, and hammer Feng Shaotian, hammer Niu Gao, hammer Qian Runshui, hammer Sea Dragon Douluo, and hammer the angel god Qian Runshui. Tang San gave a light shout, exerted force from his calves, used his waist as an axis, and swung the Clear Sky Hammer. The 3-meter-long handle of the Clear Sky Hammer and the hammer head, which was about half the size of Tang San, swung one exquisite semicircle after another in midair. Each time it swung through a semicircle, the black light of the Clear Sky Hammer became more profound, and the domineering and oppressive aura of the Clear Sky Hammer grew even stronger. Dai Mubai and Zuqing looked at each other. Zuqing rushed toward Dai Mubai, and Dai Mubai opened his arms, revealing a gentle smile. The two prepared to release the spirit fusion skill, Hell White Tiger. How could Tian Yu not notice the actions of Dai Mubai and Zuqing? She happened to be right in the center of Dai Mubai and Zuqing at that moment. Wanting to bypass her to release the Hell White Tiger was simply wishful thinking. Previously, Tian Yu had used a simple tail swipe, but this time it was a simple crocodile claw. Zuqing let out a painful scream, her body flying out like a scarecrow. Her chest heaved violently in midair from the intense vibration, and then she smashed into the ground, rolled a few times, and retched blood from her mouth. Chapter 203, Xiaowu injured, Tang San enraged. Zuqing. Dai Mubai roared loudly. Seeing Zhu Zuqing beaten into a serious injury, lying on the ground and vomiting blood incessantly, he could no longer hold back. The first and third spirit rings at his feet lit up simultaneously. Releasing both the White Tiger Barrier and White Tiger Vajra transformation, he endured the pain in his chest and groin as he charged toward Tianyu. However, Dai Mubai's efforts were entirely in vain. He was pressed to the ground by Tianyu with a couple of casual slaps. Yesterday, Tianyu had broken 2 or 3 of Dai Mubai's ribs. Even using the White Tiger dual transformation, his combat power was only brought back to slightly above a normal level. How could such combat power be a match for Tianyu? Nevertheless, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing had completed their task of buying time for Tang San to execute the disorder-splitting windhammer method. In the original work at this stage, Tang San could only swing the hammer 3 times using the disorder-splitting windhammer method, and during the Spirit Master tournament, he could barely manage over 20. Now, however, Tang San was already capable of 16 swings. In just a few seconds, Tang San completed the 16-fold stacking of the disorder-splitting windhammer method. You hurt my partner, prepare to die. Disorder-splitting windhammer method, 4-4-16 swings. Tang San locked his mental force onto Tianyu and sprang up. The clear sky hammer in his hand emitted a dark light, radiating an astonishing sense of oppression. The power of this strike was several times greater than the previous stacks, and a portion of the air around the clear sky hammer was even displaced by the force. Is this all there is to that mediocre disorder-splitting windhammer method? Tianyu looked at the charging Tang San with disdain. The domineering aura and pressure released by the clear sky hammer did indeed make her feel significant. Pressure. She grabbed Dai Mubai from under her feet, threw him at Tang San, activated her third spirit ring to give herself an amplification spirit ability, and quickly moved away from Tang San. Tianyu wasn't sure how deep the friendship between Tang San and Dai Mubai was, or whether he would ignore Dai Mubai as a meat shield and strike anyway, so retreating far away was the best course of action. What? Seeing Tianyu throw the limp and severely injured Dai Mubai toward him, Tang San realized that because the clear sky hammer had displaced the surrounding air, Dai Mubai was being pulled toward the hammer head due to atmospheric pressure. He cursed Tianyu for being despicable and shameless, shocked that Spirit Hall had managed to counter the clear sky hammer to this extent. With no other choice, Tang San exerted all his strength to swing the clear sky hammer down prematurely, throwing it toward the ground at his feet. He couldn't possibly hammer Dai Mubai into a meat patty. He desperately wanted to use the technique of Tang sect hidden weapons to unleash the clear sky flying hammer he used against Sea Dragon Douluo. However, the accumulated power of the clear sky hammer was simply too terrifying. Using the clear sky flying hammer against Sea Dragon Douluo had been possible because the hammer weighed 800 jin, which was easy for him to handle when he was already a spirit Douluo. Now, he had already unleashed his ultimate move, and his ultimate move could only turn slightly. It wasn't at all like a small hidden weapon that he could manipulate flexibly. Although Tang San swung the clear sky hammer down prematurely, Dai Mubai was still caught by the hammer's wind, flying dozens of meters away and smashing through a small wooden house of Shrek Academy not far off. From this, it was evident that if Dai Mubai had actually been struck by the clear sky hammer, he likely would have been pulverized. Boom! The clear sky hammer landed with a thunderous sound, embedding itself deeply into the soil, causing the ground within a 5-meter radius to collapse. The power of this strike was already extremely close to a spirit ability released by a spirit emperor. Xiao Yu, watch out! Qian Renchuan's loud roar suddenly rang out. 2 blue-silver grass leaves were shot out by him with full force. 2 cold glints streaked across the air without making a sound, even the air was torn apart. Where the blue-silver grass leaves passed, 4 metal fragments fell to the ground. They were the silent sleeve darts that had been pierced and severed by the blue-silver grass leaves. If Qian Renchuan hadn't intercepted the darts with the blue-silver grass leaves in time, they would have hit Tianyu's vulnerable neck without her having any defense. The person who fired the silent sleeve darts was not any of the Shrek 5 monsters, but Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu looked at Tian Yu with murderous intent, her right arm raised, the silent sleeve dart was mounted on her right arm. Upon learning that Li Yusong had been beaten into a serious injury, she immediately ran out of the Shrek gates and found her Jia Ji, who had been beaten into a serious injury with a sunken chest and was licking his wounds with Ma Hongjun. She immediately rushed into Shrek Academy, ignoring Yu Tianzhao's attempts to stop her, determined to avenge Yu Tianzhao and kill Tian Yu and Qian Renchuan. In the original Spirit Master Tournament, Tang San and Xiao Wu formed the 3-5 combination. When Tang San was injured by the blacksmith brothers, Xiao Wu tried to take their lives with silent sleeve darts. If Tang San hadn't used his own darts to change the trajectory of Xiao Wu's, the blacksmith brothers would have truly died. This time, Yu Tianzhao's injuries were more severe than Tang San's in the original work, and in terms of their relationship, one pair were siblings, while the other had confessed their feelings. In Xiao Wu's heart, Yu Tianzhao's status was even higher than Tang San's in the original. Seeing Yu Tianzhao severely injured, how could Xiao Wu not want to kill Qian Renchuan and Tian Yu? You're courting death. Tian Yu sensed the pure murderous intent Xiao Wu had toward her. She had truly intended to kill her just now. Completely enraged, she let go of Tang San and shifted her target toward Xiao Wu. Both her speed and power were far beyond what she had shown when dealing with the Shrek 5 monsters. Previously, when dealing with the Shrek 5 monsters, she had been holding back her strength. After all, they were teenagers just like her, and she wasn't some cold-blooded demon, she couldn't just kill them all. This time, facing Xiao Wu who wanted to kill her, she was prepared to kill Xiao Wu as well. Seeing that the silent sleeve darts had been intercepted, Xiao Wu fired a few more. Tian Yu neither dodged nor blocked, letting the darts land on her body, completely failing to break her defense. Xiao Wu, who always liked to cause trouble and feared nothing, was completely panicked now that things had escalated beyond her imagination and she didn't know how to handle it. Her 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, lit up at her feet. She activated teleportation, teleporting continuously, and began to tangle with Tian Yu. But in just over 10 seconds, Xiao Wu was caught by Tian Yu. Tian Yu grabbed Xiao Wu by the neck, lifted her up, and said coldly, "You wanted to kill this lady just now, didn't you?" Xiao Wu's face flushed red, her pink eyes staring fixedly at Tian Yu. Her expression was ferocious, and she gritted her teeth. Her delicate body kicked a few times to gain leverage, and her slender, straight legs kicked toward Tian Yu. Xiao Wu. Seeing Xiao Wu, whose face had turned liver-colored from being choked, Tang San's heart almost stopped beating. The temperature around him dropped at an extremely rapid rate. There was no expression left on his face, and a faint red light flickered in his eyes. It's settled. Third brother is going berserk. Seeing Tang San in this state, Ning Rongrong was ecstatic. She knew that in this state, third brother could exert 200% of his power. The soreness and fatigue in Tang San's body from stacking the disorder-splitting wind hammer method vanished instantly. With a lift of his hand, the clear sky hammer in the crater trembled slightly, pulled by his intent, and flew back into his hand automatically. Chapter 204. Toss teacher Xiao Xin into the brothel, send the others to Slaughter City. Tang San's calf muscles expanded to their limit, and he stepped on the ghost shadow perplexing track to rush out, his speed increasing by 1.5 times. Xiao Wu's injury nearly caused Tang San to lose his reason, as if another personality had split off. The skyrocketing adrenaline allowed Tang San to completely break through his physical limits, filling his body with endless power and unleashing exponentially greater strength. Ah! Accompanied by Tang San's roar, he held the clear sky hammer in one hand and released his mysterious heaven skill internal energy. The head of the clear sky hammer expanded by a full fold, and the pierce formula of the clear sky 9 absolutes was activated. The clear sky hammer shone with a brilliant black light as he swung it toward Tian Yu. Ghost shadow perplexing track, how do you know the secret techniques of my spirit hall? Seeing Tang San's ghost shadow perplexing track footwork, Tian Yu angrily demanded an answer, while grabbing Xiao Wu and swatting at the clear sky hammer Tang San was swinging. Seeing that Tian Yu was actually using Xiao Wu to block the strike, Tang San instantly regained his reason and was greatly alarmed. To prevent Xiao Wu from getting hurt, he released the clear sky hammer in his hand and opened his arms to catch her, trying to minimize her injuries as much as possible. Tang San and Xiao Wu collided heavily. A large bump swelled up on Tang San's forehead, and he flew backward with a muffled groan, blood spraying from his nostrils. Xiao Wu let out a painful scream, blood spraying from her mouth and nose, while still held in Tian Yu's grip. The leakage of Spirit Hall's top secret techniques was clearly more important than Xiao Wu, but Tian Yu did not let her go either. Tian Yu grabbed Xiao Wu's long scorpion braid and spun her vigorously above her head. Xiao Wu became like a human windmill, letting out continuous screams. Tian Yu's gaze fell upon Ning Rongrong, who had been providing support from the very back. When Ning Rongrong saw Tian Yu's gaze, it was as if she had been targeted by a wolf or leopard. Seeing the human windmill that was Xiao Wu, who was constantly screaming, she had an ominous premonition. She retracted her 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit and turned to run. Do you think you can run? Tian Yu acted like a hammer thrower, with Xiao Wu as the hammer and her long scorpion tail as the long iron chain. She threw Xiao Wu toward Ning Rongrong. In her hand, she still held a section of Xiao Wu's hair, which looked to be over 100 strands. Ning Rongrong heard Xiao Wu's shrill screams getting closer and closer. She turned her head to see Xiao Wu flying toward her like a cannonball, her pupils dilating to their maximum. Time seemed to slow down countless times as Xiao Wu slowly approached her, and gradually, Xiao Wu's crown collided directly with her chin. Ah! X2. Bang! 2 screams rang out. Ning Rongrong, along with Xiao Wu, flew away like a cannonball, rolling for an unknown distance on the ground and kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Xiao Wu. Rongrong. The adrenaline in Tang San's body surged, and he slowly crawled up, looking like he was about to go berserk again. However, Tian Yu did not give Tang San a chance, stomping down heavily to press him back onto the ground, forcing him into intimate contact with the earth. Tang San almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. Clear Sky Sect, how could you possess my Spirit Hall's secret techniques? Who taught you my Spirit Hall's secret techniques? Who is the mole? Speak. You Spirit Hall members are thieves crying, thief. This is clearly the secret technique of the Tang sect. Tang San turned his head, his blood-red eyes glaring at Tian Yu. He was furious to the extreme and spat at Tian Yu. What a thief crying thief. If you won't talk, I'll beat you until you do. Tian Yu's crocodile foot stomped heavily on Tang San's chest, then stepped fiercely on his side ribs. Tang San spat out a mouthful of blood and let out continuous, painful screams. Enduring Tian Yu's torment, he mentally marked Tian Yu with countless ways of seeking death. Spirit Hall, Supreme Pontiff Palace. Inside the dim Supreme Pontiff Palace, Xunji sat on the Supreme Pontiff's throne, holding a mirror in his hand. The mirror was live streaming scenes from Shrek Academy. Xunji rested his chin on his hand, feeling extremely pleased. Splendid, it was truly splendid. He hadn't felt this refreshed in a long time. It was worth sending Qian Renchuan and Tian Yu to Shrek Academy. The spirit masters from the Soto City Spirit Branch Hall are almost here. Xunji turned the mirror's view to the spirit masters of the Soto City Spirit Branch Hall, who were less than 1,000 meters away from Shrek Academy and were gathering all their spirit masters to head toward the academy after seeing the Saint's order from Qian Renchuan. As one of the 2 major cities in the Balak Kingdom, Soto City was equipped with a 3rd-level Spirit Hall, also known as the Spirit Main Hall. A Spirit Main Hall generally had 1 Spirit Saint and 2 Spirit Emperors. Hovering above these people, Flender was observing them secretly with his spirit body activated. Seeing that these Spirit Hall Spirit Masters were heading toward Shrek Academy, he was confused about what exactly had happened at the academy. Xunji put away the mirror and said, Elder Ghost. Your subordinate is here. Ghost Douluo, who had been quietly cultivating in the side hall while waiting for orders, came to the steps of the Supreme Pontiff and knelt on one knee. I ask you to make a trip to the Spirit Main Hall in Soto City, Balak Kingdom. Have the Spirit Main Hall arrest the teachers of Shrek Academy. Except for Teacher Xiao Xin, send everyone else to Slaughter City. As for Teacher Xiao Xin, if he is genuinely willing to submit to Spirit Hall, bring him back to Spirit Hall. If he is unwilling, toss him into the brothel to produce more food system spirit masters for the spirit masters world. Who has the best brainwashing techniques on the Douluo continent? Go to Soto City and find Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy's brainwashing techniques are truly unparalleled. No matter which faction you belong to, including transformed spirit beasts, once you enter Shrek Academy, it's all glory to Shrek, long live Shrek. Food system spirit masters are extremely rare in the spirit masters world. During the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament, only Oscar appeared as a food system spirit master. Teacher Xiao Xin's spirit is a sugar bean, a very good food system spirit, and he is one of the top 5 food system spirit masters on the continent, so naturally, he cannot be wasted like this. As for those little brats at Shrek Academy, fleece them, and send over healing system spirit masters. Within 2 days, their injuries must be healed. Do not worry about the 100,000-year transformed soft bones rabbit at Shrek Academy for now, I have my own arrangements. Qian Xunji calculated the timeline. Tang San enrolled in Shrek Academy and fought Zhao Wuji. The next day, he met Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong revealed her true, devilish, nature. On the 3rd day, Oscar's cultivation broke through to level 30. After resting for a day, Flender had Oscar prepare the sausages needed for the trip to the Stardo Great Forest to hunt for a spirit ring. On the 4th day, Zhao Wuji led the Shrek 7 Devils to the Stardo Great Forest to obtain a spirit ring. Setting out from Spirit Hall, Ghost Douluo should be able to reach Soto City within a day. As you command, Your Holiness. Ghost Douluo knew that Qian Xunji had already attained divinity. Regarding the orders of a divinity, there was no need to hesitate or doubt, just honestly carry them out. What surprised Ghost Douluo a bit was that he really didn't expect another 100,000-year transformed soft bones rabbit to appear. The previous 100,000-year transformed soft bones rabbit had long since become the 9th spirit ring for the Saint's mother. He really wondered who would end up with the 100,000-year spirit ring of this current 100,000-year transformed soft bones rabbit. Chapter 205, The Sea God's Heart Shows Its Power. Little freaks. You Spirit Hall people are truly going too far. Seeing his Shrek Academy little freaks abused to such a state, Zhao Wuji was thoroughly enraged. Shrek Academy had always averaged only 2 or 3 students per batch, 4 at most. This time, Shrek Academy had finally managed to recruit 7 students, just enough to form a team for the Great Spirit Arena Team Spirit Battles. This was Shrek Academy's chance to take off. And yet they were being brutally beaten by people from Spirit Hall. 7th Spirit Ability, Martial Soul Avatar. The 7th Spirit Ring beneath Zhao Wuji's feet lit up, emitting a brilliant earthy yellow light. His muscles expanded, and his stature grew taller and taller, transforming into a giant vigorous Vajra bear several meters high. His muscles expanded another full size in proportion to his growing body. Ah! Zhao Wuji let out a roar, his spirit power erupting. The blue-silver grass leaves that Qian Renchuan had thrown were repelled, and the blue-silver grass leaves in the back doorway were also forced out. Feeling this thick spirit power that had suddenly expanded by 1.5 times, Qian Renchuan's feet carved shallow trenches into the soil, and a look of extreme gravity appeared on his face. Having activated his martial soul avatar, Zhao Wuji did not immediately launch an attack on Qian Renchuan. His cold gaze turned toward Tian Yu, who was standing with one foot on Tang San. Attracted by the massive commotion of his transformation into a giant, she had stopped interrogating Tang San and turned her head to look at him as well. Zhao Wuji pressed his large hand forward. Not only was he attacking Tian Yu, but he was also trying to protect the Shrek 5 monsters and Xiao Wu, all of whom were seriously injured with several ribs kicked in by Tian Yu. Under the martial soul avatar state, his destructive power was immense, and several of his spirit abilities were large area attacks. If they were to hit the Shrek 5 monsters and Xiao Wu, given their severely injured state, they would surely die instantly. Xiao Yu. While dashing forward using Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, Qian Renchuan threw out a blue-silver grass vine from his palm. Tian Yu retracted her spirit, her form changing from a giant golden crocodile into the appearance of a stunning little girl. The blue-silver grass vine arrived just in time to wrap around Tian Yu's waist before Zhao Wuji could reach her, pulling her back. Qian Renchuan wrapped his arms around Tian Yu's slender waist, and the two landed steadily on the ground. Zhao Wuji snorted coldly, using his spirit power to support the bodies of the Shrek 5 monsters and Xiao Wu. Tang San was coughing up blood, his chest and side caved in, Dai Mubai's wounds had reopened, and he had sustained new injuries, his arms hanging limply. Zhu Zuqing's single arm hung limply, and her well-developed chest, already a size larger than a newborn baby's head, had swollen several times over, looking like a ball. Xiao Wu's main injury was to her head, a large bump had swollen on her scalp, and a patch of hair was missing. Blood was constantly seeping from the damaged hair roots and scalp where her hair had been violently ripped out. 8 of Ning Rongrong's lower teeth had been knocked out, and her 2 upper front teeth had also been knocked out. Her blue dress was torn in several places and covered in dust. The only one whose injuries were not too severe was Oscar. He had taken a tail strike from Tian Yu. His arm wasn't broken, but it was likely fractured, and the flesh where Tian Yu's tail had struck was bruised purple and blue. Xiao Chuan, are you confident you can deal with Zhao Wuji? Qian Renchuan returned a confident smile and said, of course I am. Zhao Wuji is among the stronger spirit saints. If I were to defeat him head-on, my spirit power would likely be completely exhausted. But for an academy like Shrek Academy, which harbors filth, harms civilian spirit masters, and has committed countless crimes, they aren't worthy of being defeated by me in a head-on battle. After Zhao Wuji sent the Shrek 5 monsters and Xiao Wu 100 meters away and had teacher Xiao Xin protect them well, he looked at Qian Renchuan and Tian Yu with an incomparably angry gaze. His 3rd and 5th spirit rings flashed simultaneously, and a moment later, he also activated his 1st spirit ability. Gravity control, centered on Zhao Wuji, fully enveloped Qian Renchuan and Tian Yu. Gravity squeeze, combined with gravity control, was fully unleashed, making it impossible for Qian Renchuan to use that strange footwork to dodge. A vigorous Vajra palm slammed down fiercely toward them. Sea God's Heart 1st spirit ability, Universe Protective Shield. Qian Renchuan pressed his finger to the center of his brow, and the blue light in his eyes suddenly intensified. A blue triangular pattern appeared at the center of his brow. The vast sea cosmic shroud rose into the air, reaching a height of about 5 meters in the blink of an eye. In a flash of lightning, it expanded rapidly, magnifying 100-fold in an instant. Amidst flickering blue light, it descended from the sky, shrouding Qian Renchuan and Tian Yu inside. The surroundings turned into a blue world, but everything outside could still be seen clearly, as if a transparent triangular shield were enclosing the two of them. However, Zhao Wuji, whether using his eyesight or mental force, could not detect the location of the universe protective shield. Where are you? Come out, come out. Where did you run off to? Zhao Wuji was like a headless fly, searching for Qian Renchuan and Tian Yu. His bare paw, the size of a quarter of a small wooden hut, kept slapping the ground, but only dust was kicked up. Qian Renchuan, with Tian Yu, stayed on the roof of a small wooden hut behind Zhao Wuji, quietly watching the actions of the headless fly, or rather, the headless giant bear. Xiao Chuan, what is this? Why have I never seen you use this move before? This is a gift that Mother Shi gave to Father, and Father then gave to me. It is the holy relic of Sea God Island, the Sea God's Heart. Bo Saishi knew best how to use the Sea God's Heart. Qian Renchuan wasn't entirely sure how the holy relic of Sea God Island had ended up in Qian Xunji's hands. He guessed that it must have been a token of love from Bo Saishi to his father, otherwise, why would Bo Saishi have given such a precious item to his father? Xiao Yu, the universe protective shield, at my current level of spirit power, can be maintained for 8 hours for every 10th of my spirit power consumed. So we don't need to worry, we can quietly wait for Zhao Wuji to deactivate his martial soul avatar. A special spirit ability like martial soul avatar cannot be released continuously in a short period. Tian Yu nodded and let out a sigh of relief. She suddenly remembered that ever since entering Shrek Academy, Qian Renchuan had always been insubordinate, offending her dignity as an older sister and calling her, Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu. She said, Xiao Chuan, you can let go of your hand on my waist now, right? How long do you intend to take advantage of me? Qian Renchuan coughed without blushing or skipping a beat, saying, Xiao Yu, to enter the universe protective shield, you need to have physical contact with me, the user, otherwise you will fall out. Do you think I can't find you just because of that? Sixth spirit ability, vigorous Vajra roar. The sixth spirit ring beneath Zhao Wuji's feet lit up. He took a deep breath, leaned his body forward, placed his hands in a claw shape below his waist, and let out an earth-shattering bear roar from his mouth. Chapter 206, Shrek Sealed, Flender's Impotent Rage. Roar. Zhao Wuji exerted his strength to expel the air from his chest out through his mouth. A bear's roar would normally travel about 1 to 2 kilometers, but with Zhao Wuji's spirit saint level spirit power and the amplification of his spirit rings, reaching 4 or 5 kilometers was no problem. Bang, bang, bang. Under the shockwave of Zhao Wuji's bear roar, the small wooden cabins of Shrek Academy cracked and collapsed one after another. It looked like Shrek Academy was about to be demolished by Zhao Wuji. At this moment, an owl with golden claws and golden pupils appeared above Shrek Academy, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black spirit rings circling beneath its feet. Zhao Wuji, what are you doing? Do you want to tear down my Shrek Academy? Do you believe I'll deduct all your wages from this year to the next 10 years? Flender roared. Seeing the cabins collapsing one by one, the Shrek Academy cafeteria, the Shrek Academy dormitories, and the Shrek Academy in such a mess, his heart was bleeding. It would probably take quite a few gold coins to rebuild all of this. Boss. Regarding Flender's threat to deduct wages, Zhao Wuji secretly complained that Flender didn't even know how long he had been owing him wages. His 7th spirit ring dimmed, and his body returned to its normal size. He said, Boss, Spirit Hall came to our Shrek Academy to cause trouble. The 3 new little freaks our academy recruited, as well as Mubai and Little Ao, have all been seriously injured. Teacher Li Yusong is too. What? Flender was both shocked and furious. The fury went without saying. What shocked him was that Spirit Hall spirit masters had come to pick a fight. Most of the spirit masters from the Soto City Spirit Hall main branch had come, 1 spirit saint, 2 spirit emperors, and 5 spirit kings. Swish, swish, swish. Several middle-aged men dressed in Spirit Hall attire appeared. The middle-aged man in the lead also had 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black spirit rings circling beneath his feet. This person was the Soto City Spirit Hall main branch master, Gialaman. Gialaman and the 2 spirit emperors behind him were searching everywhere in Shrek Academy, looking for the figure of the saint. Over here, Qian Renchuan deactivated the universe protective shield, released Tianyu, and appeared on a patch of flat ground. Gialaman led the Spirit Hall spirit masters behind him and immediately arrived in front of Qian Renchuan. He knelt on one knee, presented the saint token with both hands, and said respectfully, Soto City Spirit Hall main branch, Gialaman, leading the main branch spirit masters, pays respects to the saint. Qian Renchuan used his hand to draw the token in, stowing his saint token back into his storage spirit tool. His expression was very cold, and he said coldly, Gialaman, this Soto City under your jurisdiction is the Soto City Spirit Hall main branch master not only hides our Spirit Hall's wanted criminal, Zhao Wuji, but also allows Shrek Academy, an academy that is clearly jointly established by the upper 3 sects yet uses our Spirit Hall's recommendation as a banner to tarnish our Spirit Hall's reputation, harboring filth, harming the talents of young spirit masters, and cultivating nothing but scum of the spirit masters world for 20 years, to exist. You are a very competent Soto City Spirit Hall main branch master, aren't you? Saint, please forgive me. Listening to the coldness in Qian Renchuan's tone, Gialaman broke out in a cold sweat. Of all these words, the only 2 things he understood were the concealment of the Spirit Hall wanted criminal Zhao Wuji and the Spirit Hall recommendation. As for other matters like the upper 3 sects, he was truly clueless. The reason Shrek Academy had the Spirit Hall recommendation was mainly because during the New Year's Spirit Awakening, Flender would do some odd jobs for their Soto City Spirit Hall main branch, going to various small villages to help with Spirit Awakening. Plus, Flender had told him that Shrek Academy's faculty strength was extremely strong. With 2 spirit saints and 2 spirit emperors, Zhao Wuji had naturally been kept hidden. 2 spirit saints and 2 spirit emperors. This faculty strength was enough to rival any high-level spirit master academy. Since they were also conducting elite education and Flender would recommend the little freaks cultivated by Shrek Academy to join Spirit Hall, he had agreed to the recommendation. Flender widened his eyes. Although he was furious inside, he still said politely, "Saint, how can you slander the innocence of Shrek Academy out of thin air? My Shrek Academy has always operated with integrity, striving to teach students to develop comprehensively in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. How could it be like what you said? Zhao Wuji is indeed an issue of my Shrek Academy. I know that Zhao Wuji did commit quite a few wrongdoings when he was young, but no one is perfect. For the past 10 years, Zhao Wuji has stayed at my Shrek Academy and has always been honest and well-behaved, deeply reflecting on his own mistakes. You can't just define his whole life based on the fact that he once made mistakes, right? Operating with integrity, teaching students to develop comprehensively in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor." Tianyu muttered, almost wanting to vomit. How could this four-eyed middle-aged man say such things with a straight face? Qian Renchuan was also thoroughly disgusted by Flender's words, but he still patiently asked in a cold voice, "You claimed during Shrek Academy's recruitment that the most outstanding graduate is an elder of my Spirit Hall, whose authority is second only to the Supreme Pontiff. May I ask who that person is? I have lived in Spirit Hall for so many years, why am I not aware that any elder of my Spirit Hall graduated from Shrek Academy?" Flender had nothing to say. This was a lie he had fabricated to scam those little freaks, and it was also bullying those people for being ignorant. Upon hearing this, Jialaman glared angrily at Flender. "Damn it, Flender, don't drag me into your bragging." Qian Renchuan asked again, 12 to 25 is the golden age for spirit master cultivation. In 20 years, Shrek Academy has admitted a total of 62 students, each of whom was a young, talented spirit master with spirit power of level 21 or higher, but only 14 people actually graduated. May I ask how your Shrek Academy teaches? 6 years, an average of 3 levels per year. For a spirit master who could reach level 21 or higher at age 12, how could the cultivation speed be so slow? Hearing this, Flender straightened his waist and said confidently, "Saint, you don't understand. My Shrek Academy conducts elite education, and everything depends on the students. Some of these students fought in the Great Spirit Arena in Soto City, were seriously injured, lost hands or feet, and were dismissed by my Shrek Academy. Some died at the mouths of spirit beasts due to insufficient strength during the process of obtaining spirit rings, and some did not meet the standards for spirit power and did not graduate." Compared to Flender's confidence, Qian Renchuan, Tianyu, and the Soto City Spirit Hall main branch spirit masters were completely stunned, looking at Flender as if they were looking at a devil who devoured people without spitting out the bones. "Everyone, listen to my order. Take down Flender and everyone at Shrek Academy. Whoever dares to resist, kill without mercy." Jialaman immediately gave the order, wishing he could slap himself. He had truly been blind to sit idly by and watch Shrek Academy, this tumor of the Spirit Master's world, operate openly on his territory for 20 years. If the information reached Spirit Hall, he would probably receive a major punishment. Now, he had to do whatever he could to make amends for his crimes. Facing the Spirit Hall Spirit Masters, if it were at its peak, Shrek Academy, with 3 Spirit Saints and 2 Spirit Emperors, could still put up a fight. But now, teacher Li Yusong was seriously injured, his eyes shattered, and he was completely crippled. Zhao Wuji's spirit power was mostly exhausted, and Flender, Lu Qibing, and teacher Xiao Xin were simply no match for the Spirit Hall Spirit Masters. Flender managed to escape a disaster by relying on the flying ability of his cat eagle spirit, but the others were not so lucky. Teacher Li Yusong, Lu Qibing, Zhao Wuji, Teng San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuqing, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Yu Tianzhao, and even Ma Hongjun were all arrested. In the principal's office, the money Flender had saved up from a lifetime of scamming and swindling, amounting to several thousand gold coins, was also found and confiscated by the Spirit Hall Spirit Masters. Flender could only rage impotently in the sky, cursing Spirit Hall for being overbearing, unscrupulous, and committing all kinds of evil. Chapter 207 Jade Heavenly Flood Dragon discovers the reborn. Flender was no match for Spirit Hall and dared not linger for long. He immediately headed for Notting Academy, intending to find Yu Shaogang and contact the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. He needed to bring spirit masters from those sects to rescue his little freaks. Inside the dungeon of the main spirit hall in Soto City, the Shrek 7 devils lay for a long time before finally regaining consciousness. "Let me out. I am the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If you dare to capture me, my father and Grandpa Bone will never let you off once they find out." Ning Rongrong screamed, her once melodious voice sounding strange now because her front teeth were gone, along with 6 teeth from her lower jaw, making her speech whistle. At a signal from Tang San, Dai Mubai said, "Rongrong, stop shouting. Since Spirit Hall dared to capture us, they aren't worried about the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School or the Star Luo royal family behind us. It is possible that Spirit Hall captured us specifically to suppress the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Third brother, Little Ao, what should we do?" Ning Rongrong couldn't help but shed tears. In her 2 lifetimes, this was her first time being thrown into a prison. The environment here was terrible. The floor was covered with dirty straw that had been lain upon by countless people and left for who knows how long, and sometimes one could even see rats scurrying by. Dean Flender is still outside. We can only hope that Dean Flender contacts someone to come and save us. Tang San tried his best to keep his tone normal, but his heart was surging with killing intent because his beloved Xiao Wu was currently snuggled in the arms of Yu Tianzhao, sobbing, while Yu Tianzhao patted her back to comfort her. On the way to the prison after being captured by the Spirit Hall Spirit Master team, Tang San had told Ma Hongjun to pretend he hadn't experienced rebirth for the sake of his undercover plan. However, a disguise was ultimately just a disguise. If Tang San's acting was at the level of a movie star, then the acting of the other 5 monsters could only be considered that of novice actors. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, as well as Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing, were all people who had experienced rebirth and had been married for decades in the God realm. The intimacy in their body language and expressions could not be deliberately hidden. On the surface, Yu Tianzhao was comforting Xiao Wu, but in reality, he had been secretly observing the Shrek 5 monsters. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun had 1 white and 1 yellow spirit ring. Ma Hongjun had not joined Shrek Academy and had been Flender's disciple since the age of 6, yet he knew about Shrek Academy's deceptive recruitment propaganda and seemed to know teacher Li Yusong, while also being incredibly supportive of Shrek Academy. This gave him a guess. And the situation inside the prison only confirmed this guess for him. At this time, Zhu Zuqing should have been extremely disgusted with Dai Mubai and shouldn't have wanted to say a single word to him, yet now Zhu Zuqing was snuggled in Dai Mubai's arms. Ning Rongrong should have been maintaining her demoness nature, feeling nothing for Shrek Academy, and if someone came to Shrek Academy to stir up trouble, she would never help but would instead act as a spectator. Yet now, not only did Ning Rongrong help Shrek Academy, she was also acting extremely intimate with Oscar, showing no signs of aversion when Oscar gently patted her shoulder or back. No wonder the Douluo continent was exceptionally chaotic after he transmigrated here. It seemed it wasn't just his fellow countryman Qian Xunji's doing, there were people who had experienced rebirth on this continent. Yu Tianzhao felt that heaven had played a huge joke on him. He had transmigrated here, awakened with innate full spirit power and a radiant sacred dragon martial soul just like Bei Bei's. Shouldn't that have been the start of a thrilling path of cultivation, acquiring immortal herbs, and fully awakening his super martial soul, the radiant sacred dragon? Relying on his powerful radiant sacred dragon martial soul and his diligent cultivation, he should have shown great strength and captured the hearts of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, Qian Runshui, and Hu Liena along the way. But what was the situation now? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing had already experienced rebirth, so there was no hope of winning their hearts. The chances of winning the hearts of Qian Runshui and Hu Liena were also greatly reduced because he had been beaten up by a genius from Spirit Hall. Women are naturally drawn to the strong. If you aren't stronger than the woman and aren't a peerless beauty of a man, why would a woman ever take a fancy to you? Most importantly, Yu Tianzhao felt that it was highly likely he and Tang San were now locked in a death feud. After discovering the identity of the rebirth users, he no longer believed that when Tang San first arrived at Notting Academy, his cross-dressing was a request from his parents, hoping to use the identity of a cute girl to reduce the killing intent of Spirit Hall. Based on how Tang San had intentionally or unintentionally prevented him from getting close to Xiao Wu over the years, and how at the Rose Hotel he didn't even pretend anymore and desperately tried to stop him from getting close to Xiao Wu, he suspected that Tang San's cross-dressing was actually for the sake of the non-rebirth Xiao Wu. Given that Tang San treated Xiao Wu as his exclusive possession, and his love for Xiao Wu was known to heaven and earth, now that Xiao Wu had thrown herself into his arms, and he had also taken Tang San's chastity, he must have been thoroughly placed on Tang San's kill list. Yu Tianzhao was not particularly afraid of Tang San. Tang San was cultivating the clear sky hammer as his first martial soul, which showed that Tang San did not have twin spirits in this lifetime. His blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul was not weaker than Tang San's clear sky hammer. The key was that Tang San also had Tang Sect hidden weapons, Tang Sect ultimate arts, the poison manual, and various hidden weapon techniques at his disposal, especially that number 1 Tang Sect hidden weapon technique, the Bodhisattva's Tear, which had even nearly allowed Tang San to kill a god while punching above his weight class. What to do now? Waiting online, urgent. Half a day later, a person whose specific face could not be seen, dressed in black robes with a slender figure, giving off an extremely oppressive and dangerous feeling, arrived in front of the prison under the guidance of the Soto City Hall Master. Ghost Douluo. The Shrek 6 devils all widened their eyes, their hearts pounding in their throats. Xiao Wu felt an extremely dangerous aura and began to tremble, shrinking tightly into Yu Tianzhao's arms, as if wanting to merge herself into Yu Tianzhao's body, praying that Ghost Douluo would not discover her identity. Xiao Wu's actions were merely self-deception. For a titled Douluo, a single perception was enough to easily detect the aura of a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast that had not yet reached its peak. Ghost Douluo merely glanced at Xiao Wu and, following Qian Xunji's instructions, did not capture her. He dispatched most of the healing-type spirit masters in Soto City to treat the Shrek 6 devils, Xiao Wu, and Yu Tianzhao. After completely looting the thousands of gold coins in Yu Tianzhao's spirit tool, the thousands of gold coins in Tang San's spirit tool, the tens of thousands of gold coins from Ning Rongrong, the thousands of gold coins from Dai Mubai, and the hundreds of gold coins from Oscar and Ma Hongjun, he let them leave the main spirit hall in Soto City. As for the teachers of Shrek Academy, after teacher Xiao Xin refused to join Spirit Hall, he was thrown into the lowest quality brothel in Soto City, where 1 gold coin could buy a month of service, while the other teachers were all sent to the Slaughter City. Chapter 208, Xiao Wu knocks on Yu Tianzhao's door. After recovering from their injuries, the Shrek 6 devils, Xiao Wu, and Yu Tianzhao were penniless, not even having a single bronze coin to buy a steamed bun. They were exhausted, thirsty, and hungry. They wanted to return to Shrek Academy to see if there was anything left in the Shrek Academy cafeteria. They hoped to eat something, then go back to their dorms to lie down and recover some energy. However, in just one day, everything remaining at Shrek Academy, including the land and the undamaged small wooden houses, had been seized by the villagers surrounding Shrek Academy. Everything inside had been emptied out, not even an inch of land was spared, and they were still fighting over it. Some villagers even swung hoes at each other to fight over the land and wooden houses, ending up bloodied and broken, all having turned into bandits and robbers. The Shrek group was extremely furious at the villagers' bandit-like behavior. When the villagers saw the Shrek group return and realized they were spirit masters who could not be trifled with, they scurried to return the small wooden houses and then fled. Seeing that there was nothing in the cafeteria, only some water to drink, the exhausted and hungry Shrek group still relied on Dai Mubai to find a way to get money. Dai Mubai went into Soto City and took back the breakup fees he had given to several of his sexual outlets, who had been paid off because of Zhu Zuqing's arrival. He then led the Shrek group to have a big meal and booked a hotel. The Shrek 6 devils gathered together. Zhu Zuqing had a cold face and didn't want to pay any attention to Dai Mubai at all. On the day in prison, she already knew that Dai Mubai had betrayed her countless times again, and upon coming to Soto City, just like in her previous life, he had indulged himself once more. The injuries on his body were not from being beaten up in the Great Spirit Arena due to inferior skills in a soul battle, rather, they were severe injuries sustained because he kicked an iron plate while playing with women, having been beaten by Qian Renchuan and Tianyu. Even 2/3 of his manhood was gone. Tang San asked, "Fatty, what exactly happened to you in this life? Why weren't you taken as a disciple by Dean Flender, and why is your first spirit ring white?" Ma Hongjun said with tears and snot running down his face, "Brother San, in my previous life, after Dean Flender awakened my spirit, he took me as his disciple, and I came to Shrek Academy. In this life, the person who awakened my spirit was a spirit grandmaster from Spirit Hall. Because I wouldn't join Spirit Hall, that spirit grandmaster wouldn't give me a work-study student certificate, so I couldn't enter a junior spirit master academy to study." Ma Hongjun said with extreme anger and resentment, endlessly beautifying himself, never mentioning that he had spoken rudely, or that it was simply because he looked down on the spirit grandmaster from Spirit Hall who awakened his spirit, which led to the spirit grandmaster refusing to give him a work-study student certificate. "I was lucky, I encountered a 10-year pangolin spirit beast. After hunting this spirit beast and absorbing its spirit ring, the gatekeeper of the Junior Spirit Master Academy saw that I was a spirit master and didn't dare to stop me. After I entered the Junior Spirit Master Academy, the teachers there felt that I had good talent and could create achievements for the Spirit Master Academy, so I was able to enter the Junior Spirit Master Academy to study, and with the help of the teachers there, I obtained my second spirit ring." Hearing Ma Hongjun's words, they were all extremely indignant at Spirit Hall's domineering and shameless behavior, refusing to give work-study student certificates to those who wouldn't join Spirit Hall, wanting to ruin the future of a genius spirit master. Afterward, Tang San repeated what he had said to the Shrek 4 monsters, explaining that his parents had changed in this life, and told Ma Hongjun to hide his identity as a person of rebirth. Meanwhile, in Yu Tianzhao's hotel room, it was a different scene. "Brother Zhao." Xiao Wu knocked on Yu Tianzhao's door. "Xiao Wu." Before Yu Tianzhao could react, Xiao Wu jumped into his embrace, her two long, slender legs tightly wrapping around Yu Tianzhao's waist. She hugged him tightly, burying her pink, tender face into Yu Tianzhao's long neck, while pressing her hands against the walls on both sides. Using her fingers, she pushed Yu Tianzhao into the room and closed the door behind her with her other hand. "Brother Zhao tilde." Xiao Wu's soft, charming voice rang out. "Xiao Wu, what are you doing?" Yu Tianzhao was a bit flustered. He could clearly feel Xiao Wu's intense heartbeat. With her coiled around his waist, Xiao Wu's long, straight legs were very well toned, and her elastic thighs made his own heartbeat accelerate uncontrollably. "Brother Zhao, there is something I have never told you. Actually, I am a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast. Do you still think of me as your little sister?" Xiao Wu's voice trembled slightly. During these 6 years of sleeping in the same bed, she had long since fallen for Yu Tianzhao. At the Rose Hotel, influenced by aphrodisiacs, she had given her first kiss to Yu Tianzhao. Yu Tianzhao's willingness to overlook the fact that she had slept in the same bed as Tang San for 6 years, that her skin had been soiled, made her fall deeply in love with him, to the point where she was willing to give herself to him. Because of Ghost Douluo, although she didn't know why that titled Douluo hadn't captured her, Xiao Wu still felt that her identity as a transformed spirit beast had been exposed, leaving her without a shred of security. Therefore, she decided today to confess her identity to Yu Tianzhao. If Yu Tianzhao was not like ordinary spirit masters who coveted her 100,000-year spirit ring and 100,000-year spirit bone, she would completely throw herself into his embrace. If Yu Tianzhao was one of those vicious humans, she would be heartbroken and die inside, returning to the Star Do Great Forest, never to come out again. "Silly girl, what if you are human, or what if you are a spirit beast? I only know that you are my little sister, and you are also the person I love." Yu Tianzhao rubbed Xiao Wu's head, unhesitatingly claiming as his own the words that Tang San had spoken to Xiao Wu at the entrance of the Supreme Pontiff Palace in the original work, words that had made countless male and female viewers cry over this steadfast and touching love. Brother Zhao. Xiao Wu looked at Yu Tianzhao infatuatedly, shedding tears of happiness in her excitement. She knew that the man she had chosen was not wrong. Yu Tianzhao slowly lowered his head, looking at Xiao Wu with affection. His palm gently stroked her face, his 5 fingers sliding softly. Her delicate skin was like a piece of fine silk. Even upon close inspection, it was hard to find any flaws. There wasn't a hint of fuzz, and no pores could be seen. Although slightly immature, and her beauty was not as stunning as that of Qian Runshui and Bo Saishi from this world whom he had seen at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and perhaps slightly inferior to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, she was already a rare beauty in the making. He knew that Xiao Wu just hadn't grown up yet. 7 years later, when Xiao Wu grew up, her beauty would surpass that of Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong, and even Hu Liena, who considered herself a stunning beauty, would feel inferior. Xiao Wu said firmly, "Brother Zhao, take me. As a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast, my identity can be seen through at a glance by a titled Douluo. Although I don't know why that titled Douluo didn't make a move against me, I don't think he will let me off so easily. I don't know when I might be taken away from your side, and I don't want to die like this." Chapter 209, Qian Xunji teasing the kids. P.S. The first chapter was taken down. The next day, the time had arrived for Zhao Wuji to lead the Shrek 7 Devils to the Star Do Great Forest to obtain their spirit rings, just as in the original work. The Shrek 6 Devils decided to head to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt spirit beasts and obtain spirit rings, especially for Tang San's external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, which would become the future divine artifact, the Sea God 8 Wings. Flender was still on the road bringing Yu Shaogang back to Soto City, and the other teachers of Shrek Academy were scattered. Teacher Xiao Xin had been dumped in some brothel, and the other teachers were on their way to Slaughter City. The Shrek 6 Devils could only head to the Star Do Great Forest alone to hunt for Millennium-level spirit beasts. Although they had no teachers leading them, the Shrek 6 Devils were still very confident. They were all reborn, knowing the strength of Millennium-level spirit beasts. With the 6 of them joining forces, killing a 1 or 2,000-year-old spirit beast was a piece of cake. The 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider had been killed by Tang San alone in his previous life, and at that time, Tang San wasn't even at full strength, having just consumed spirit power while competing with Meng Yiren. In this life, Tang San's strength was even greater than it was at this time in his previous life. He had cultivated the Clear Sky Hammer first, which already had 2 Centennial Spirit Rings on it. The other Shrek 5 monsters had rich combat experience, and apart from Ma Hongjun, they were all much stronger. Yu Tianzhao and Xiao Wu, of course, also went along to the Star Do Great Forest to help hunt spirit beasts. Yu Tianzhao had already taken Xiao Wu and formally broken ties with Tang San. Once Tang San obtained the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, and before it had fully fused with his body, he would ask the elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to help peel the 8 spider lances off Tang San's back. He would absorb it secretly, and when the time came to completely fall out with the Clear Sky sect, he would expose it. With Xiao Wu in one hand and the 8 spider lances on his back, he would show off properly in front of Tang San. On the way to the Star Do Great Forest, Xiao Wu was lying happily on Yu Tianzhao's back, being carried by him. As a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast, Xiao Wu possessed a spirit beast inner core, and her life chi was extremely vigorous. After a few hours of rest, the injuries she had sustained under Yu Tianzhao's attack had actually mostly healed. She was able to walk, though her gait was slightly strange, which would be impossible to notice without close observation. Watching this scene, Tang San saw Xiao Wu's long, soft legs, which could be called the most perfect in the world, legs that he could never get enough of even after playing with them for years, being held in the palm of Yu Tianzhao's hand. His heart was boiling with murderous intent, hoping the second night would arrive quickly. In the Star Do Great Forest, when they encountered the Titan Giant Ape, Yu Tianzhao's true face would be exposed before Xiao Wu. Also heading to the Star Do Great Forest were Qian Renchuan and Tian Yu. After the battle at Shrek Academy, Tian Yu had sensed the bottleneck at level 50. After cultivating for 2 days, she had officially achieved a breakthrough. Under the orders of Qian Xunji, Ghost Douluo, who had been handling matters in Soto City, led the two of them to the Star Do Great Forest to obtain their spirit rings. As night fell, the 8 members of Shrek had traveled over 400 kilometers and were already very close to the Star Do Great Forest. They arrived at that town again, in a very ordinary hotel. The Shrek 8 devils sat together. While the food was being served, Dai Mubai kept flashing ingratiating smiles, whispering to Zhu Zuqing, but Zhu Zuqing kept a cold face, still angry, and ignored Dai Mubai completely. Oscar and Ning Rongrong were whispering to each other. Brother Zhao, you've carried me all day. Let me massage your legs, okay? Xiaowu reached out her soft hands and started massaging Yu Tianzhao. Her gentle actions made Tang San's heart bleed, and he prayed again for today to pass quickly, for the Titan giant ape to arrive sooner. Ma Hongjun gorged himself. Influenced by his evil fire, his lust was extremely intense, and his appetite was also enormous. In his previous life, aside from spending money on women, the money he received as a spirit master stipend was all eaten away. He was a classic, month-end pauper, every month, with not a cent left. In this life, because he loved Bai Chenxiang, he hadn't touched any women. If he really couldn't hold it in, he let Miss Five help him out, saving the expenses of playing with women. However, the money he saved up had been taken by Spirit Hall not long ago. Just then, a group of people suddenly walked in. Somewhat like Tang San and his group, there were also 8 of them. Leading them was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. The man had his hands behind his back, his appearance was quite handsome, his hair was combed very brightly, and his moon-white spirit master robe was very exquisite, embroidered with silver thread patterns that shimmered as he moved. Behind him were 7 teenagers and young women, around 17 or 18 years old. Seeing these familiar 8 people, Dai Mubai's eyes lit up. A punching bag had arrived. Having been beaten violently by Spirit Hall twice, no longer a complete man, having spent a whole day in Spirit Hall's prison, and having been given the cold shoulder by Zhu Zuqing for 2 days, Dai Mubai had accumulated massive rage and resentment in his heart. It was the perfect moment to release it, and these people from Kenghui Academy had come at just the right time. Although teacher Zhao Wuji was not there, that middle-aged man was just a small spirit king. The Shrek 8 joining forces could easily beat this middle-aged man, not to mention that behind Shrek Academy, they had the backing of the upper 3 sects and the Star Luo royal family. Dai Mubai curled his lip, it's just a small Kenghui Academy. What are you showing off for? Just like in the original work, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai started provoking Kenghui Academy with the idea that those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre, and a conflict erupted. Meanwhile, Qian Renchuan and Tian Yu heard the commotion and were quietly watching Shrek Academy and Kenghui Academy fighting on the 2nd floor. Tian Yu looked at the 8 members of Shrek Academy with disdain and asked with interest, that Shrek Academy really thinks they're something now. Xiaochuan, do you think we should make a move? Do some after-dinner exercise? No need. That team leader from Kenghui Academy gives me an unusual feeling. Qian Renchuan stared at the calm middle-aged team leader of Kenghui who had his hands behind his back. Under his purple demon eye, every move of this middle-aged man, and the aura he exuded, gave him a familiar feeling. 2 people who have been together for a long time, even if the other person changes their face, their every move, their habitual actions in daily life, will subconsciously imprint themselves into the heart of the other. Like a married couple, seeing some familiar expressions and some familiar gestures from the other half, one would know what the other half was about to do. Qian Renchuan's feeling was not wrong. The original team leader of Kenghui Academy was now lying in a forest somewhere sleeping soundly, and the person impersonating him was Qian Xunji. As an elder, Qian Xunji never liked bullying children, but which of these 8 Shrek members was a child? 6 reborn, 1 transmigrator, and a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast older than the angel god. Furthermore, he had personally pushed for Ghost Douluo to come to Soto City to release the Shrek 8, the script he had written was unfolding. Chapter 210, Qian Xunji playing with children. Hearing Xiao Wu's frank confession, Yu Tianzhao's heart raced. He certainly loved Xiao Wu. Ever since his transmigration, Xiao Wu had been one of his goals. In this life, he had spent 6 years with Xiao Wu, even lying on the same bed for 6 years. Dragons are inherently lustful. At 15 years old, his body was approaching full development, and his desires were growing stronger by the day. It would be a lie to say he didn't want to devour this little beauty, Xiao Wu. Yu Tianzhao showed a hint of hesitation because he had discovered that Tang San had returned through rebirth. If he devoured Xiao Wu, Tang San would surely go mad and demand his life upon finding out. "Brother Zhao, do you not like me?" Xiao Wu wrapped her limbs around Yu Tianzhao like an octopus, gradually relaxing. Her captivating eyes grew moist, creating a pitiable and endearing appearance. Yu Tianzhao rubbed Xiao Wu's head and hurriedly smiled, saying, "It's not that, Xiao Wu, I like you. You are still too young, but you are still." Yu Tianzhao placed his hand on his own neck to gesture. This height was exactly where Xiao Wu could reach him. After staring for a while, Xiao Wu finally understood what Yu Tianzhao meant. She burst into tears of laughter and wrapped her limbs tighter around him, saying, "Brother Zhao, I am a 100,000-year-old spirit beast in human form. I may look young, but in reality, I am already very old. Brother Zhao, it's okay, you don't need to be hesitant. I am worried that if things continue like this, I won't have a chance." Xiao Wu once again looked pitiable and endearing, her eyes becoming even more crystalline, looking as if tears could fall at any moment. Xiao Wu. Yu Tianzhao felt his own desires surging. He possessed the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, and Yu Yuanzhen often taught him that a dragon must act like a dragon. Since Xiao Wu had gone this far, if he still refused, would he even be a man? Why worry about Tang San? Even if he spared Xiao Wu, wouldn't Tang San still kill him? Back at the Rose Hotel, Tang San had suffered a great loss, yet he could only endure it and dared not do anything to him. Tang San's hidden weapons and lethal poisons were powerful, but since he couldn't win over Zuqing and Ning Rongrong anyway, he could just take Xiao Wu and return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Since they both only had one spirit, how much faster could Tang San's cultivate speed be compared to his? Moreover, Tang San was able to become the protagonist and achieve godhood at 25 by relying on various cheats: a mortal herb, the sea god trials, and Xiao Wu's dowry. Xiao Wu's dowry was simply too generous, the sacrifice of 3 100,000-year-old spirit beasts. Relying on the improvements brought by the sacrifice of 3 100,000-year-old spirit beasts, he might just be able to officially awaken the golden sacred dragon martial soul and become Mu'en, the dragon god Douluo from 10,000 years ago. The Douluo continent 10,000 years ago was not like it would be in the future, where achieving godhood was so difficult. He felt that with Xiao Wu's dowry, he would certainly be able to gain the appreciation of a god, receive divine trials, and then achieve godhood. Thinking of this, Yu Tianzhao responded to Xiao Wu, wrapping his arms around her. Xiao Wu closed her eyes and shed tears of happiness. Yu Tianzhao carried Xiao Wu toward the bed in the room and began to savor the moment carefully. This experience was indescribable to outsiders, in one word, superb. Yu Tianzhao couldn't help but shed tears in his heart. In his past life, he was a humble, single simp. After his transmigration, he was finally with a goddess and got to taste the wonderful experience of being with her. Although he had an experience at the Rose Hotel, but Tang San was ultimately a man dressed as a woman, and he had been under the influence of an aphrodisiac at the time, possessing little rationality and being completely driven by hormones. How could that compare to Xiao Wu? The only flaw was that Xiao Wu's development was insufficient, far from being comparable to Zuqing. But if development wasn't enough, it didn't really matter. In the world before his transmigration, weren't the vast majority of girls quite small? They all relied on clothing to enhance their appearance. Compared to them, Xiao Wu was already quite good. In another room, Tang San, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed cultivating the mysterious heaven skill, opened his eyes for some unknown reason. His heart rate subconsciously quickened, and he found it difficult to concentrate or steady his mind to cultivate the mysterious heaven skill. Images surfaced in Tang San's mind. Ever since that night at the Rose Hotel, after his cross-dressing was exposed, his Xiaowu had been filled with disgust toward him and had instead become extremely close to Yu Tianzhao. In the prison, facing Ghost Douluo, she had kept shrinking into Yu Tianzhao's arms, burying her head in his chest, with absolutely no one else from the Shrek Six Devils in her eyes. Tang San also recalled that night at the Rose Hotel, when Xiao Wu, under the influence of the aphrodisiac, had expressed that she had fallen for Yu Tianzhao and had even offered her first kiss to him. With his excellent memory, Tang San felt his heart being twisted like a knife, as if it were about to be torn apart, whenever he thought of that scene. Tang San abruptly stood up and walked toward Xiao Wu's room. He wanted to explain everything to Xiao Wu, otherwise, he worried that if he kept hiding it, Xiao Wu would be completely taken by Yu Tianzhao. If that happened and Xiao Wu learned about what happened in the past life, she would never be able to return to his side. The story Tang Xiao told him about Tang Hao, Bibi Dong, and Yin was a warning. If something like that really happened, Tang San would just want to bang his head against a wall and die. Just as he arrived at Xiao Wu's door, Tang San was about to raise his hand to knock. As his hand was raised and about to fall, he suddenly stopped before Xiao Wu's door. A look of contemplation appeared in Tang San's eyes. It was already very late, and Xiao Wu had suffered so much pain and fright during the day, she needed a good rest. Telling Xiao Wu everything should wait until tomorrow when they went to the Stardow Great Forest to obtain a spirit ring. In the Stardow Great Forest, when Xiao Wu was snatched away by the Titan giant ape, he would risk his life to chase after her, letting her see him risking everything and feel his sincerity, thereby slightly changing her impression of him, that he wasn't some pervert who liked cross-dressing and coveted Xiao Wu's beauty. The scene and the emotions would be just right, it would be better to say it then. Thinking of this, Tang San lowered his arm and walked toward his own room, a confident smile appearing on his lips. Having returned through rebirth, even if he was just a block of wood in his second life, he knew a bit about the romance girls liked. Yu Tianzhao was just a shameless, fickle lecher. He was even interested in him when he was cross-dressing, he couldn't be single-minded in his affections at all. How could he compare to his, Tang San's, undying love for Xiao Wu? If he encountered the Titan giant ape, he would surely be scared senseless. When the Titan giant ape snatched Xiao Wu away, he would just stand there like an idiot, praying that the Titan giant ape wouldn't kill him, and wouldn't dare to pursue the Xiao Wu who had been taken away by the Titan giant ape. On the other side, inside Yu Tianzhao's room, the entire room kept resonating with earthquake-like sounds, the humidity in the room kept rising, and it was filled with the scent of photinia flowers. P.S. I've revised this twice. If readers notice 2 chapters with similar titles, don't resubscribe, those 2 chapters.